Oh, good lord, we're live. And now we're going to do horrible, horrible things like mutilate the news. And everyone else in the process, so maybe that's just me. I'm feeling mischievous. I may have had some coffee and cocaine. I stole it from Hunter Biden.
Oh, well, that is a completely baseless rumor. I don't know where you'd get that from.
No, the Secret Service told me about it. Anyway.
Excuse me, excuse you, pardon me. What? I don't think so. The FBI, excuse me, the whistleblower from the FBI who talked about that has been excoriated because it's very bad.
Yes, I'm totally sure. Hunter Biden definitely was not on cocaine that time he was on the balcony. Just
he's a good boy.
Didn't do anything, not at all.
He didn't do nothing. Okay.
Doesn't that mean he did something?
Yes. Excuse me. What? No.
He did things. Powdery white substances.
Yeah, delicious.
He definitely
cornstarch.
was not.
I've seen those videos of those lovely
black
women eating cornstarch.
It was mixed with parmesan.
Yeah.
Those women definitely do not do coke. They're way too fat to do coke. Tell me I'm wrong.
Fucking A. I know though.
If you're 200 freaking pounds, you do not do cocaine. Or if you do, you just do it to like eat faster or some shit. I don't know.
What do you think that like? If let's say people always say like, "Oh, I have a food addiction" when they're real fat. It's like I have a food addiction.
No, you've got a fork addiction, not a food addiction.
I mean, like some people do have food addictions. Okay, that's real. But it's like, I don't know. Have you tried?
The fat dude Diet Coke.
That's so fucked up.
Is Diet Coke in cocaine form just less of it?
No. You know what? I haven't had a Coke or a Pepsi. Like I haven't had like a diet or a real cola for a minute. Every once in a while, do you like colas?
Me?
Yeah.
I haven't had cola.
No, someone else. No. I'm sorry. Hello.
I'm not even on camera, but I still have this judgmental stare at you. I don't know why. And Aiden knows exactly the face that I'm pulling right now.
Some of the discerning amongst you may have noticed that. Oh, okay, thank you. The discerning amongst you may have noticed that we're an hour late. That's because I got up early. I was on 2 podcasts.
Late.
Well, I was on a podcast in the morning, and then I was working on editing my video, and I went on with Cog for a little bit to talk about a certain Ethan Ralph for a little bit, and then I got really tired, so I did like an hour-long nap, and I woke up in a bad fucking mood. I don't know. Just like I woke up cranky.
Bunch of fucking layabouts.
What are you talking about? How am I a layabout?
You were laying about.
I was not. I was working. I took a nap for an hour because I woke up.
Sounds like laying about to me.
Wee.
But people need to have their rest.
I was like, I got up early. I've been working all day. I'm like, I don't know. I've been doing live streams exhaust me. I knew it might not seem that way. But
that's bollocks.
It's not during, it's after. It's like, because I can be on when I'm on.
I have seen you get off streams and then you're still up at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Rubbish.
It's one or the other. It's either like I have too much energy, like it wakes me up, and then I've got too much energy and I've got to find a way to...
I would like to wake up angry. That'll be good. That's a good way to start the day.
You want to wake up angry?
Yes.
It's not fun to wake up angry.
Yes, it is. Angry gets shit done.
Wait, by the way, we were talking about this. This is why we're an hour late, because I was putting the show together, because I didn't have it together. And Spin called me and it was just like, just hang out with me for like like an hour or so.
Yeah.
While
I had to get my best friend in a mood.
Because I was just in a bad mood. I'm fine now, though. Yeah. I'm in a way better mood now.
Also, you asked the question, soda or cool drink, as we call it back home.
Yeah.
No.
A cola, yeah. Like a dark thing.
Yeah, no, but the last time I had soda, now that I think about it, I was still in school, and it was like the Coke vanilla thing.
Even a diet?
Yeah, I never drink that shit. It was like 2005, 6 maybe? I don't know, it was a very, very long time ago, but yeah, that's... Actually, let me look up when was Coke vanilla thing?
I'm not a big fan of it, but every once in a while I do have I could go for a nice cold Coke, you know what I mean? Or Pepsi
2000
or
and then 2005 in the United Kingdom. Yeah,
Dang,
yeah. So almost 20 years ago.
In terms of like non-Coke sodas, my favorite thing, I've talked about this before, my favorite thing is fresh orange juice, and seltzer water, carbonated water. That I like that mixture. That's my favorite.
In respect, lay on hands to lay on bed. Oh god, please tell me you get the reference.
Yeah.
Okay. For those of you who don't know what that means, that's a Paladin reference.
Yes. I'm surprised you get it.
I played WoW for like 10 years.
But you've never played D&D, which is where lay on hands comes from.
Well, okay, if it's from World of Warcraft, then naturally I'm going to recognize it.
It's not from World of Warcraft. But
yes, it is. How do you know Hassa Hopper didn't get that from World of Warcraft?
I don't know. I'm just saying we're
exactly.
Sir.
Also, what's more widely known, D&D or World of Warcraft?
D&D.
Fuck out of here. Bollocks, you know.
For sure. What are you talking about?
A Paladin, yes, lay on hands. I'm very familiar with the. I don't even know, is lay on hands still in the game now?
I don't know.
I actually want to go look it up now because I'm not actually sure.
Man, I don't know. I was just tired. I was just exhausted. I don't know why. I was just tired.
Was lay on hands a spell that made your health completely full up in one go?
I want to say not in D&D, but I don't remember. I mean, I barely played WoW. I started playing WoW to conduct a piece of research on WoW players.
Like, how do you manage to take WoW, which is nerdy as shit already, and you manage to make it even nerdier? That's like borderline impressive.
I couldn't conduct the research on WoW players because it was for my doctoral dissertation. I was using WoW players as my sample.
What are you doing? I'm doing research. But you're playing games. That's my research.
Unironically, was instructed to do that by my doctoral advisor to play WoW before I started conducting the research in the field.
Oh yeah, it does drain all of your mana. And yes, I say mana that way just to piss people off. The same way that I always say shaman instead of shaman.
Mana? Oh, yes. Is that what you mana?
Yeah, mana.
I don't know which one I say. I'd probably say mana as well.
And I know people say shaman. I don't know why. There's no Y in that.
I kind of like. Yeah. I always say shaman, but I kind of like saying shaman. I don't know. There's something weird about it because it's like.
I don't know anyone who says shaman except for maybe.
Oh, I do.
There's a song called
Did they call the guy from Filthy Frank the shaman? Oh, they call him shaman or shaman? I don't remember anymore.
There's hold on, let me look it up quick. There's one of Slash's songs. Where is it now? This is gonna fucking drive me nuts. Oh, Dr. Alibi with Lemmy Kilmister. He says I went to see a shaman in the song, which is kind of weird. Everyone else I know says chamois.
I don't know. What does he call him in this video?
Chamois and Pally. Yeah,
that's not right.
Typically what we.
Copy link address, not image. What does he call him in this video?
Warning: no animals were hurt in the.
Yeah.
No, they weren't.
A lot more people are converting to veganism, vegetarianism.
What do you call the guy in this? Let's just skip. Let's skip. I love you, Frank. Let's do it.
Acid trees agree.
Wait, where does... I don't want to get a music. Where's the shaman's in it? Here he is. Okay, what does he call him? Does he call him shaman or shaman? I'm honestly curious, I don't remember.
You want to snuggle up with mommy, huh? What did you guys learn in school today? Did you learn about colors? About shapes? I really don't like that John kid you've been hanging out with. He seems like a real bad influence.
There he is.
I guess I'll let it slide. He's not like a cool parent.
What? I'm letting them have a dignified death.
Frank, what the fuck are you doing?
I'm a humanitarian now.
I genuinely don't remember if he calls him the shaman or the shaman.
Playing with dead animals, Frank?
What are you, my mom? I don't know. Why don't you get in the tub and find out?
I'm not going to get in that fucking tub, Frank.
Oh, I think you are. You're gonna get in this tub right now, boy.
No.
Get in the tub.
Frank?
This is a serious news stream, by the way.
Shaman. Get in the tub.
Yeah, shaman, there you go. Okay, shaman, there you go. We got it. Question answered. You'll have to go to...
You know, whenever you play shit like this, I actually have no idea what the hell you just played.
You really don't... Well, I don't think anyone really knows what the hell this is, to be fair.
Yes, it's very confusing.
It's because you're not familiar with it. Chad,
I'm not familiar with nerdy internet. Like, no.
Mythos. Oh, for shame.
Why? Aiden,
Terrible.
this is something that people need to know about us. Aiden and I have politics in common and literally nothing else. Nothing whatsoever. Maybe like some food similarities, but like that's it. Not music, not sport, not any interest out of politics. Is like we're night and fucking day. Which is why Aiden. The only thing that Aiden and I also have in
I've
common.
never seen Filthy Frank though.
No, is okay. No, here's one thing we do have in common: is we hate the same things.
That's we've talked about this. Is that
Yes.
you and I we don't like any of the same stuff, but we hate the same stuff.
We hate a lot of the same dumb shit. Yes, that's why every morning I wake up like, hey, look at this dumb shit. Like, yeah, I'm the old man. Aiden is like older than me by a couple of days, isn't he?
Yeah, for real though, like by a couple weeks, I'm older than you.
I'm not missing much.
Though.
Thank you. I feel better now.
You are. You must understand the Frankiverse.
Have you shown Spoon the new NPC streamer TikTok live
We're getting
trend?
to it.
Oh,
Don't worry.
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Well, I'll let you know.
Oh,
we'll watch it
God.
very soon, Spoon. Very soon.
It says TikTok and NPC and trend. Like so
Spoon,
much of
we're gonna watch it.
so much of what you
So
just said
soon.
makes me want to hate you.
So soon we're gonna watch it, Spoon, and you'll be very excited. But for now,
Oh, God.
be angry because I'm gonna read this Ilhan Omar tweet. The Earth just broke the record for the hottest day in 120,000 years. In fact, we broke it on 3 separate days. National Climate Emergency now.
Ilhan Omar, I don't know if you married your brother, but I get the impression your parents
She did.
might have.
Her parents might be siblings. I don't know if your husband is your sibling, but I get the feeling your parents might have been siblings.
Yeah, exactly. Jesus fucking Christ, you're definitely the offspring of some incest stupidity, because Jesus Christ.
Where do you even start with how stupid this is? Okay.
Yeah, this is
Ilhan-
this is one of those moments. I said this in the video about Justin Trudeau. Is when you see something so stupid, you're like, my God.
You don't know where to start.
Yeah, I don't even know where to start. Like, this is just such a mountain of colossal moron.
She's left this up for over a day.
Oh, that's because if she deletes it, it's
Why
one
is
of
that?
it's one of those
It's an admission of retardation.
of stupidity. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And also, let's be honest, Styx has already saved this.
Mm-hmm.
You damn well know Styx is like anything that's stupid on the internet goes viral. Styx has like I guarantee like gigs of fucking save files of all this dumb shit.
Ilhan, I don't know how to break this to you, but
Who was the stupidest squad member? Yes.
Yes, Ilhan. Nobody was measuring the daily climate.
Yes.
120,000 years ago.
I don't even know how they would, and how would you know the records by what measure?
Well, she has no idea. She read this somewhere, right? And I have seen some people say like, "Oh, she's citing from this source or that source." And in fact,
where is the
see it here, but where's the community notes?
I was literally about to say the same thing.
There was a community note on this. Where'd it go?
Hold on. Let me just pull up Styx's
What
video.
happened?
Styx's video is archived. I'm pretty sure. So let me
Did
just
they
see.
remove the community note?
Yeah, I think.
Oh my god. Twitter, what the fuck? So there was a community note on this that was about the problem with what she's saying. I mean, of which there are so many that it's difficult, again, like I said, to even begin to understand. Okay. But as Adam Krigler, formerly of Timcast, points out here, something you might want to notice here, Ilhan.
Hold on.
You knew it happened 120,000 years ago, Ilhan. Oh. It was the last major ice age.
You expect her to know
Dozy
that? Bint. I still need to make a T-shirt with that.
The last major ice age. Now there have been, smaller ice ages, as you can see here on this graph, in the interim periods. We are right now still coming out of an ice age, and you can see that it follows very similar patterns over the course of the last 10,000 years. After the end of the last ice age, do you want to know what happened at the end of the last ice age?
Things
Ilhan
melted.
Omar? Well, in terms of specifically, we're talking about we're over 120,000 years ago. 120,000 years ago, what were humans up to, Ilhan? They weren't measuring the daily.
I'm guessing not much.
I'll tell you that. I'll tell you what humans were up to. That's the period where we get the most basic kind of cave paintings. We get basic cave paintings, some indication of maybe even a very
here we go. Here it is.
Script.
If you could pull up this one right here, it doesn't load the comments, but there we go. It does load the.
That one, this one's loading the. I wonder if that'll work. Oh yeah, it's the archive. Okay.
Yeah.
Weird. Why did Twitter remove the? That's very recent because it was there literally even earlier today.
Yeah.
Like just when I pulled this up, it was up.
Yeah, there it
Is
is.
it source for the claim appears to be the University of Maine Climate Reanalyzer, which has added recent notice making it clear it should not be taken as an official observation.
Thank you, archive.
I'm yeah, the link's not working.
Stupid bitch.
What's bizarre about this though is that Twitter has removed the fact check on her. Do they just feel bad for her or something? Or am I just not seeing it?
Let's be real for a second. If you just scroll down, she's just getting dunked on.
You don't need help. Come on. It's just like it's
like look at that ratio, yeah.
Very impressive, very nice. Now let's see the comments.
Yeah.
You sound vaccinated. You know, it's just the whole.
Oh my god.
The whole.
So that's what those cave paintings meant. They were climate measurements. Apparently.
Obviously, yeah, they were climate measurements. Yes.
Can I just say this is gonna sound horribly racist, so it's gonna be great. Why is it that every time I see someone that isn't white and male talk, they just instantly make whatever ethnicity or gender they speak for just sound really thick?
It's just like because you know what it is that the climate change thing is just one of her narratives. So she's just gonna say
one of
stuff,
many.
and again, like she doesn't. I don't even think she believes this stuff. She's like, it's hot out. It's hot outside. Time for me to just tweet about climate change because.
I have noticed that's the only thing all over the news. Like, oh my goodness, it's summer and it's warm. There's a climate crisis. Like, bitch, it's called summer. Shut the fuck up.
They do this every
year. We know it's warm.
They do this.
For God's sakes.
Did you ever see this? You may have seen it or not. It was from The Sun a few years ago.
Ironic.
Right. They posted this.
Yeah, you sound vaccinated is the best right-wing insult.
It really is.
Yeah, it's great.
Summer. Let me see if I can
she
find
puts
this.
fellow Africans to shame. Dude, my fellow Africans would laugh at her for being a fucking idiot.
There was this video where, yes, this is it. This has got to be it.
What are we looking at?
I'm trying. It was from a few years ago where The Sun on Twitter. I think it was The Sun. I'm fairly positive it was like showing like, oh, it's like a real hot one out there this summer. Let's show you how long it takes for a Magnum to
Oh
melt
yes,
in
I
this
remember
heat.
that.
I can't find it now, but it was like for those of you who are not from Brit Bongland or don't know what a Magnum is, it's a Klondike. In American terms, it's a Klondike. It's a chocolate. It's an ice cream. Klondike bar is what we call it in the U.S.
The fuck is that? I've literally never heard that word.
Covered in hard shell chocolate. I know you haven't. I'm bridging the gap between the great pond. Okay, so it's ice cream.
Call it an ice cream, you pretentious gits.
Covered in, but specifically, it's covered in a hard chocolate shell, right? Oh man, I had this one. There's these Magnums that I had that were covered in. It was like Arctic fruits or something. It was called, and it had I think like I don't remember what kind of nuts. I think it was like walnuts or I think it was walnuts and frozen raspberries and blueberries. Damn good, really damn good, very tasty.
Wow, your ice cream melts when it's not in the freezer. Give us all your money to stop the monster. Oh my
and so they were
God.
just, I guarantee it was The Sun. I remember this pretty vividly. And they had someone just sit there and hold this ice cream outside in the sun, and then it took it like 20 minutes to melt. And they're like, wow, look how hot it is in Britain. I'm like, well, the restaurant was like, yeah.
You could do that during the winter, it would still melt, you fucking twats.
Every single summer with this shit, man. Every summer without fail, it's like, it's a little bit hot outside. I'm gonna pretend that it's the end of the goddamn world. Bish, here's what you do. I'll show you what I do, Ilhan. It's really simple. See, right here on my table, you hear this little clicking? That's my little fan I have on my desk. I've turned it on, and now I've got a little airflow coming through. Not hot anymore. Oh my God.
Brits get brain freeze easily. Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so well, I was eating just as chocolate spoon, I was eating a, what's it called? A creamsicle earlier. And I haven't had a creamsicle in years. And I really enjoyed that creamsicle. As a kid, I didn't like orange, and as an adult, it's like my favorite thing. I don't know why.
Well, there we go. That's our food talk.
Well, yeah, we have to do it.
Mm.
Oh, and this time
It's kind of a thing that we do here.
This
yeah.
one developed naturally out of Ilhan Omar saying it's the hottest day in 120,000 years.
Do you think that was one of her staff maybe who said it and not her?
Oh, maybe. It's interesting that the community.
I imagine the person who wrote that is probably fired.
Mm.
And if they're not, they fucking should be, because that's like... I want to know... How do you say this? How do you read this and go, oh, this will go over well?
Because they believe it.
But it's
Again,
retarded.
They read it on some website that, oh, we have speculation to believe that today.
Okay, but I don't care if it's from a website. I don't care if it's a PhD jackass who wrote this. I would still look at it and go, what? Stop talking, dumbass.
How could you again? Like the prima facie issue is, how could you know this? How could you possibly know this? You can't.
Yes.
And I hear some people saying like, well, they could make an estimate.
No, they can't.
No, we're talking about a day. A day is a specific point in time. No, you cannot make an estimate. When we're determining past climate, we determine it based on years or broad swaths of time. We're talking about periods of temperature, not a day. For fuck's sake. Holy shit. It's so stupid. It is after this period, which is after the end of the Ice Age, which again is 120,000 years ago is when the Ice Age starts. It's not until the end of the Ice Age, the lesser Dryas, younger Dryas period, that what we know is modern humanity even begins to be a thing. Okay? Which was like 15,000 years ago. What the fuck are you talking about? You absolute dingleberry. However,
that's a good phrase.
I do love seeing her get blown up. I love seeing her get just absolutely eviscerated in the comments. Everyone knows you're stupid, Ilhan. This person is an elected representative in the state of, is she Michigan or Minnesota? Minnesota, yeah.
Yeah, Minnesota. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. I went to go look it up. I know the bar now. Like Klondike bar.
Mm-hmm. You see what I mean? Why I refer to the Magnum as? Why I was like, oh, UK Magnum, US Klondike bar. You get my comparison?
Yes.
All right, cool. You got it.
I get the impression DRT as King is not a fan of my videos. I can't tell if he's trolling or he's just being a dick.
DRT is King for 5 says, I would watch a solo spoon video, a fate worse than death, for a Klondike bar.
I get the impression he actually means that because I've never seen it in my comment section.
I don't know. I think he might be just messing. But
no, I actually think he means that. In which case, like, my voice must be torture for him because he's basically just watching it for you. In which case, I will speak more DRT just to piss you off.
Like what you've done now. If you don't,
he started it. I didn't say shit.
You didn't know what a Klondike bar was 5 minutes ago. So to explain, what the Klondike bar's slogan is: "What would you do for a Klondike bar?" That's their like slogan, jingle. So the whole idea is that people will do crazy things to have one. I've never liked them in my life. My dad loves them. What I would do is when my dad would have them, because he'd have like because he loved them. And he'd have like a freezer full of Klondike bars. And I don't like chocolate, so I would put it in a bowl and I'd break the hard chocolate shell off of it to eat the vanilla ice cream.
Also, Carlos, I can actually see the chat. It's right in front of me.
Yeah,
he said, like, Spoontail Laden, that we have Magnum in America. I'm looking at one right now at the gas station freezer. Yeah, apparently.
Really?
Yes.
That's news to me. The ones that I have in the freezer right now is I have mango white chocolate. Oh, they're so good.
No, not Gloria. I'm not saying that. I will never say that phrase.
What would you say exactly, Spoon? I'm sorry.
Fuck you.
Wait. Could you tell me what the phrase is?
What the phrase is that I'm not going to say?
Yeah, tell me what the phrase is that you won't say. I'm just interested. Would it be this?
Aiden, what IQ...
Was that it?
Whoa.
I have some new things on the soundboard, by the way.
I hate you with every fiber of my being.
What's wrong with this word?
Oh, whoa.
What's wrong? Oh, that's too quiet. I have to fix that one. I have two new things on the soundboard. I have to fix the you keep using that word one because it's too quiet. But I do have two new ones, which is my. You know what? I don't think we have anything tonight where someone's gonna say the word democracy. So should I wait? I don't know. Do we? Or I don't know if I have a clip or thing tonight where someone's gonna use the word "my democracy." I'll hold off because almost assuredly somebody does because they can't help themselves. You know what I mean?
Someone said like that phrase is gonna be the thing that ends our duo.
Let me
And don't worry, it's fine. I'll just call Aiden a bird person.
Whee! Why does everyone think I'm a bird?
You.
Why does everyone think I'm a bird? I don't understand those. I have no. What avian behaviors do I present with?
You don't know how to shut your beak. It's fine. I'm jittery like a mongoose, so.
I am not a bird.
But you squawk around like one.
I told you the animal I identify as, which is that smug cat with all the knives being pointed at it. That's
Yeah,
the animal
that
I
is you.
identify as. Just,
But you squawk around like a bird person.
I am not a furry. I'm not a bird.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're
same
flighty.
reason
That may be a
Fringy
good one.
Fringy is a frog. Yeah, I guess so. Oh my
Your
god.
bird energy.
Lamented Guide for Two says, "Hey, Crown Crew, what's on the menu tonight? Nightmares beyond your wildest imaginations."
Yeah.
Oh my god. DRT's King also provides says, "Anger is the devil's cocaine. Wrath can be used, but it is a fire that can burn all before it. D&D is bigger spoon." Thank you. D&D is bigger, I assume so. And yeah, I don't know. I was just like, I don't know. It's like I had an anger dream or something when I woke up, right?
No, Aiden is
Like,
not a
woke up-
furry.
No, I'm not a furry. No.
If she was, I would ridicule her mercilessly. So
Minnesota
if
Fats-
you have that skeleton in your closet, pray I never find it because I will just unleash hell on you.
True. Minnesota Fatser 5 says, "Boss, as one of Ilhan's unfortunate constituents, I apologize for the sand trap bent and
My
her
condolences.
and her ranch with peanut butter on pizza heresy." Ranch with peanut butter on pizza. I mean, okay. I could understand. I could actually understand putting peanut butter on pizza. Peanut
What?
butter? Yes, peanut butter and banana pizza. I could do that.
So much of what you
no,
just
no
what
tomato
no no no
sauce,
no
no
no no
cheese.
no no. So much of what you just said makes me want to kick your ass.
I could see ranch on pizza for sure. Definitely. I've had ranch on pizza.
I hate all of you. Just you are terrible people. Every one of you. Fuck off and die.
Here's what
Like,
you do.
banana
Just
and
have-
pizza.
you
they-
have the-
you-
yes, you have the pizza.
That's just a
crust.
sandwich
You know what?
then.
No, it's here's what you do. No, you do have a cheese. Put mozzarella. You peanut butter as the base, then put some mozzarella on top and put bananas and pineapples on it. There you go. Delicious. Donut, yum.
I must baptize all of you in
Ice
righteous
cream,
fire.
yay.
This is this is unholy. This is just evil. And you must feel bad.
Oh my. Okay, how do I get my money back from a set of pets?
Yeah, I agree.
Look, I was just saying, hypothetically. They did
If you
stuff like that, though,
if
didn't
you
they?
want to mock Aiden for this perspective, you feel free to.
No, you're fine. Everyone can mock me for my pizza takes because I unironically I do like pineapple on pizza. I know I deserve to be shamed for it.
No,
but I enjoy
that's
it.
fine.
I like pineapple on pizza.
Yeah, but
'Cause
that's normal.
The sweetness of the pineapple, it pairs very nicely with the savory and saltiness of the other ingredients.
Okay, hold on. By the way, for those of you who are unaware, I've been asked by someone in my comment section to do a video on the Hollywood thing, and I intend to say some extremely based shit. I sent it to Aiden so she knows what I'm gonna say, and it's very offensive.
To be fair about the peanut butter on pizza, I don't even understand how you do that. Like on a regular pizza, I would not put peanut butter. Like again,
It's not a pizza. It's
Pineapple?
just like a giant sandwich.
yeah, it's just at that point. Well, they do this. they'll have these dessert pizzas, right? Where they just
Yeah,
like
I've seen that with like Nutella and banana and
Nutella
like...
and cinnamon and stuff.
See,
you know?
I could do that.
Yeah, they're fun. But then why, if we can accept the idea of a dessert pizza, why couldn't you put peanut butter on it? You know
I
what
get the
mean?
impression DRT King is one of your Sims, Aiden.
How dare you?
Read that and tell me it isn't.
DRT is King for 5 says, Aiden is built like a sandhill crane and wise like an owl and will eat whatever is put before her like a vulture. Praise be our avian scholar. That is a bit simpish, my dude, but I appreciate it, and it is... at least the eating whatever is put before you before me is largely accurate. Although I'm actually, you know, I do have really weird food tastes. I don't know if that's been made immediately evident right now in this conversation.
Little bit, yes.
I don't know. I like what I like. Thank you, DRT, by the way. I like what I like, and I oftentimes here's what. So all I've been eating for the last like week and a half is salad. It's hot, it's summer, and all I want to eat when it's warm is salad. Okay? And so that's what I'm eating. But I made a pasta salad. And like, oh, but maybe like put more calories in it because I realized like I'm probably only eating like 300 calories a day with a salad.
How the hell are you alive?
Do you know that liquor has calories in it? And I drink a lot of orange juice and stuff. But oh, this is the thing, like, I don't worry about things like, we were talking about pop and sodas earlier. Yeah, I don't worry about that stuff anymore because I eat so little. It's like, oh yeah, I can have a full calorie soda once in a while because I don't eat anything. But yeah, I put some pasta in it, and I don't think anyone else would like it. And that's why Bill and I were actually arguing, like, is because I made this gross pasta salad. Which, it was for me, it wasn't for anyone else, just my pasta salad. Okay, cherry tomatoes, cucumbers, garlic, a lot of feta cheese, the macaroni, pasta, olive oil, vinegar, that South African salt and vinegar dry shake, then sage, basil, oregano, crushed chili flakes. It's great. Oh, and mayonnaise. We have the mayonnaise. Delicious. Delicious. What do you think of my pasta salad?
You disgust me.
All right. Speaking of disgusting, we're talking about climate change. Let's actually get on the. No more food, at least for now. Maybe later. Ilhan Omar is idiot of the week, though.
You idiot of the fucking century with that bloody tweet.
Yeah, for sure. Basil, I've lived in the UK for too long. Basil, I know US. Anywho, so the climate change activists are out in force. I love this, though. Getting just moved off the road. Look at this based man. Just get the fuck off. Oh my god. Look at, dude, bro. Let's have a replay on this mullet having. What is it a mullet? Is this? It seems like a man.
It is. Barely.
Just pushes that alleged man over. Look. He immediately cowers.
Yes.
And look at this. This is a man.
No, it isn't.
Look at that. It's not. I mean, allegedly, that's a man. Look at this.
Yeah.
These are the people that go like, haha, we're Antifa. We're going to come and fuck you up.
No, they won't.
Look at them. Look at them. When faced with any... Because all their power is derived from the state.
Yep.
Despite claiming to be anarchists. And that's why the second that they are put into face-to-face, real combat situation, and it's not even real combat, just being threatened. I guarantee he pissed himself, by the way. Guaranteed. He pissed his pants. You can tell. Terrified by another man. Who has not hit him, who pushed him.
Yeah,
Just
pretty much.
Threatening him. It's like, get off the damn street so I can move my fucking lorry, you know?
And he just goes right
It
back.
just goes right back to it. Because
That's
he's
like
an
a
NPC.
drone.
Yes, because
Yeah.
he's a drone. He's an NPC.
But by the way, this video shows exactly what you need to do.
Yeah.
Just watch what he does
Well,
now.
I mean, clearly it didn't work because he just went right back to his thing.
Yeah, but just watch what he does now.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's all you need to do. Is if you could drive just a mile an hour, they would get out of the way.
Yeah, they would.
Yes, because they don't want to get
You
crushed by a
see.
car.
Yeah, you see how afraid they are.
Yeah.
Or proclaim to be afraid. Here's my only other climate change thing. I know it's the big news, I guess, of the week that... Hello, everybody.
It's warm.
Oh, breaking news. It's me, Aiden Paladin, coming here with the hottest, most breaking news. Today, it's July 19th, and guess what? It's hot outside.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
God damn it. No shit. So this is Nikki
that's
Haley
it.
on climate change. I don't know if you've been... I know you've been watching these, Spirit, obviously, but
I
I don't know
have
if
seen
you
some of
guys
these,
in the
yes.
chat have. Tucker's been holding a bunch of interviews with different presidential or potential presidential candidates. Oh man, he's got a Perrier. I could go for that. Is that a lemon Perrier? I could go for that. Excuse me. Start thinking about that Perrier. Anyway, this was Nikki Haley on electric vehicles.
We dealt with this question all the time at the UN, the question of how does the world respond to climate change. But there are really two questions. One is the climate changing? And I guess we can measure its temperature around the globe over a period.
Yeah, it is, because we're coming out of an ice age. So, yes. By the way, we're reaching the peak. Now, it may get hotter than normal periods because of CO2 emissions. That is very true. It's very true.
I have changed my avatar on the screen.
What have you done?
I put a mongoose wearing a top hat and monocle. That is my spirit animal right there. Is a mongoose.
Let's see.
I
I've
will
told you
keep him
before,
on
I
there
think
for a while.
The problem you're gonna run into there, my dude, is that like, I think definitely Doomer politics, and I think also Adam and Sitch all also identify as some form of mongoose or stoat or other.
They stole it from
associated
me.
Weasel.
Fuck off.
Why is everybody I know a weasel?
The most offensive thing that you just said is you compared me to Adam and Sitch,
But
not the mongoose. I'm okay with the mongoose and the weasel. Those are holy God's creatures, but Adam and Sitch are not God's creatures. They're creatures of the state.
You're so
Fuck 'em.
mean. I was watching their items video earlier. It was pretty interesting.
I saw what Sitch said about freaking Tate, and he somehow relates Sargon's take to Russia. I'm like, this is...
Yeah, okay,
like, Sitch, so much of what you just said makes you
real
want to kick your ass.
bad. Yeah, a lot of that was really bad. We'll get into
Yes.
that. Not
Also,
that, this
Sargon's
was
take
really
on
bad.
Russia is based. Fuck all of you.
Man, Sargon's just based. Oh, how do you feel about their new guy at Lotus Eaters? I've watched a couple of the clips of him. I
Which
don't know his
one?
name yet. I don't know his name yet. He's the new guy. He's a
Yeah.
new college graduate. You've only seen him recently, in like the last couple of days. I thought maybe
I
you'd
like
know his
the
name.
way that
I'll know it. I'll learn it eventually, but
I like
him so far.
I do like the way that Sargon shits on the university apparatus for constantly churning out crap, but then he just
Good.
hires them. It's like, dude, it's like
Well, no, because he's scouting the best, right? You know, like you're not applying
Sure.
for that position if you're not already kind of based, unless you're trying to be an infiltrator. In which case, by the way, leftists, if you're trying to like infiltrate something like Lotus Eaters, it's gonna be real easy. That's the difference, is that it's very easy for Project Veritas to infiltrate leftist stuff because all you have to do is just say slogans, and they're like, "Wow, great." And that's all they need. It's very difficult to sloganeer for the right, comparatively, I should say. You know, I mean, certainly there are right-leaning slogans. Let's be
Yeah.
clear, but it's far more difficult to sloganeer to find yourself into systems of trust on the right.
Yeah.
I would say. Although a lot of people on Fox News probably who have done that.
Connor was on Tim Pool.
Oh, was he?
Oh yeah. I would never
that's
go.
awesome.
I could never be on Tim Pool, mainly because I can't get into the United States.
Mm-hmm. Wait, are you banned?
For legal reasons, it would probably be problematic. Yeah.
Really?
Mm.
What have you done? Oh no. All right, just don't answer that question.
Moving on.
Yeah, okay. Here's Tucker Carlson talking to Nikki Haley about climate change.
Basically, they accuse me of trying to be an illegal immigrant into the nation, which is like the most
the
retarded thing ever.
US?
Yes.
Did you? Oh wait, didn't you live there for a little bit?
The United States?
Didn't you live in the U.S. for a little bit?
No.
Why did they accuse you then of being an illegal immigrant? And why did I think that you lived there for a while?
because someone invited me there for like a week, and the gym that this particular person visited said that they were looking for someone. And my thing was, why are you going to the Americas? And I said, I'm going to go visit a friend of mine, thinking that because like I have freaking like high quality bed sheets in my squat rack and my booth and my microphone and my amps and guitar and everything is here. And I was only there for a week to go like see the place.
Don't worry.
Yeah, but it's basically just like, can I go over here, see what the place is like, talk to the person, and then, because I know you get like you need to get sponsored by like an employee if you were to go to the United States. And my thing was just,
No, you can go to the U.S. you can travel to the U.S. as a tourist for any reason.
Yes, no, I know, but if you wanted to move there.
Yeah.
Yes, and my whole reason for going there was to see a friend of mine, and then also speak to the gym person while I was there. It wasn't the main reason to go. That was just like a secondary thing just to see what it was like. And they asked me, why am I there? And that was the reason that I was going. Like, it wouldn't even consider me, because I didn't plan to go illegally, so I didn't say that's the reason I was going. But they went through my phone records for like 4 hours.
What?
Right? Just like scrolling through, and they looked at my phone records and were like, your friend has an interesting guns. I'm like, my friend is a Texan, you shithead.
Oh my god. I can't. Holy shit. I was going to say, I can't believe it. Of course I can believe it.
Yes, and they looked at my bag, and then I had a CV there. And they said to me, why do you have this? And I said...
What do you mean by CV?
A curriculum vitae, like a resume.
Yeah, curriculum vitae, yeah.
Yes, and they said to me, why do you have this? And I said, well, while I'm there, a friend of mine said that they're looking for someone there, and I thought I would just go and ask them, and this is my thing. And they said to me, why didn't you tell us that? And I just thought, what do you mean, why didn't I tell you?
Yeah, what?
Yes, and they said, this is for the justification. He said that it's not illegal to go and look for work, but the fact that you didn't tell us, that is illegal, and we're not going to let you in for that.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
No, they were fucking with you, and they have almost assuredly put you on a list. Now.
Yeah. It's because
that's absurd, though.
Yeah, but the thing is, a friend of mine, she paid for my ticket to go there.
Yeah.
And if you are someone that you don't know much about the person, because like this is a friend of mine that I met online, and that already is a red flag to them.
Yeah.
And I was kind of weird, because what I don't understand is, if you look through my phone and you saw how me and my friend talk, I think you would get the impression I'm not there trying to be illegal, because that might give details on my phone. And if you just saw my friend, you might see some like racy messages or some shit. You won't see.
They just took your phone to go through your messages? Where did they do this? At the airport?
Yes, at the U.S. Embassy.
How did you end up at the embassy?
Because they pulled me out of the lineup. Because you know this says there's pre-clearance before you fly to the United States.
You're flagged as a terrorist, my dude.
No, I'm not.
Why? I've never had anything.
Yeah,
like
the
that
customs.
happen.
Yeah.
Oh, it was just customs. It wasn't the embassy.
No, it's like,
but
you know,
still, you should just told them, like, no, you
the
have
pre-clearance, the US one, they just like pulled me out of the lineup and they asked me questions.
What you should have said is that you want to look through my phone records, get a warrant.
I didn't have anything to hide. That's why I just gave it. I'm like, yeah, go nuts.
No, it doesn't matter that you don't have anything to hide.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter. You just
This
it's a
was
violation of your rights.
Yeah. How long ago was this? This was 2018.
Who was this, out of Dublin?
Yes.
Fucking A. Tell them, like, it's against that. It's your right. They had go get.
Yeah, it was TSA. It was a bit.
Warrant, asshole.
Yeah, it was kind of weird because when I was led through behind, because I couldn't get on the flight, and when I went through the thing.
By the way, I guarantee you say get a warrant, they'll be like, okay, and they'll let you go.
Because
they can't. They won't have time to get a warrant. So.
But what happened is, afterwards, I was led through the sort of thing go at the back of the thing to go through the exit, because they have a back way. And even the Irish guy who was there, he said to me, like, what do you do? And I explained to them the situation, and even the guy who works there, who works with these people, even he went like, that's complete bollocks. Even he went, it's bullshit.
Yeah, it
is. Like, I didn't have anything to hide. It's like, okay, so let me get this straight. How can you tell me the thing that I'm doing there is not illegal, but if I don't tell you, it is? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Someone explained to Aiden about U.S. visa. He doesn't need a visa to travel to the United States.
Yes, this was that you basically fill in like a small thing, like how long you're there for. And I said, like, this is where I'm staying, this is what I'm there for, and then you pay like 13. It's like Canada also has this as well. That you
But
pay for like £15.
You don't need a visa to travel for business or pleasure. Doesn't matter.
Yes, but if you're in the European Union and you hold an Irish passport, which I do, there's a special relationship between Irish citizens and the United States, and I happen to be qualified for that because I hold an Irish passport. And when I went through the thing, the first time I went to the United States when I was 2006. I didn't hold a South African. I still have a South African passport. So for that one, I had to get a visa because there's no relationship between the South African government and the American one. So that time, I had to get a visa and a special stamp, and that was valid for 10 freaking years actually, past what I
that's
had.
Odd. That must be it because Guernsey's a crown protector. Because Bill didn't have to do that.
Yeah.
When he went to the United States, but it must be because Guernsey, being a crown protectorate, is considered part of the UK technically and has a relationship with the United States.
Yeah.
It's odd that South Africa doesn't. Huh.
No, it's not because I was as a dissident. I was, this was when Trump was in office, for God's sake. So this wasn't this was like 5 years ago. But when I went the first time around, I had to get a visa and get all that shit done. And even then, they asked me to fill in forms when I got to the other side. I was like 16. But when I flew on my own, this is the shit that the American fucking government put me through in Ireland, for God's sakes. And we decided, we're going to go to Canada instead. And Canada has the same kind of procedure. So I went through that, paid £15, whatever, got to the other side with Canada. I scanned the thing in, and they looked at me and went, what are you here for? I said, holiday. Where are you staying? Here's the address. How long are you staying for? A week. Go nuts. That's it. Canada just let me through like that.
Again, that's the case for...
Fuck the American government.
Like, I think this
Canada
is the thing,
gave me
is
no
that
shit.
People are bringing up is that, like, Canada, that's fine. You don't need a waiver. UK, it's fine. You don't need a waiver. But if you're from some other country, and it must be because you're South African initially.
They had no idea I'm South African because my passport says it's
you're an Irish citizen.
Yeah.
But
I was just I was bloody annoyed when they said to me, "Oh, your friend is an interesting guns." My friend comes from a military family and she's Texan. You fucking moron! Of course she's an interesting guns.
They probably don't know.
Stupid asshole.
They probably don't know which island you're from and are afraid you're going to do a little bit of explodey.
Yeah. Yeah, by the way, this was 5 years ago. I wasn't as smart then as I am now. If I went there now, I'd be quite different. Now I would
5 years ago.
Yeah. Now if I went there now, it'd be very, very different. Now I would just tell them to go to hell.
Well, Bill was saying the reason why even 5 years ago they might. Yeah, I know, Bill is saying that it's because South Africa's relationship with Russia via BRICS might have been why. But I don't know. It's ridiculous.
It doesn't say that anywhere in my passport.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it might say like country of birth is South Africa, but nationality is Irish.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
Because I've been in Ireland for like 20 years, so yeah.
Well, yeah, exactly. and there was no problem for Bill to come over. He didn't have to get a visa. I don't know. Whatever. Let me hit the rest of these super chats real quick, which is none your business for 2 says avian paladin. Thank you. Very true. Except for I'm not a bird.
That's pretty good, avian paladin. I like that.
Kizza for £5 says evening, all burning the midnight oil. Aiden, check your DMs and show on stream what I sent you. Never forget the Trump mongoose from Pokemon. Oh, I do know the Trump mongoose from Pokemon. Let me see what you sent me. Kizza, you want?
Sorry.
Kizza, I don't know if I want to show your niece on stream.
Yeah, don't do that.
She's very cute.
Yeah, no,
She's
don't
very
share that
cute.
on stream.
She's got a little tiny cart doing a little shopping, but
Yeah,
I'm
no.
telling you, I am not for your nieces without parental consent, and even if I had parental consent,
I still wouldn't.
I don't
do
want
it.
to show. I don't even show children in.
We don't even show our own faces on friggin' thing here.
When I use a stock footage website to make videos, and I feel anxious about using completely licensed stock footage videos of children in my own videos, because it's like, well, what if that kid does not consent when they're older? Do you know what I mean? She is adorable with that little cart. It's very cute. You all trust me, chat. You can trust me. It was adorable, but I am not showing that on stream. Okay, so just for your niece's own privacy.
And a common
DRT
sense.
is King for 5 says Pierre Water, I think discontinued lemon flavor. They still have lime or other worse flavors. DRT, now we're at odds. I think lime is just only slightly ekes its way out above lemon for me. Only slightly.
Lime is better
but it
than
does.
lemon.
I'm more of a favorite. Lime water I like more than lemon water. I love them both, but it's lime for me. It's lime for me. Carlos Morongo for 2 says, YouTube people can't have spirit animals. That's a fursona. Yeah, I know.
How dare you?
Because of her £5 says, all of this push for EVs utterly moronic. Koningszig. I can never. Sorry, I can read it and I know how it's supposed to sound, but it's too many G's. Koningszig had the cure for internal combustion engine. Also, car stream Saturday. Kids, I'm telling you, unfortunately, not this week. I have another stream tomorrow, and then, oh my god, and then I have a stream next week. We will do the freaking car stream. Also, I need to figure out what we're gonna do for it. We need to like have, which I don't know, because you're the other car guy, Spoon, and I don't know anything about cars besides a bottom gear. So we have to figure out what to do for it.
Lime supremacy, agreed.
Oh, because tomorrow we're doing we're getting the Monarchy gang back together.
Are we?
Yeah, tomorrow's the Monarchy gang, and then, which will mean I've streamed. I'm this whole week's a mess for me. It's another not good week, and also because we need to figure out what we're gonna do for it first, and we need to like make a group chat with me and Spoon, and we'll figure out when and how we can do that. Aiden's loud as balls on my side. Am I? Sorry, I'm right in the mic.
Yeah, no, keep it that way.
Okay. House Alpha for 5 says, not having anything to hide, it doesn't mean there's anything they can find. There's nothing they can find, yes.
Yeah, but there is nothing they can
even
find.
know how many federal laws there are, let alone what they are. Yeah, that's why I said you should have just been like, get a warrant. It's your freedom of privacy. Your right to privacy, excuse me. Lance for 5 says, I bet if Spoon had been a black South African, they would have issued him a green card at the airport coming to America. Only whites get the scrutiny. Yeah, probably. If you'd been a black South African, they'd be like, oh, right away, sir. Welcome to America. And then you could relive coming to America. You ever seen that movie?
Yes, Eddie Murphy.
Okay, thank you. Thank God. I have not seen a lot of old stuff oftentimes. I've seen
How
a lot of old
uncultured
stuff.
Do you think I am?
I don't know. The thing is that, like, here's the thing. I'm not familiar with a lot of older music, like you are. You're familiar with like a lot of classic rock and roll.
Ah, yes, I am very old.
Well, not classic rock. I'd say like 80s stuff is like a lot of your jam, and I don't know.
That's like 50 years ago. That is.
I know.
70s and 80s.
When I think older rock, I'm thinking like the Stones and the Beatles, right?
The 60s, 70s, yes.
Yeah, but your stuff's more in like 80s and stuff, and 90s. I just don't know anything about. I don't know anything about 80s and 90s.
Yes.
Rock, really.
I am a grunge boy.
Some 90s. And grunge, once you get into grunge, you're in my wheelhouse again, but...
Yeah. I've had one song from Soundgarden stuck on my head for like 5 days. A song, Tighter and Tighter.
Oh, you know, it was stuck in my... Yeah, Tighter and Tighter, yeah.
Yeah, which is apparently it's a song either about dying or overdosing.
Probably, yes. Both of those are the same thing.
Which is amazing to me. Like, oh my god, all of the best music that I've listened to is all about dying or being high. Grunge is not gay-lamented, guy. Get out of my fucking chat if you ever say that again.
Keza for £5 says, can't do weekend after as I'm in Newcastle for a meeting up with North FC gang of monarchists. Hey, based. Aiden, you can be the student and I'm the teacher. Okay, all right, let's try to put a pin in 3 weeks from now.
How dare you insult grunge in my presence?
No, well, you know what I was listening to? I think I sent it to you even. Is it, Foo Fighters Everlong? Thank you, Keza, by the way. And we'll see if we can, about how to figure that out.
I would like to eradicate everyone that doesn't like grunge from the face of the earth.
Everlong, but done in the in Mario 64 sound font. Very nice. Very much like that. Enjoyable.
Why must you nerdify good music?
Why? What's wrong with it?
Because
you like
you're
Everlong.
cringe and gay.
What's wrong?
It's already good. Why do you fuck with it?
I think that you just don't appreciate that.
I swear to God, if you play this on stream, I will beat you.
What are you talking about?
I will tar and feather your ass.
What's wrong with this? What's wrong with it? I don't understand. Is there a problem with Everlong in the Super Mario 64 sound font? Do you have a problem? What? Really? You don't like it? Spoon? Spoon?
I need to get a blackjack and whack you over the head with it.
Here's Nikki Haley answering the question of electric cars. Let's go back to politics.
Foo Fighters
But the deeper
grunge?
question
Technically, no.
No, but it's that same kind of era, you know.
They're like
That's why I brought them.
post-grunge rock.
Yeah,
you know?
post-grunge.
The thing is
But the deeper question
with Foo Fighters, they're just like a good band. There's nothing.
Yeah, they are. They're great.
There's nothing particularly exceptional about them. That's no offense to Dave Grohl. But it's like, here's the thing. Put it like this. I would say, and this is a bold claim, I would say the song "Pretender" is probably the best rock song of the last 20 years. Next to say "Slither" by Velvet Revolver. But I would put it up there as like probably one of the best, if not the best songs of the last 20 years.
Do you get this reference, Spoon, that Diego Madero for 100 MX just posted? Do you get these lyrics? Because I'm not familiar with them.
I carry my own in the afternoon, hunting a spoon. She'll be.
She will be soon with their fork, with the knife, speaks me a joke. She slips here alive. Oh, sitting on my chair
No.
where nobody wants to hear. I'm not familiar with that song, Diego. And apparently Spoon isn't either. I thought he might be.
No.
We are clueless.
Anyone who shit talks Velvet Revolver, I will kick your ass. Velvet Revolver, because I mean it's basically Guns N' Roses with Stone Temple Pilots as singer. Is a great band.
Redneck Ram for 5 says, welcome to the Broken Crown channel, where we occasionally talk about news in between tangents.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's basically what we do. But yeah, no, it is
we
one
started
of
late. We
Yeah.
did start late, so we gotta get. And Diego, just you don't have to say in super chat, obviously, but let me know what song or band that's from, those lyrics, or because I am not familiar with them.
And
Anywho.
also, by the way, I would say Slither or The Last Fight has the best solo of the last 20 years as well.
Krautrock. I've never, as in it's a kraut band, as a German band, or is it actually called krautrock?
Gay.
Does 8-bit covers drive me bonkers? You don't like when I use 8-bit covers in my videos? Sorry, I just do that so I can use music, whatever, without getting in trouble. Okay, all right, okay. Politics and news. Nikki Haley, Tucker Carlson, climate change. Go.
its temperature around the globe over a period of years. But the deeper question is why? We had glaciers 10,000 years ago. The climate has always changed dramatically since the formation of the Earth. So do you think humans are causing this change? And do you think that we can stop or slow it down? Like, is there actual evidence?
I mean, honestly, I don't know how much is being changed or not, as much as I know that putting electric vehicles on the road is not the answer to what you're doing.
Yeah.
Right, and you dealt with
Can you say that is the first politician I think I've seen in my lifetime that's ever actually answered that question honestly.
Right.
I can't think of anyone aside
Yeah.
from Nikki right now off the top of my head.
It was a really good answer in terms
Yes.
of like I don't know.
It was honest.
Yeah, I don't know what you need to do, but I know that putting more electric vehicles on the road, which still, where does their electricity come from? Oh, by the way, it's not from the sky. You know, they don't.
You're basically
filter it
using
in.
fossil fuels to fuel your car.
Either way, you're using fossil fuels.
Yeah, it's just
to make it
it's
go.
the stupidest fucking thing I've ever
It's
heard.
so dumb. It's so dumb. It's all about virtue signaling. It's nothing to do
It's
with
about
gravity.
managing an electrical grid so that you can't
Yes.
move. That's literally all it fucking
Literally,
is.
because that car cannot go for more than what, like
Couple
100.
of hours.
Yeah, a couple hours. Couple
Yeah.
100 miles. That's why. To make sure you
how-
can't get away.
How people think that this is somehow going to stop the... I actually said this to my mother some years ago. I said to her, the idea that any humans can somehow solve the climate as if it's a problem is the most arrogant thing I've ever heard in my entire
Absolutely.
life.
Absolutely.
And she said it's the smartest thing I've ever said.
Well, you're right. You're right.
But that's like so
But,
stupid. Like, let me get this straight. Like, we as mortal human beings can somehow stop the weather. You realize how fucking stupid that sounds?
Well, it's this idea that, yeah.
Anyone
that,
who thinks this is a moron who should never hold any power ever, because that's just stupid.
It's people
It's
who believe in
straight retarded.
progress. That we can, again, that we can create a vaccine in 9 months against a novel virus. Oh my God. And we can figure out how to solve global warming, but you have to give us perpetual, endless money. Okay. First of all, well, I'm not going to get into it. I've already belabored a bit of the stuff about global warming, as it refers to at least
Climate
the
change,
absolute
global warming is a fucking scam.
beyond stupid take of Ilhan Omar, who is an NPC, and people who they don't believe in this stuff. Spoon, they're just spouting political talking points. And speaking of NPCs, welcome to the TikTok NPC trend.
What does NPC stand for again? Non-plowable chick.
Non-player character, or,
I think mine's
or what
funnier.
did you say?
I said non-plowable chick.
Well, what do you think about this girl? I think she's pretty plowable, but what do you think about this?
Good. Coconut so good. Coconut so good. Balloon.
Why are we watching an AI?
Grab, 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 grab. Coconut so good. Grab, grab,
Aiden?
grab, grab. Balloon.
Yep.
I know you have jungle fever and everything, but if you ever show this to me again, I will beat you.
All right. I won't show that to you ever again. I'll show you this.
I swear to God, if you play me something else similar to this, don't.
Hang on.
No.
We're gonna read my response to this because I have a response to this. Where did my response to this go? I'll find it in a minute because I'll just explain it either way. But this is the trend.
Why?
Marshmallow. Crunchy corn, yum! Kitty paws. Pumpkin, yum!
Why is this a trend?
Not spicy.
I'm gonna tell you why I think it is.
Ice cream, yum!
I'm gonna tell you what I think it is in a minute. I'm gonna just post a little bit more of them to show you just how endemic this is. This is all over TikTok. This is the fucking thing.
Why does she look like she has Down syndrome?
Spicy. For me? For me?
I mean, fucking check that 5 head.
For me? For me?
It's just the droopy eyes that makes me think there's something
For
wrong.
me? Hot dog. Hot. Hot. Hot.
Why is this a thing? Why?
Hot.
Turn it off.
Okay, I'll tell you why I think it's the thing. I got one more, just example. And I'll tell you what I think it is.
It does look. It looks like.
It's the same.
Do you know what it looks
Okay,
like?
we got
It looks like
What?
Ice
It looks like a VTuber avatar in real life.
Yes. Yes. So that's what I think it's about. This is about. So what they're doing
It's
is
mimicking a VTuber, basically.
It's mimicking a video game character, right?
Yes,
That's why
constantly
they're
moving.
like bobbing up and down like a video game character. You know, what I think it's about is that what they're reacting to, they're going ice cream, yum. Thank you, yes, all that stuff is that they're reacting directly to money that is being given to them. They're being paid money in these TikTok gifts, essentially, and that you can send, and it's like what kind of gift you want to send the person, and it counts to money. So what they're reacting to is they're just reacting to any kind of stimuli that people are paying them to react to. In that way, it's instantaneous reactivity to parasociality. It feels as if you're having a real interaction with what you know is a real person, that you have this influence over another person, so it feels like you're interacting socially, but they're at the same time acting like a video game character who you can control, right? And speaking to someone who just recently finished replaying Mass Effect, and how much I love, doing all the gay romance stuff with Garrus. I love that. I love that stuff. But that's what people are getting out of this, right? Is feeling like they're having a relationship. But unlike Garrus, who's a weird fake space lizard person who doesn't exist, this is a real woman. These are all real people, right? So and why these videos piss people off so much is because there's an element of it because they're acting like video game characters and responding immediately to proximal prompts that makes it come off as very uncanny valley, because we know they're human, they look human, but they're not acting human. So the people who hate this stuff and get really pissed off by it, which is totally understandable, is I think a very uncanny valley effect part of it. But as to why it's happening, these are lonely people who are looking for some semblance of, they just want someone to react to them, right? They just want someone to notice that they exist on this planet. And I think that's what this is about. I honestly think that that's it. It's parasociality and instantaneous reactivity. What do you think, though, about this horrible trend?
I think it makes me want to shoot myself.
Yeah, me too, but we have reached this is if this is what we're doing now. This is really bad. This is what people this is the level of desperation that people have for interactivity. I'm truly concerned if this is where we're at for this is the
Kill me now.
We're at for parasociality.
You know that episode of South Park where they're watching the dancing and they're going like this? This is what's cool now. And Cartman hops off the couch and goes like, if this is what's cool now, well, like, I don't have any contact with the world anymore. I'm gonna go home and kill myself. I'm like basically that. Dear God, please give me books, or can I just like throw a hammer into a piece of wood, or smack something, or like just set something on fire? That's maybe a bit tribal, but like this, yeah, but this is. I need to lift heavy things.
Can't wait for the right-wing version of this. Yeah.
I just need to lift heavy shit.
It's a stupid fad, Aiden Chill. Maybe it is. I mean, it is a stupid fad, but I'm only interested in why people do it. And I think that why is it a fad?
Pay me money to just say based Roman quotes.
Well, you have to understand, like, or I guess from my perspective, you know, I'm
my accent.
I'm a social psychologist, right?
So I bet you I could actually do that.
Do what?
Just get people to pay me money just to say like badass Roman quotes in my voice.
Yeah, do it.
Because I have an accent. I have an accent for quotes.
Yeah.
I can make most things sound badass just by saying it slowly. Slight bit of reverb.
The reason why I'm interested in this, and I might make a video on it, guys, I might, is because as a social scientist...
Atomic Peach, Jesus Christ.
As a social scientist, I find
spicy.
I find it fascinating that people are reacting positively to this.
Why?
I just find it fascinating. I find the whole thing fascinating. I find it cringe, and it hurts me to like. It actually makes me feel kind of sick to watch this because again, I'm getting that, you know, uncanny valley. You know why scholars think that we have that feeling of when you see something that's human but not quite human, it makes you feel uncomfortable. They think.
Why is everyone making me want to say that 3-letter fucking word? Why? I'm not going to say it. Oh, whoa.
I think the reason why scholars
my best friend is an asshole.
The reason why scholars have hypothesized, though, that people have that uncanny valley effect is probably to prevent us from mating with Neanderthals. You know, of mating outside.
I think we already have, hence why we have the shit.
No, Homo neanderthalis is our cousin, but like, you know, and some people attribute high intelligence to Neanderthal adventure.
Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. You are all cringe and gay.
You are all cringe.
Oh, whoa.
Anyway, so I think that's why we get weirded out by stuff like this. But clearly people like it, and like I said, it's the instantaneous parasociality interactivity. Did I put enough big words in that?
Should any free soul come across that place in all the countless centuries yet to be, may all our voices whisper to you from the ageless stones.
There you go.
Go tell a Spartan
you just have to end it with this.
That here, by Spartan law, we lie. And I swear to God, I will massacre an American woman live on stream.
Speaking of Americans, Joy Behar has a new target.
Oh, God.
Now that Tucker Carlson's gone and doing his thing on Twitter, she's decided that Jesse Waters, and Jesse Waters is in some general shit this week, but Joy Behar is going after Jesse Waters.
Things over the years. Yes. He espouses the same replacement theory that Tucker espoused. He demonizes trans.
I mean, if you bring in a whole bunch of people that outbreed the native population, that's just going to happen. Well, that's just math.
Just out of this conversation, this specific conversation, Joy, if I was to ask you, Joy Behar, do you think it would be a good thing if white people became a minority in this country? You'd be like, yes, white people are terrible.
I can tell you something
right now. There's no such thing as a great replacement.
If you give the majority of people that are not white power, your country will go to shit. And I do not care if anyone finds that offensive. Fuck you, white people should hold power because we're better at ruling.
Just ask them the
And you
question.
can clip me saying that. I don't give a damn.
Again, just ask them the question. These same people, ask them, hey, do you think that white people should be a minority in the United States? And they'll go, absolutely. Fuck whitey. I hate white people. And then it's like, well, do you believe in the Great Replacement, that white people are through a series of government programs being replaced? That's a conspiracy theory. Absolutely not. But would you like it to be the case? It's not real though. They can't.
But if it was, it totally is great.
Yeah, that's how they feel. It's very much the people who are the people who are hardcore like Holocaust denialists, who are like, the Holocaust didn't happen. I'm saying in quotes, quote. The Holocaust didn't happen, but it should have, and it needs to happen again. End quote. Okay. Like, that's the kind of shit that they're doing, right? It's like Great Replacement theory isn't real, but it's a good thing, and it should happen again. Same shit, right?
I have a clip of a black woman in South Africa who straight up says, give power back to the white people because black people cannot rule, they cannot govern, and when white people held the power, regardless of what they were doing, they still ran the country better because there were jobs, and you could still go to like the farms, people went to work, people went to university, and black people can't run a country for shit.
Yeah, exactly.
These are her words, by the way. It's not I can literally play the clip. Oh, let me see. I think I still have it here.
It's not happening, but it should happen, and it's a good thing. Right.
Hold on, give me a second. Hold on, 1 second.
They're like this with they do this with all their social issues. That's the same thing with critical race theory. Critical race theory is only something that's taught in colleges, but actually it should be taught in elementary schools, and I hope it is in the future. And it's like, what? They're not. Actually, they're not putting pornographic books in elementary schools, but they should. And it's a good thing. What? Like when that's the people we're fighting against ideologically.
It's too base to exist. No, give me a second.
I feel like you're taking crazy pills. When your ideological opponents are like, I don't believe in that thing, but that thing's not real. That thing that I supposedly support, and by the way, I 100% support it, and it should be a thing that exists, but it doesn't happen. It's not real. Doesn't it make you feel like you're going insane? And that's the point, right? They want to make you feel like you're going insane.
Hold on a sec. I have to find this.
Ugh.
And you can just play that. Just give me a second.
Yeah, here's the rest of the clip. It's really short.
Youth. He's told black people to worry more about absent fathers and less about white supremacist mass shooters.
Yeah.
Oh, shut up, Joy.
Well, guess what, Joy?
Off.
Yes, white supremacist mass shooters. How many of them? Oh, one maybe? Why don't you show that guy's autopsy photo pics of his Nazi tattoo that was at the wrong angle? Oh, because maybe that he didn't have that tattoo? Weird. How that got the shooter in Florida got covered up almost immediately. Weird. Where's the autopsy photos of his swastika tattoo? Because I guarantee if he really had that goddamn tattoo, it would be on TV every single day in perpetuity. But no, you know what is more important? Joy to the black community. Yes, black fatherlessness is way more important than one supposed white supremacist mass shooter. Speaking of mass shooters, you want to talk about the transgender mass shooter in Nashville? Killed children? 6 children? You want to talk about that one? You want to talk about the transgender shooter? No? Okay, cool.
He's really a terrible person. But you know what? He has said
anyway,
some
so the point is that this
things over the years.
Is that Jesse Waters with No More Tucker Carlson is now as she quotes that cites Tucker Carlson, No More Tucker Carlson. Now it's Jesse Waters. This is not about individual people. It's not about individual beliefs.
It's an idea.
It's about you're on the wrong tribe. You're in the wrong tribe. You're on the wrong side. So we're gonna come for you and label you all this shit. It's a terrible person.
You're gonna come for us?
Joy
I don't want
Behar,
them to come and fucking.
Joy,
oh, you mean
you literally are a terrible person. You're a legitimate terrible person. What? Hang on.
But there's been a lot.
Here we go. I know. You want to see Anna Navarro go full totalitarian? Spoon?
Sure, why not?
Around
we could have put this in a watch together, but it's only 7 minutes.
People's Party, which is planning to run their own presidential ticket if Democrats and Republicans don't come towards the middle. Joe Lieberman and Doug Jones talked about it, and we have a clip.
What does that mean?
We're not in this to be spoilers. We're
you
in
haven't heard this?
to give the majority of the American people who feel that the major two parties are failing them a third choice. If the polling next year shows, after the two parties have chosen their nominees, that in fact we will help elect one or another candidate, we're not going to get involved.
It is a fool's errand to think that a third party can win in this country. There is no way on God's green earth that they can get to 270 electoral votes, which means they will be a spoiler.
So?
Well, I don't care. Be a spoiler then. The only reason that people were upset about this from either side is because they know it will take away from their own votes.
So let me get this straight. The two parties suck, and so if someone is disappointed with it, you do realize the whole reason why the third party can be a spoiler is because the two parties suck. If one of the two parties didn't suck, the third party's existence would be moot.
Yeah.
So do you not understand this? Well, of course not, because you don't do math. Because it's racist.
Yeah, right.
This is fucking retarded.
Y'all think?
So in theory, I love it, but in practice, I hate it. So historically, vice presidents vice presidents were selected by running against the president that wins, and then they would serve and form a unity government together. And in theory, I like the idea of a Republican and a Democrat coming together for everyone.
Yeah, how would you feel about Trump RFK? Bet you wouldn't be real fond of that, Alyssa, would you?
I think that would make so many people extremely angry. And
I think it'd make a lot of people very happy, too.
I would have an erection for days on end and laugh my ass off with it.
I think a lot of people would really like that. I think center-leaning people would like that.
Yes.
But Alyssa here would make that face if Trump ran on a ticket with RFK.
I would also make that face, just for very different reasons.
But the problem is the two-party system is so deeply entrenched that just this no-labels third-party group getting in is only going to serve as a spoiler to one side. I tend to think that it ends up being a spoiler against Biden in favor of Trump. And I say
good. Who cares?
That's good.
Well, of course, they're all Democrats. But here's the thing. If it's a good other option, you're just saying, like, it's just Biden good. We must vote for Biden because he's our guy. We wouldn't want any other Democrat candidate, would we? Jesus Christ.
that because a lot of my girlfriends are the key demographic that Joe Biden picked up in 2020. College-educated women who maybe reluctantly voted for Trump in 2016.
No, they didn't.
Okay,
did you hear that?
Just by the way, what you just said, woman, is the reason why I hate your sex and why you shouldn't vote.
College-educated
because
women
are
didn't
stupid
vote
as
for Trump.
shit.
College-educated women largely did not vote for Trump in 2016. Your girlfriends did not vote for Trump in 2016.
Yeah, that was a cringe thing to say, by the way.
They voted... Are you kidding? They voted for Hillary Clinton every fucking day. They voted twice. They liked her so much. I guarantee it. Dude, the idea that college-educated women were voting for Trump over Clinton in your pals, your gal pals, Alyssa, is absurdist.
Yeah, that's
women
nuts.
voted along identitarian lines.
As they always
This is
do.
why people often voted along identitarian lines. People vote along identitarian lines. It's why voting is shit.
Couldn't stomach him in 2020. Those are the people this risks pulling off to go to this middle ticket. Now, I could tomorrow vote for Joe Manchin, John Huntsman. I think the world of John Huntsman. But what I worry is that in the effort towards centrism, it's actually going to boost extremism. What I
What?
Centrism will, in fact, boost and support extremism. A centrist, a non-extreme position will promote extremism. And because Horwitz, Feinberg, and Horwitz has asked for it before I read a super chat, but I think it is something that will
can we break this down for a moment? Okay, let's say we've got 3 candidates. Okay, so Joe Biden is far left as fuck.
Yeah.
Like just by looking what he's done. Trump is right wing, right?
Mm-hmm.
The center candidate, okay, is not going to pull shit from the far left. Okay, so if they pull that shit away from the Democratic voters more than they do the Republican voters, guess what that tells me? That tells me the majority of Democrats are closer to the center than Joe fucking Biden, you stupid bitch.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
so that does not mean it's a right wing. It means that the vast majority of even your own constituents does not like the Democratic nominee. Can you please do math, you stupid, stupid bitch?
Well, it's also just fascinating. It's that like because I call this
hate women. I seriously hate women.
Moves towards totalitarianism because what she's saying here is choice is anti-democracy.
Fucking morons.
Is not that what she's actually saying here, Spoon? And it gets worse, by the way. Is not Alyssa and Anna Navarro's gonna take it up in spades in a moment here. Is not what Alyssa's saying here. Is that choice in your party, having a choice, is totalitarian.
Ladies, you do realize
fascism. They don't know what fascism is, of course. You know they.
Ladies, the only reason why you exist is to be made fun of. The only time any one of you ever go viral, it's because stupidity has once again exited your face. You have never said anything remotely intelligent ever while you've been doing this show. Every time you exist to be the punch bag of a joke. That is all you serve. You have no purpose. If you were to be taken off the air tomorrow, literally no one would suffer your loss, your exit. The whole world would be better off if you simply fucked off.
Very true. But Horwitz, Feinberg and Horwitz for $10 says, a curse on all of you. I missed the beginning of the podcast. Now I have to 1.5 to catch up to live. Again, more curses and even more if I missed a chance for another $10, Info Metal, and I think I have a good Info Metal song for us related to this topic.
It's going to be the Alex Jones thing, isn't it?
It's always Alex Jones. It's Info Metal. This one's related. It's called Liberal.
Before they start talking, kill those little bastards. Die. I'm gonna kill you. I kill babies. They go, I love you, Satan. I love you, Satan. As the baby's dead. So they all run over and start drinking the blood.
You know what's bizarre about this?
Have sex with each other. They'll start saying Satan.
That is actually more in pitch and more musical than some actual metal bands.
I know, right? It's so good.
Mix myself or Razor Fist like that.
Oh god. So going from Alex Jones' song, Info Metal song, Liberal, back to the liberals who don't believe in liberalism. Let's continue.
Hold on a second.
That they could do is
Can I forward this to somebody?
You're sending an email. I'm gonna... Yeah, am I okay to play or?
Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Instead, run a moderate centrist candidate on the Democratic side and a moderate
They do. It's called JFK
Republican,
or RFK.
someone like
RFK, yeah,
or something like that on the Republican side.
Who was the Republican?
That would do more to bring the two sides together.
Wait, what? What'd you say about it? You mean? Let me go back.
Moderate centrist candidate on the Democratic side and a moderate centrist Republican, someone like a Will Hurd or something like that on the Republican.
Who the fuck is Will Hurd?
I don't even know who that fucking is.
I've never even heard of this person.
So you're basically running someone that has no shot of getting elected. Well done.
Alyssa, I've never even heard of this guy. And I'm someone who covers politics every day. And I haven't heard of him. So that's not a good sign. If that's your centrist Republican, methinks he's a Democrat.
That would do more to bring the two sides together.
I think this is the stupidest.
By the way, I have research that I just read on this, and guess what? People, when they heard an argument came from a centrist or center left or center right person, and they were a Republican or a Democrat, they perceive that person as being more biased. They perceive that on the other side. If that person's a Democrat, they hear a message that's reasonable, and they hear that it comes from a center-leaning Republican, they say that person is even more biased than someone who they read was a hardcore conservative. Because people see that label of center as a snake way into politics, right?
Based.
And that's true. People see centrism as a way to get in. And then once you're in, then you drop your really, hardcore partisan politic. I'm sorry, those are the results of the study. You'll be able to see my video in about a week, guys. Like, sorry, not to the chat. Sorry, The View. But no, center-leaning people are not perceived as more center or more rational. They're actually perceived as, in some cases, as more partisan. Dingus.
Best thing ever, and let me just
read a study. Anyway, Anna Navarro.
Say this: my husband has been very supportive of No Labels. He's been a part of No Labels. When No Labels started, one of the things they did was bring together a bunch of people in Congress, Senate and House, with a bipartisan agenda. It was Republicans and Democrats trying to work together on some of the crises that we have in this nation. And I think that part is so needed and so great.
You understand, Anna, that the Democrats won't work with Republicans on anything, right? They will veto things that are good for them just because Republicans fostered and promoted the bill. That's how partisan shit is. It's Democrats who do this, by the way. Republicans are the only ones who go across the lane at this point. It's only Republicans.
This is dangerous because let's just put things in context. This is not a normal thing. This is not Bill Clinton versus George Herbert Walker Bush with Ross Perot playing spoiler. No, this is Donald Trump. He is a threat to national security.
No,
he has
it's just
threatened
shut
our democracy.
up. Ugh, God, I hate women.
Can we release the bullet? Is her culture true? Yeah, threat to national security. How, Anna? Okay.
He caused an insurrection.
No, he has. Oh my God.
It's just, I know.
Like how stupid do you think people are?
Wait to her conclusion. Wait to her conclusion.
Oh God, it gets worse.
Oh, way worse.
His enemies. And so if you, John Huntsman or Joe Lieberman, I love you, Joe Lieberman, but you've got to stop this, Joe. Joe, this is insane, and you cannot do anything that could possibly help Donald Trump become president. You cannot be an accomplice on that. You are better than that, Joe.
And they talk about they want.
It's gonna get worse, but if you in any way talk about or promote Trump or have him on your show, then you are aiding in an insurrection. You're aiding in a dictator coming to power. This is it gets worse.
For moderate candidates, there are other ways to go about this. And one thing I always say here is, just like you reference, Alyssa, being so entrenched in the history of this country, start by changing the primaries. Because if you're wanting more moderate candidates, don't leave these primaries in I think, half the states to only register.
So basically, oh my God, we need more fail-safes to stop other people from getting into the political system. That's basically all that fucking is.
They're saying that they need more fail-safes,
so
that they
stop
can
an outsider from getting in. That's
so that
all
regular
that means.
people, regular normal people, can't run for office.
Yeah, that's all that fucking is.
That's what they're talking about. That's exactly what they're. Thank you. That is exactly what they're talking about. Is nope. It's only the elites that we specifically choose who can run for office. That way, we can never have another Donald Trump incident, right?
Yeah, I did see the Canadian man camera thing.
Because there are a lot of people waiting to make their decision that would fall under a no labels kind of moderate or independent. And that's a better way to do it than this, because this will hurt, I think, President Biden. And one of the reasons is when you look at the election in 2020, arguably, as much as Donald Trump or as much as President Biden won, Donald Trump lost. There was a loss involved. There were a lot of people coming out to vote against Donald Trump.
Hold on a second.
Rather than
she is right there. So one correct thing she said
is that
Biden didn't win because people like Joe Biden, they voted against Trump. Because of course 2020 was the most legit election of all time.
Okay, so by the way, if Biden is doing so well, why do you worry that he's running against Trump again?
Good question.
So let me get this straight. He's done a great job, and he's running against someone that he
everyone
beat
loves him
the first time.
And everyone loves him.
Why would he
so
lose
happy.
now?
Good question.
Or President Biden.
I wish I was on this show, because I would make all of these harpies fucking screech by just asking the most common sense fucking questions.
You can't understand how much I think a dream
to have me on the show.
I mean, I don't have a lot of money or anything, but like, so I can't say I would pay everything, but like, I would just, I would love to see you on The View with these harpies and just watch. Usually they'll just walk off, by the way.
Oh,
They'd run away. They would literally walk off the set crying. It would be amazing.
I would be in the center. I would wear the most dapper suit with a top hat just for shits and giggles, and I would make all of them look like complete morons.
Oh my
just by
God.
asking the most simple questions, because the first thing I would just ask these ladies, can you ladies give me any quantifiable measurements of what you deem a good president?
A Democrat? I mean, yeah, even a Democrat is what is a good president.
Yeah.
My
Learn some
tribe,
charisma
my
for your
tribe.
rhetoric. Trust me, if I need to behave in a civilized way, I have no problem behaving in a civilized way and not swearing. I've actually been on a few podcasts where my behavior is extremely tempered, and I can be extremely gentlemanly, unlike these stupid bitches. I can actually.
But this is
I can
our
behave.
podcast. So we let loose here, obviously.
Yes,
We talk
but
about,
if you
we want to talk about food again.
yes,
for a minute?
yes, I've actually met some people that I've met through various websites, whatever, over the years, and on there I tend to be very, very blunt. But I was with these people in Italy, and no one speaks Italian. We're in a different nation, and as a result, I had to be the sort of mediator when things got kind of out of hand once in a while. And it was very strange because when we came back, people asked like, "Oh, what's Spoon like in person?" And the guy, Shane, that I was with, he just went, "Oh, Spoon is so nice. He's so manly. He doesn't ever say shit. He was like the mediator. When everyone else was losing shit, he was so calm and manly."
Spoon.
And everyone sort of looked at him like, "Who the hell did you meet? He's not any of this." And like, yeah, it's
Spoon,
almost
do you
like
think
in
that-
person.
Do you think
I'm
it would be a little bit like this?
Just do a little Bob Dole for us.
Bob Dole?
Yeah. Would you?
You want me to do it?
Yeah, do it.
It's a kind of an old impression, you know?
Make some of the news again.
It is?
Yeah.
Well, I try to work on new impressions, you know what I mean? Like fresh, torn from the headlines of the newspapers, of the journals, of the, you know.
Well, isn't today's headline? You just do a little.
But I got Liddy Dole. I'm working on a new one, Liddy Dole.
Liddy Dole.
Yeah, I do Liddy Dole.
Do Liddy Dole.
Okay. I'm Liddy Dole, running for president. Liddy Dole wants to be president, doesn't want to work at the blood bank anymore, wants to be president of the United States. Liddy Dole.
You got like that, Bob Dole?
Would you just be Norm Macdonald just trolling them? You think you can do this? You think you can troll them like this? He's been doing it for decades, or he did it for decades. I mean, rest in peace, Norm.
I mean, suggesting that I could be as funny as Norm is
I like
quite
her
a
too. She reminds me
compliment.
of like your old aunt or something. Yeah. With her funny opinions. You know what I mean? The View is a bunch of fucking. What kind of henhouse horse shit is that?
That man is the best thing to ever come out of Canada.
I love him so much. Rest in power, Norm. He's too base, too good for this world. Beautiful
Yeah.
cinnamon roll, Norm.
Functional as fuck.
Always happens, no matter what. It always happens. Why you always end up with a two-party system in every single country? It's like, excuse me, here in the Netherlands we've got 60 parties. Yeah, but who votes for the other 58? Oh, nobody? Weird, huh?
Multi-parties, and it has tended to work over time.
I'm not saying the Netherlands specifically. I've just gotten that quote. People from Germany and Netherlands, a bunch of European countries, be like, "Oh, we have 50 different, we have 50 or 60, parties here." It's like, yeah, but who votes for the other? All but two of them. Almost no one. Weird, huh? Uh-oh. Fs. We good?
Hold on, give me a second. I'm still trying to get this fucking clip to work, but it's on my WhatsApp.
What happened?
I have to... Let's refresh, man. It's fine.
Okay. All right. Refresh. All right.
Yeah,
Sorry, guys. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it's still live. Don't worry, you're good.
It's something that is unique to the American experiment that we are so extreme on both sides, and that's why it can't work.
You just stop.
And
stop.
that disappoints me. I would like.
You stupid bitch.
Bruh. Yeah, I don't know what happened for the drop.
Yeah,
guys.
no,
I think it was just internet.
It's fine.
More options. I've said this before. Pew Research has said really, there are only 7-10% of the population that are true independents that can go either way. 94% go Democratic, 95% go Republican, and so
what? You wanna run those statistics by me again, Sonny? Sorry, she's not
very bright.
Okay, whatever.
In this country, this kind of system can't work, but it should be able to work. I think it says more about who we are as a country and the issues that we have failed to resolve in this country, then it says more about our system.
Well, I think it's, now is not the time to try the experiment. You should have talked about this 4 years ago, if you thought that this was something that we should be thinking about, because now it's going to be a breakneck race. And that's not the way to do this. If you want to take the time and figure out how this could work, then you have to give yourself some time to actually, yes.
Sorry, can I add one thing, though, because I don't know if I was totally clear on this, is I do think that the fact that Democrats are panicking so much over no labels is them recognizing that Joe Biden is really only strong against Donald Trump.
Or maybe,
Okay, so why do you think, if he is only strong against him, why would you not prop up Trump if he's the weakest candidate that you could beat?
I mean, it's good. Joe Biden is
again.
If
you
Joe
women,
Biden's strong against Trump,
I'm sorry.
A plank of wood be strong against Trump because you people would vote for a plank of wood because you hate Donald Trump so much.
I'm sorry.
That's
the reason I hate this is because none of what they're saying makes any fucking sense.
No, it sure doesn't.
Like, I
It
can't
sure goddamn
understand
doesn't.
how fucking stupid you women are. It's just I don't understand it. I really don't. It's
Yep.
Women.
Oh, I know.
If any other Republican candidate, I think that they realize it's a much harder race.
So anyway, when you get done play that.
Well, speaking of Norm, and then someone brought this up in the chat, I do think that all of this, you know what all of this sounds like to me? I gotta
Women?
be honest. I think,
It'll be fun.
Hey,
Norm, thanks for dressing up.
Hey,
yeah.
Sarah, listen, man. Congratulations. That's the 100th time that joke's been done tonight. But I also want to tell you, I have a bet with Daniel Kellison, a rather large figure.
Daniel Kelson, who put this whole thing together,
Yeah.
way over his head.
He says
he did it.
He says you can explain what the fuck Jash is.
Jash is.
Hey, no, you showing this on stream?
Pay up, fucker.
Yeah, I can show this.
Yeah, because it's
Jash is
frozen.
a comedy collector.
You're not showing it on screen.
I'm not. I am.
No, you're not.
What are you talking about?
It's not on screen.
It is.
Oh, okay, now it is. That was weird.
Okay. Anyhow.
Okay.
A United Artists, if you will. Uniting myself, Reggie Watts, Michael Cera, and Tim and Eric. And what do? We do whatever we dream
Why are you
up.
dressed
We
like a
shoot
whore,
it,
Sarah?
and it goes on there. We can fail, we can do well. It's total
No
freedom.
offense, no offense, but it sounds like some fucking commie gobbledygook.
Oh, that's what I think this is as well. It's some commie gobbledygook.
Give me
Okay. Bruh.
I think he can easily beat Ron DeSantis. The guy, the bloke only.
Joe Biden couldn't beat a paper towel.
talks about woke, and it's become a joke.
Well,
yeah, you are a joke. That's true.
I just feel like it's not who's going to win or who's going to lose, because nobody knows that until the day of. I just feel like if you're going to investigate this, give yourself enough time to figure out how to do it. Otherwise, it's just a slap habit. It's like a bad bandage, that you hope doesn't come off when you get wet.
And look at other countries, again, because if not, past becomes prologue, especially in this country. And I think something that people aren't talking about is, let's say there is this spoiler effect and then you don't get to the electoral votes that you need, then the body that decides who's going to be the president is the House of Representatives, which is now filled with the Marjorie Taylor Greenes and the Lauren Boeberts. And so they will choose among the top 3 candidates on the Republican side who will become our president. Do we want our votes to be
Trump
sort of distilled in that way?
Yes, we do. Trump.
You know what she's calling for here?
Basically,
Is an end to the Republic.
Yes.
Is an end to the Republic.
Technically, we are as well, just for very different reasons.
Yes, we are from a very different perspective.
Yes.
But for the average
Which is that
American,
you are cringing
this is
gay.
probably horrifying. She's saying, like, no, we need to end the Republic and go into direct democracy so that we can have mob rule.
I want them to take the time they need. You know, right now is not the time. You waited too long. You waited too long to figure this out. And this is a question we've been asking on this show.
Yeah, you've not been asking any real questions on that show. I know. Anywho, let me hit some super chats. Of course, the one that was we had a couple of these here. Cole Summers for 2 says people buy the emojis they respond to, so money, referring to the NPC stuff we were looking at earlier. Thank you, Cole. Carlos Morongo for 2 says Chamber of Golf ran out of souls, NPCs only now.
Oh, God, yeah.
You know, Guff, yeah. Is that a World of Warcraft thing?
Which?
Chamber of Guff?
Ran out of souls.
GUF? I'm not familiar with that one. I'm not familiar with that, Carlos.
But that's something
NPCs
that
only
you would
now.
have in a parody of WoW.
I don't know. Hasahapa for 5 says the uncanny valleys are to protect us from pod people. Avoid anyone that eats the bugs, lives in the pods, and parrots the good thing. I agree. I got Horwitz, Horwitz stuff, and then Gary for Thomas, because we got to play that fun Infometal. Gary Thomas for 5 says, "Hey, dynamic duo. I wish Norm Macdonald and Joan Rivers were both still alive. I'd love to hear their observations about the current state of the world." And Hosidius for 5 says, "Can we get the Kami Gobbledygook line from Norm in the soundboard?" Which is why I played it, because I saw you said that in the chat. And yes, Hosidius, I will put Kami Gobbledygook on the soundboard.
Play that thing I just sent you.
What?
On Discord.
1 second. Okay. Ooh, how am I gonna do this? Wait.
Can I play it if you were to?
Yeah, I can. Hang on. Ooh, hang on. Whoa. Don't. Ooh. You wanted me to, like, save it.
Yeah, can I play it in, like, a browser?
It should be fine. Let me see. Whoa, no. It just wants me to save it. But hang on. I'll just save it, I guess, and then...
Let the power go back to the white people. We as black people, we just have to accept that we failed dismally. For 28 years, we were given chance to prove ourselves, and we failed dismally.
Holy
this
shit.
thing of voting one black person after the other, it won't help us with anything. Let power go back to white people.
Is that a South African accent?
Yep.
It's difficult. We can understand the white South African accent more easily than the black South African accent.
Yeah.
When white people were governing this country, irrespective of whatever that they were doing, but
keep going.
She used irrespective correctly. People usually don't use that word right. She used irrespective right. I'm very, very
impressed.
Dude, almost no one uses that word right. They'll say, I rarely hear that word used correctly. It was the point where it shocked me. I'm like, oh, someone used irrespective right.
Our parents were working. Kids used to get bursaries to go
People
to
can't see
universities.
the video?
Yeah, they can now. It's basically just... No, they can now. It's fine.
Town used to be clean.
Now there's much of a
There
video to
was
see.
job everywhere. You apply, you get a job. Even if you didn't have qualifications, you could work in hotels. You could work wherever. You could work even in the farms. There were
She's trying to
farms
say farms, by the way.
where people could work. Black people are a dismal failure. They can't govern. Let the power go back to white people. Let us just swallow our pride and give these white people power back so that the country can go back to normal. We have to accept that. We will go to the graves of those people who fought who fought apartheid. We will go and inform them that, guys, we tried, we failed. We will visit the graves of Tata Mandela. We will visit the graves of all the stalwarts who fought for this democracy, because at this point in time, there is no democracy in our country. There is nothing left. We really, really respect people who fought for for the liberation. We respect them, and we will still gonna respect them. But at the end of the day, we just have to take this power back to the white people. We are tired. South Africa is a mess. Everywhere you go, it's a mess. We are tired. We accept we failed. Black people cannot rule. Black people cannot govern. White people should take over this country so that this country can have dignity back. All these things that are happening in our country, they will never happen again. This problem of foreigners, this problem of crime, it won't be there anymore. White people, they don't play. They don't play. They rule, they govern. The police, white police, they don't play with criminals. They don't play with undocumented people in the country. Like what we're seeing in this country again. White people should...
Bro. Holy shit.
People have to understand this. I have a lot of respect for this woman, right?
Yeah.
Because the balls to say that.
Yeah, I take. Well, she's not showing her face for a reason, I assume.
Like, to just admit that your side does not do this, and to just give it to someone who can.
Yeah.
That requires like
well, they
legitimate
have failed.
struggle.
Look at the state of South Africa now versus. I'm sorry, during apartheid.
To someone to say that I would rather have oppressive white rule than their own is like fucking insane to me.
It kind of takes huge balls to admit that. Are we sure it's not just Spoon doing a woman's voice? We will never know, will we?
No, but the funny thing is, I spoke to the lady who sent this to me because originally my mother sent this to me, and and then one of our friends of our family, because we have friends of my family, because we have a bunch of South Africans here where we live, and the lady who sent it to us is colored, and colored is a group of people in South Africa before the Americans lose their minds here. It's racist.
Right.
Yeah, that's
it's
a group of people.
Yeah,
that's a group of people, and I didn't actually know that she was the one who sent it. So we're like, "Holy shit, you sent this?" Like, yeah, and because the thing of it is, in South Africa, regardless of the color of your skin, you can tell who sucks and who's governed who doesn't. It's just it's as simple as that. And there isn't this racial identitarian crap the way that there is in America. It's just like, no, you don't give a crap who holds power as long as they're competent. And the fact of the matter is, blacks, like that lady just said, they can't rule, can't govern, give it back to whites.
Romo Grimo said, has she not seen white countries? And the reality is that, I mean, okay. The state of South Africa
passed away, so
the state of South Africa, in terms of the prosperity of that country,
it's a shit show
now versus 40 years ago, which is very prescient in a lot of people's lifetimes, meaning like the time that they've grown up in, them how it was when they grew up versus what the state of South Africa is now, is overtly worse off in almost every measurable metric. So it's not that like white countries, aren't also suffering under leftist regimes, but South Africa's decline has been far more rapid and far more extreme, I would say.
What was it?
Again, read that book. Yeah. Read that book, Into the Cannibal's Plot. You'll see what I'm talking about.
It's remember when Molbug said, if you look at America's intervention in South Africa, they've been trying to overthrow the apartheid regime for like 4 decades.
Yeah.
So the fact of the matter is, I'm just going to straight up say it: black people can't hold power. That's what white people are for. You can't expect sub-Saharan Africans to hold power.
I don't think any democracies can hold powers. Democracies always move towards corruption. It's inevitable.
But especially in sub-Saharan Africa, you can't run a modern state with sub-Saharan brains. You can't. It's just they're not built for it. People can say that's racist and that's supremacist. It is. I don't care. I'd rather have competent government. And that's the same people. These people feel the same way.
The average IQ of black South Africans is what?
I've seen them in the parliament. They literally chastise other people for not being able to speak English. It's like, if they can't even speak English, how the fuck do they expect them to have the brains to run the country? It's just factual.
What do they speak? Do they speak a tribal language? Do they speak Dutch? Or Afrikaans?
No, they just can't communicate with each other because they're just stupid. Yeah. I know people find it horribly offensive, but that's just the way it is.
There's a reason they have to have BBC Pidgin. It's because, have you ever seen BBC Pidgin?
I have, yes.
It's just, I mean, it's so crazy. But it's like these people, they don't know how to read. And of course, the left will come back and say, well, that's because of economic disparities. Is it at some point? If they're not interested in it, they're living in a first world country. Which South Africa ostensibly is, a first world country where they do have access to education, or BBC Pidgin again, in the UK, first world country, they can't read English. In South Africa, at least you have the excuse that, maybe they don't speak English correctly because they... Mad for Song 01, do you know what BBC Pidgin is? Let me show you real quick.
Oh, God.
It's not spelled like that, by the way. It's spelled.
Yeah, the irony of that, actually.
Right. PDGIN. So here is BBC Pidgin.
Spoon cannot
Pidgin
speak, can
is-
speak in clicky sounds. I can pronounce some Corsa words, yes.
Okay, so let's just read an article. Which article should we read on BBC Pidgin? Real
All of
quick
that
here?
hurts my brain.
How about we always talk about the food? How about the best foods for people diabetes patient according to clinical dietitian, the World Health Organization?
You sound like a mix
estimate,
between Jamaican
say
and
the
Indian.
way. Diabetes don't spread to 4.3% for Nigeria.
Is this recent?
over 11 million people get diabetes
When was
for
this? This
Nigeria.
is like recent.
Yeah, because this is all recent. This is BBC Pidgin right now, posted 2 hours ago.
Oh, this is... Wait, this isn't a meme?
No, this is real. The BBC publishes
I've
this
only
version
seen like a
articles.
I've only seen a screenshot of it, and I thought it was a joke.
Oh, no, it's real.
Wait, this is an
Spoon.
actual thing.
Yes. Over 11 million people get diabetes for Nigeria, according to the World Health Organization.
I didn't
who estimate
actually know
say
that.
the way diabetes don't spread for the country now 4.3 country spelled with a K, and 3% not the lifestyle change of urban life they cause diabetes na serious sickness way they kill over 1 million people each year, and everybody fit get 'em. Bro, you didn't know BBC Pidgin was real?
No.
It happen way person body no fit melt and use all the sugar glucose way day inside the blood when he's serious well he fit lead to heart attack, stroke, blindness, kidney
I like the way that is all spelled correctly, which is weird.
Oh, fuck. Well, do you know Dewey? Oh my god. Okay, we'll write everything in BBC Pidgin. See what have all your articles like that.
I legitimately didn't know that was the thing. I thought it was a meme.
No, it's real.
I feel like I just lost what little faith in humanity I had. This is a completely organic reaction, by the way.
BBC Pidgin was real.
No, I'm like, I saw it several years ago in like a screenshot, and I thought like, oh, this is like funny as shit. I didn't know it was actually real.
Where can you find anyone know a chat where I can find Aiden and Rags role play together? Well, Aiden and Rags played a TTRPG together for a year, so there's that. Oh man, Hokan Kyormo. I don't know if it's still up, but it was on Tales from My Wife's Son.
You see, this is the kind of shit that if I see, I feel like a genius. And I don't like feeling a genius because I am not the smartest person around, and if I have a higher than average IQ, Jesus fucking Christ, that worries me for the rest of society. Because if we're ever in a society where I'm one of the smarter people around, Jesus fucking Christ, that's horrifying. That generally scares the shit out of me. I would like to have a society of people who are much smarter than I do to run shit, not this. This is fucking horrifying to me.
But democracy is good because I feel vindicated after I cast my pointless ballot. I mean, you know, I'm sorry. I gotta go into my monarchy folder here, guys. I'm sorry, I have to do it. There's a specific picture I'm looking for.
Sorry. Go away, you fucking stomach.
What?
Sorry, I'm burping a lot.
What? How dare you, sir? Where was the picture I'm looking for? It's definitely in this folder. Hang on. I gotta like clean out some of the gunk in this folder. Here it is. Here it is. Oh, rain dance. What?
Scroll down a bit.
Here we go.
Or just zoom out a bit.
Why do they think these meaningless rituals will have any effect? Votes! Vote harder, boy! Vote harder in your democracy full of people so dumb. They don't know what's happening.
I swear to God.
Vote harder. Anywho.
That's the hairiest
speaking of
legs I've
dumb,
ever seen of a person.
Mexico files complaint over Texas border control efforts in the Rio Grande.
I did see this.
Mexican officials
the
launched a
Mexican government
complaint
is giving Texas shit for defending their own state borders.
for not allowing illegal Mexican citizens or citizens from other countries, by the way, who are passing through Mexico to enter the U.S.
But out of curiosity, just from an optics perspective, I would like to see who has a problem with this, because if you have a problem with this, you are admitting that there is a massive problem with illegal immigration.
Yeah.
Because you said, oh, there isn't any. Well, there isn't any, but somehow Texas is doing something to stop something that doesn't exist.
I guess so.
Yeah,
what's the message there?
It seems strange. I get the
it seems a
impression
bit
you are
sus.
full of shit.
Yeah. Mexican officials lodged a complaint with the U.S. government over the floating barriers Texas installed in the Rio Grande to deter migrants from crossing into the state illegally. If the orange buoys impede the flow of the river, they could be in violation of the 1994 and 97 treaties between Mexico and the U.S. that govern the boundaries and water that separate the two nations. Mexico Foreign Relations Secretary
Fuck you, what are you gonna do about it?
Barcena wrote in a diplomatic, they're buoys. Do you know what a buoy does, Spoon?
Buoyancy?
It's buoyant, meaning it floats on top of the water. It's there to stop, and I'm guessing there's some kind of net beneath it or something, but it's there to stop illegals from coming over the river. It's not going to stop the flow of the river itself, dingus. So clearly, this is a bullshit claim that they're worried about the river's functionality. We're sending a mission. Mm-hmm.
How about
you know what the reason? Well, you know what this is about, Spoon. Real quick. The reason they're mad about this is not because of the Rio Grande. They're mad because they don't want the people in their country either.
I have a way that you can stop them from going near the barriers.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if there's nets underneath it, how about just you, underneath the nets, you fill it with landmines?
Do you remember that book that the one woman wrote about Trump, where she said that he claimed that he wanted to build
the moat and shoot people?
And fill it with alligators and landmines and stuff, and have snipers to shoot people in the legs?
I wouldn't mind that, right?
He wanted to fill the Rio Grande with alligators.
Yeah, see, Roman's got the same idea that I just fill it with mines and explosives. Yeah, I had the same idea.
There you go. Would that disrupt the water? Mexico? Huh? It's almost like you don't want the people in Mexico either, do you?
Yeah.
Because they're economic migrants. They're opportunistic. Do these people look like they're starving to you, by the way? In this photo?
No.
Do these people in this photo look like they're starving?
Look at that, they're fat as fuck.
I mean, that's the claim, is that they're starving to death and they need to escape to the United States to survive. This little child, this poor child who is being dragged. Not her fucking. The child is not at fault here at all, obviously. She's got a little
Those
mermaid
women both
t-shirt
weigh
on.
more than I do.
Yeah, they weigh more than me too. Well, that's not hard to do. But,
You probably wear closer to the child.
She's got a little mermaid t-shirt on. These people, I know their life might not be as great in whatever country they're coming from, which is usually not Mexico. They're traveling through Mexico, as it is in the U.S. But are these people starving?
Fuck no.
That's what the Democrat media establishment will tell you, is that these people are starving migrants.
I bet you when they cross the border, it'd be like, look, they're thin now. It's like, yes, because they've just lost 25 pounds traveling for like 5 fucking days through God knows what. After getting savaged by a bunch of fucking coyotes as well in the process.
They don't even have a net attached to them. The buoys go a foot below the water line, so anyone wanting to get past them would have to swim at least that far down. A foot?
Do you know how
I thought
that's
maybe
like
they had
12
a net.
inches?
A foot? You have to swim? You have to go underwater for 5 seconds?
That's not much.
It's not even a deterrent. Nothing about these buoys is disrupting the water flow. This is barely a deterrent then. Jesus Christ. Oh, Lord.
I could easily get under that.
But what, you want to be in the United States. You want to be in the United States. It's the greatest country on earth. The country where we have to put chains, not just around our borders, but around our ice cream. This is in a Walgreens. Chains around the frozen food section. Now, Spoon, why do you think they would have installed these chains around their food section? In addition to having this is always the case. All the hair products are behind closed glass doors.
There's one demographic too.
All their products, it seems. Closed glass doors, so that if you want all their makeup, if you want to get any fucking product, you have to go get an employee to unlock this for you. You can't pick up a single thing besides hair ties and brushes at this Walgreens, it seems. Everything is behind closed glass doors. Why do you think that is, Spoon?
It's
Candles! Dude, candles. Behind closed, locked glass. Scented candles. Bro.
Like someone in the chat said, does it begin with an N?
What do you think? What conditions would cause Walgreens to lock up freezers full of ice cream?
Hordes of melanated individuals.
Could it also be not just melanated individuals, but
Diversity.
Democrat-run cities that have not only not punished people who have engaged in years of rampant theft in those cities, but have actually rewarded them for doing so? The
niggas.
Calling them heroes. Yeah, ne'er-do-wells. There you go. There's the N-word. Ne'er-do-wells.
By the way, I play the N-word because while you weren't looking, I played Kevin in the background saying it.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
So, this is unrelated, but this is a very strong. It's not unrelated. It's this very strong contrast. In contrast, Russia has just banned gender change. Just banned it.
All hail Uncle Vlad.
A sweeping Russian draft law to ban legally or medically changing gender has been approved by the lower house of the parliament, the Duma, in its final reading, part of a crackdown on LGBTQ plus rights under President Putin. The bill would bar Russians from changing their gender on official identity documents, which has been legal since 1997.
If you want the right to teach children about your sex pest ways and fuck with their genitals, I don't think you should have rights. I think you should be in prison or hanging from a noose.
Okay, by the way, I don't really agree with this because I don't really care what people do. Well, this is the problem, right? Is that I have a very libertarian, as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah,
I'm very
you need to come to the
libertarian.
conservative side.
No, but I have in me forever, and it's gonna be. I don't know if you can ever beat it out of me. It's this libertarian part of my soul that goes. It's just like, but they should be able to identify.
Give me 10 minutes. I think I can get it out of you.
No, the problem, right, is that it was exactly what the conservatives the Christian conservatives in the 90s were talking about, is that it was a slippery slope. You let them identify as on their, and then the next thing you know, they're like, but okay, yes, identify as gay, lesbian, bisexual, trans, queer, whatever, today. And then tomorrow they always go. I mean, it happened. The slippery slope. They go like, oh, actually, I need to show pornography to your children. What? Wait, what? I just want to be me.
I have a Russian friend right now. I'm actually texting me. How do you say
and also I need
long-lived
to show
Putin
porn to
in
your
Russian?
kids. Excuse me? What?
Said, I have a Russian friend and I just messaged her, said, how do you say long-lived Putin in Russian?
Oh, I don't know. Hang on.
Oh, yeah.
Let's look it up. English to Russian.
Oh, I trust her. I think if people were to see a picture of her, they would just go, how the hell... Well done, Russia. She's very pretty.
Hang on, give me a second to pronounce that word.
I can last for 10 minutes. I'm not gonna fuck it out of Aiden. I said beat out of her.
I can't do it. Russian breaks my brain. Putin. There you go. So I came close to it. It was not accurate.
Do we have any Russians? Do I have any Russians on my my Discord?
Well,
Not that I know of.
We did have a Russian. Where'd he go?
Do we have any Russians in the chat?
We bean posted him. We kind of bullied our Russian friend. Yeah, bean posting. Anywho, so this is stupid. No, this is not stupid. Base Russia, very different from what's happening in the West, though.
This is the kind of stuff that we see him go like, yeah, it's pretty based. We have no problem with this.
If anyone does speak Russian, tell me how bad my pronunciation of that was.
But the thing is with this, and this is something that a lot of Westerners don't seem to understand, is that when you say, what is defense of the nation? And I would argue banning this kind of shit is what the state should do, because anyone who advocates for screwing with the genitals of any human being, I don't care about age, I consider you a demonic force, you should burn in hell, and you should be sent there immediately through any human way possible, and I don't give a flying fuck about your human rights because you're a demon. So back the hell you go. That's my opinion on that. And as far as this goes, then, I do not. I don't have a problem with the state wielding this kind of power, because I think the one thing that the state should do is defend the people. And if the state defends the people doing this, the state is not fucking doing its job.
No,
so
obviously.
I don't have the state, like, if any LGBT hippie says to me, like, oh look, we need to be able to do this, and anything against this is an authoritarian, then consider me an authoritarian. Go to jail.
Well, we're
get
autocrats, man. Whatever. I don't call myself an authoritarian. I do call myself in favor of autocracy, which is different from authoritarianism. People need to get that
I
shit
prefer the
straight,
term
but-
autocrat.
I do, actually. Is it a meme?
Uncle Aiden, that's
What's it
Mr.
from?
House.
Oh, right. I was like, where have I heard that before? Oh, right. Yeah, Mr. House. I prefer the term autocrat.
If you want to see the fate of democracies, look out the window.
Look out the window, man. Hang on. Did I show you this, though? Real quick.
No, bring back that old loss. Yeah.
Did you... I sent this to you, but I haven't sent it to the chat. Or I haven't sent it. I haven't showed it.
I'm having a lot of...
Hang on. So,
Oh, yeah, that's really
real quick, before we go on, because we're all big fans of New Vegas here.
I'm having a lot of fun playing Fallout New
Also,
Vegas.
I have a clip from
This is such a good fucking clip, too.
Vegas is the NCR. I just can't get behind any other factions.
I hate that Biden is
You,
running for the NCR.
yeah. You're
I know
cringing
why,
gay.
because I know. But you also understand I only side NCR in New Vegas because I like Boone.
That's worse. You change your entire politics for a man. That's like.
No, I
You're a
not in real life,
libertarian,
but in a
but
video game. He's sad, Spoon. He's sad.
How do you like traditional men, but you like the broken sad boy? That doesn't make any
He's
sense to me.
traditional. He killed Angel because they killed his wife and son. He's a sad boy. And you, presidents, talking New Vegas.
Problem, fat ass.
The NCR are not only super boring, but they also are a terrible option for the Mojave.
What nonsense are you spewing, Donald? The NCR are a strong government body that are the closest thing to restoring the United States to its former glory.
The United States in the Fallout universe were the reason the world is destroyed in the first place.
True.
If you want a Fallout faction that resembles the United States
The Enclave are more the remnants of the government.
yeah,
But the reasons behind why the world fell to shit was because of governments like the NCR. That is true.
government, look no further than the Enclave.
Oh, come on, the NCR isn't nearly as terrible as the Enclave.
I don't know about that.
Hold on a second.
Ever hear of the massacre of Bitter Springs?
Hold on a second. Pause for a second. You notice he said they're not nearly as bad.
As bad as the Enclave,
so
yeah.
he is saying they are bad.
Yeah, they are bad, right? Not nearly as bad as the Enclave.
Yeah,
So even he admits
interesting.
it, right?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know about that. Ever hear of the massacre of Bitter Springs?
If you played Fallout 2, you'd also learn more about their corruption.
Do you know how fucking old I am, Smooth Skin? Of course.
Oh my god, it was good. Go on.
You know how fucking old I am, Smooth Skin. Of course I played Fallout 2.
Of course I played Fallout 2. Who would you prefer, Barack?
I go with Yes Man. I want to have complete control over the wasteland while also having everyone be free to do as they please.
Every faction in New Vegas has its flaws. That's what makes them great. But the NCR is simply the least problematic.
No, it's not, but okay, Joe. Keep going. Smooth Skin.
Plus, they look fucking sick.
Being problematic is more fun. Legion all the way.
You can't possibly think.
I love how George Bush comes in with his cat ear headphones. Being problematic is more fun. Legion all the way. Wait, it's about to get really based. Here's the clip I have in my video, by the way.
I think the Legion is the best option for the Mojave.
Better than Yes Man, that's for sure. All the Courier's reign does is create more chaos and anarchy. Just what the wasteland needs. At least Caesar's Legion has a strong economy and army to protect trade routes and keep order.
Only at the cost of enslaving people and treating women like dogs.
Dogs deserve more respect. Hail Caesar.
Jesus, George, I can't believe I shook your hand.
Unfathomably based. Thank you, Bill. Yeah. Dogs deserve more respect. Hail Kaiser.
Jet fuel, cat melts through beams, but that cat. Nice little Zeke Heil.
Well, it was a Roman salute. Hail Caesar.
Hopefully Steve Angle to be a Roman.
Wait, no, I put it at a right. I didn't put it at the top. No, this is
You were
the Nazi
posing like
salute.
fucking Red Man.
No, don't you
You're gonna
dare.
have to show him Red Man.
That was a normal Roman salute, not a Nazi salute. Come on, Hail Caesar, Hail Kaiser. We're talking about New Vegas here, homie. Do the dogs deserve better, Hail Caesar?
You're posing like fucking Sailor Moon Man.
Yeah, Sailor Moon Man. Let's go.
If you want security and economy, then Mr. House is objectively the best option.
Let's go.
And is easily overall the best faction to side with. He is the smartest man in the Fallout universe and has brilliant plans to save humanity. The man is also a certified genius.
Sorry, Donald, but I'm not letting dictator Elon Musk have complete power over everyone. That's insane.
House says himself he considers himself an autocrat, not a dictator. Besides, he makes it very evident that his main interest is saving humanity, not having power over them. He simply needs the power to control all of the variables he can to ensure a brighter future.
He is much more reactionary than his demeanor suggests.
Good.
Face.
Good.
He slaughters the kings if they don't help him with the NCR. And he eradicates the Brotherhood of Steel despite them posing no direct threat. Who knows what else
The
is...
Brotherhood doesn't pose a direct threat. Are you out of your fucking demented old mind? Oh, right, it's Joe Biden. Of course he is.
Biden, how do you feel about Putin? The United States, like Russia, pays no threat to America in any fucking shape or form.
Obviously, this is fake. Obviously,
But I just found it funny.
I wish it was real.
Yeah.
Wish it were real. Excuse me. Speaking of Putin and Russia, here's a real thing. Zelensky mocks requests for gratitude towards Western taxpayers.
Oh yeah, that's the clip that went viral.
People want to see a bit of gratitude from Kiev. Let him write to me about how else I should express my words of gratitude, or we could get up in the morning and express our words of gratitude to the minister, Zelensky said sarcastically, implying some kind of ceremonial thanking to placate Wallace.
Also, I want to know, why must any European and American taxpayer be grateful for sending money to Ukraine? What exactly has sending money to Ukraine fucking done to benefit any European consumer in any fucking way whatsoever?
It's made this man, and look what a man, holy shit, look how tiny he is. True manlet rage. It has made him.
Is he not standing on a
personally,
step? I think he's standing on like a lower step.
Is he a step below or something? Why is everyone so much taller than him? He's got to be. Because why does he look so short?
Yeah, I actually think he's standing he's standing on like lower steps.
I watched his TV show and he didn't seem that short to me.
Yeah, I think he's actually standing on lower steps.
Okay. Still, what an ungrateful piece of shit. Zelensky claimed the NATO summit was a meaningful success for Ukraine. He was scathing of the alliance shortly before his arrival, blasting its absurd failure to offer him either membership or a clear timeline on membership. Yeah. Because you're not going to ever get it. Viral photographs from the summit show the Ukrainian, once the perennial center of attention, left alone amid NATO leaders and glaring angrily at the cameras.
I want to point this out. As much as I hate him, he's just...
I can't stand him.
Yeah, of course. But I don't think he's really his own man. I mean, he's literally just a stoolie for Western interests at this point. This is... Okay, this is going to sound horrible. And please forgive me for saying this. But I don't actually begrudge him for taking as much money and running.
Well, he's always been an attention. I mean, again, you know, the show that he starred in.
Yes, but
the show he started in Ukraine. It's called "Servant of the People."
Yes,
right. It's how it's translated. Him becoming president of Ukraine is the topic of that fucking show.
Yes, but the fact that he instantly went on backwards to all of his shit, and then we know because he originally ran as a peace platform. He wanted to do peace with Russia up until fucking Boris Johnson.
Allegedly,
yes, and then Boris Johnson went and said, "No, you're not." That instantly tells me that he is basically just being held at gunpoint. And while he's being held at gunpoint, he's just basically going, I'm just going to fucking take what I get because you're threatening to kill me otherwise. So I don't really begrudge him for
that part, I suppose.
Yes.
And G-Man said it correctly, is that Ukraine truly is the playground of empires. It does seem that way. I'm going to hit the super chats after we get after we get through this segment, which is, here's this is DeSantis and Tucker. Oh, you haven't seen this? DeSantis and Tucker on Ukraine. Ooh, well...
Apparently he somewhat redeemed himself.
Is this the abort? Oh, maybe I clicked the wrong thing. Whatever. while we're watching this now. If I clip the wrong thing, I think he has his Ukraine bit in here. Maybe it's the wrong one.
To say Kim Reynolds is here and she signed a great heartbeat bill today. We were able.
Oh, this is the. Hang on. I'll play that afterwards. Hang on, Tucker. Just Sam says.
Well, look, can we just say that DeSantis has basically killed his career?
Yeah.
Because
we'll get into it.
Yeah, because first of all, people want him to run Florida, not the United States. He's done. Yeah. He's a good governor of Florida. He's done pretty well. But the fact of the matter is, as president on a national stage, he is boring as holy fuck. There's nothing exciting about him. He's a pencil pusher. That's it. Like, he might be good at the administrative part, but as far as like schmoozing and working a crowd, like, he has no fucking personality. He is boring as fucking vanilla on a white plate.
Unfortunately, I did have the wrong clip. We're gonna play a little bit of this. That one is interesting about the abortion ban, but that was the wrong clip. How did I get that? The fuck? I just did this earlier.
Pretty much single-handedly of America's foreign policy. So with that in mind, I have to ask you about Ukraine. So in the spring, you described the war in Ukraine as a, quote, territorial dispute. You issued a statement saying it was a territorial dispute that was not central to America's national interest.
True.
There was an outcry over this. And then pretty soon after, you seemed to change your view and describe Putin as a war criminal and say that it was central to America's foreign policy. Why did you change, and where are you now?
So the last part I did not say.
Yes,
I served in Iraq during the Iraq campaign in Fallujah. I was attached to U.S. Navy SEAL Team 1. And remember, it started on WMD. Then we had Al-Qaeda in Iraq.
Yeah, which was a lie. WMD was a fucking lie.
Then it was create a democracy. Then it was that. And so
all a bunch of lies. All a bunch of lies.
That I learned from there is if you're going to commit to do military, whether it's aid or whether it's troops, you need to have a concrete idea of what you're trying to achieve. And so from the time I got...
well, maybe not start a war based on lies. How about that? Like the vast majority of the fucking population has no idea about why Russia is invading Ukraine in the United States.
Also,
and yet they're pumping money into it anyway.
DeSantis, it's been almost 50 seconds and you've not actually answered the question.
Yep.
You've just
out of the sandbox and...
No, yeah, going on a personal tangent. Answer the goddamn question.
Landed back in the United States 15 years ago until the present. I've always felt that. And so my critique of the DC foreign policy elite is that they are doing a blank check policy without telling us when we will have achieved our objective. And I believe that today, and I believe that then. Now,
what is the objective?
What's the objective? What is the objective in Ukraine? It's not our conflict.
Well, let him speak.Maybe
I know, but no. Excuse me. But let's more accurately in the conflict he was talking about. What the fuck was our objective in the Middle East? What was our objective in Iraq and Afghanistan?
I can tell you why.
What was our objective there?
Well, you see, Aiden, I don't know if you noticed America has this thing called the petrodollar.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh,
and,
that was our objective.
Yes, and if you know anything about Saddam Hussein wanted to sell oil on the euro. Do you know why I wanted to do that? Because the euro was worth more than $1.
Because the euro was doing better.
Yes, and
US didn't like that.
Yes,
very angry.
And if you were to sell a oil resource on anything other than the dollar, it would devalue the dollar and weaken America's economy. And America doesn't like that.
No, sure don't like that, do we?
Yeah.
God, it's all so tiresome.
So I get the impression that is probably the reason. It has nothing to do with democracy. That's bullshit.
My democracy. Yeah, exactly. Oh, excuse me. My democracy? What did you say?
Do you think Saddam Hussein gives a flying shit about any of this crap?
Extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Saddam Hussein would have sold absolutely fucking anything to anyone as long as you fucking paid him.
Oh, obviously. Also, this is the new thing I do have, though.
Yes,
that when someone says democracy, I'm supposed to play this one.
You said the word again. I was...
foreign policy elite. They then try to smear you and say, oh, you must be for Putin. I've always thought Putin's a bad guy. I still think he's a bad guy. But that's a separate question for a leader who's got to look at the world in very clear-eyed glasses. You know that it's not all peaches and cream out there. And you have to make a judgment about what's in America's national interest.
Which
and so that's the position that I believe. And I also believe that I wish the DC elites cared as much about our border as they do about the Ukraine-Russia border.
I do wish that was the case, or were the case, excuse me, but it's...
But, Sanis, you still haven't answered the question. You've just
you haven't answered the
on
fucking
for 2
question.
fucking minutes.
Yeah, you're rambling on. You're not answering the damn question.
Yes.
Because there's people pouring into this country. We have people dying from fentanyl overdose. The cartels are
what's
running the
this
show.
tangent?
And what I've said is this is something on day one, declare an
And by the way, this is the thing with this entire interview with DeSantis, or whatever you want to call it, this speech thing that he did, debate, whatever, with DeSantis. DeSantis clearly has pre-prepared responses.
Yeah.
And
this is not off
to
the cuff.
questions that Tucker has not asked.
Yes. This is not what you would do. This is like, what is your position on Ukraine? And we still have no fucking idea.
And he goes on about the U.S. border. Excuse me?
Yes.
National emergency, mobilize all resources, including the military, stop the invasion, yes, build the wall, but most importantly, authorize the Border Patrol, authorize our military to deal with the cartels. If they're breaking into our country, bringing product, if I'm in charge, that's going to be the last.
What the fuck does that have to do with Ukraine?
This has nothing to do with
last
Ukraine.
thing they do, because they're going to end up stone cold dead.
Amen. So what?
That was
we just
very
go back.
cute, DeSantis, but answer the fucking question.
I got a great critique. So what is the goal? Do you think in Ukraine? When do we know we've
Thank you,
achieved
Tucker.
Thank you.
They will not define it. And
what do you think it should be?
I think the goal should be to have a sustainable peace in Europe. Okay, we don't want there to be war breaking out. There've been a lot of people that have been
and how are you going to get it sustained? What does it mean?
Yeah, here's how you get a sustainable Europe. You Americans, fuck off.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
We don't need you in Europe. As a matter of fact, your fucking just hellscape of destroying European nations because you want to be the big kahuna in the fucking dog here in this pit here. Fuck you. Get the fuck out of Europe. Stay in America. You have your own resources. We have ours, and what we can't get, we can get from Russia. I would much rather have Germany be the main power of Europe, and they're being funded by Russian oil, because I would rather have two nations trade and get along, which they have for most of our fucking civilization, actually, instead of having some Yankee Doodle fuckhead come and destroy pipelines and fucking make our incredible energy incredibly fucking expensive. So, DeSantis, if you could do me a favor, if you could shut your fucking noise hole, pull your forces back, and get America the fuck out of Germany so that the Germans can kick the shit out of you off their fucking territory,
How
that would go
hilarious! You
down
think he has
well.
a foreskin? He doesn't.
Killed, displaced. It's
We don't need
horrible
American
thing.
military.
But you have to provide a.
We don't need
an
a bunch of
articulation
lesbians and a
of where you're
fucking
gonna
bunch
go
of
get-
lipstick-wearing shitheads in our fucking military. Fuck
I know.
off.
I know. The great American military.
Your American military right now is too busy focusing on abortion instead of winning wars. We don't need your military.
Exactly.
Get fucked.
Exactly. Yep.
There. And my fear is right now is they're basically doing an open-ended conflict. This is going to be a multi-year quagmire. There's going to be a lot of
Do
people.
you know why it's a multi-year quagmire? No, I'm not saying what. I don't care. You support Russia. You support Ukraine. I don't care.
Russia.
The rise of the. What did I say?
No, I said I support Russia.
Okay. You support Russia, you support Ukraine. It doesn't matter. It would not have become a multi-year quagmire if the entirety of the Western countries had not dumped billions of dollars into supporting Ukraine.
Bring back the damn Kaiser.
It would have been over pretty damn quickly if the United States and almost every European nation had not dumped enormous amounts of money and forces and military technology into Ukraine. It would have been over.
Give me an SS uniform with a Prussian emblem.
It would have been over by now, I think. No, I mean, like, the conflict would still be going on, but the large capture of Ukraine would have happened.
The whole fucking chat's like,
while
yeah,
ago.
Russia.
People that are going to die, and there's not going to be much facts change on the ground. And the dispute at this point, or the war at this point, is not whether Ukraine's government is going to fall. They're fighting over territory on the far eastern part of the country between Russia and Ukraine, and that's kind of where this is at. So the question is okay, how do you get that to where we can stop this? And also, from our national interest,
Why do you have to stop it? Why do you have to? What? It's not our fucking business, is it?
I mean, it kind of is. I mean,
The
you're the
far
reason why it's
eastern,
fucking in the first place.
excuse me, the far eastern part you're talking about, the Donbass and Luhansk regions, are predominantly Russian. Who, in those regions under Zelensky, were no longer they removed Russian as being allowed to be spoken or used as a state language, even though it's like 80% of people who live in those regions speak Russian. Fuck's sake, they were living basically, and I know people have different opinions on this. The people who live in Donetsk and Luhansk identify as Russians. They split off. They wanted to join the Russian Federation. You can say, yeah, it's all fucked up. Did they really vote for that? I don't know. Maybe they really didn't. There wasn't an honest vote for that. But I can tell you is that the people who live there speak Russian.
Military
they don't speak
Mike
Ukrainian.
Trump is voting.
They speak Russian. They do not speak Ukrainian, which are different languages. They're mutually intelligible to some degree, but they're not the same language. And those people were starting to be denied what they saw and I can understand why they saw this and why they perceived it this way, denied their customs and culture, and they saw that as a reason to join Russia. So I don't know, Zelensky, maybe if you hadn't done that.
Leon is right, by the way.
Which is?
Ukraine is going to fall. We're just stalling it. Yeah,
Yeah, I
true.
think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
This is humiliating for our country that we're running out of ammunition.
Yeah.
They're now trying to mobilize troops, U.S. troops, to go to Europe when we have a major threat in the Indo-Pacific, the Chinese Communist Party, who they're basically given a free pass to. As president, I would...
excuse me, why, Ron, is it embarrassing to the United States that Ukraine is losing, though? Because that's what he was saying there originally.
We still
Why?
have no idea what the point was.
Right, wait, he hasn't answered the question still. But why is it embarrassing to the U.S. that Ukraine is... And Ukraine isn't losing. They've stalled this war out because they're backed up by the entirety of the West.
Yeah, and Russia is still single-handedly beating them.
Well, Russia does have backing from the Chinese, but that's...
Yeah,
but
and some
still,
parts of Iran,
you know.
I think, as well.
Yeah.
Prioritize the threats to our national security. The top threat to this country is China. It's China's ambitions, it's China's industrial capacity, it's the
I agree with
CCP's
that.
ability to pollute our culture, impact
But
our
answer the
universities.
question,
Incidentally,
Ron.
in Florida, we got rid of the Confucius Institutes.
Who gives a fuck, though, Ron? This is not the... I mean, I do give a fuck. But this is not the question you were asked. You were talking about Ukraine and Russia. Why are you talking about China? And yes, it is involved here. China does have a part to play here. But you've pivoted to try and make a political statement. Which is not what Tucker goddamn asked you. Answer the fucking question.
That they put in universities. We cracked down on them being able to do research dollars to our universities, and we banned any purchase of land by the CCP in the state of Florida.
So given the thing,
What does this have to do with Ukraine?
You have to do
nothing.
What's based on our interest. You can't subcontract out our interest to
This
a
is why
foreign leader.
I'm
You
done with
can't want it to
DeSantis.
go
This
on
one is
because
shit.
it'll be good for defense contractors or globalist investors. It's all about what's in our interest. And I think we're basically in a situation with our foreign policy. We're providing a blanket security to Europe. They're not paying their fair share. And we're not doing what we need to do to project power in the Pacific. At the end of the day, the CCP respects hard power. And I'm concerned that because a strong America can deter.
He's just going on a tangent about China. Who
So,
cares?
so basically, all you
In
just
this context.
basically all you just said, DeSantis, is that I have no problem with military. It just needs to be focused on China instead of Russia. That's basically what he just said.
Yeah, that's what the fuck he said. I don't understand any other way that you could determine or decipher this. Yeah.
Conflict. I think a weak America may be on the path to inviting conflict with China. And if we continue to be weak abroad and allow our culture to deteriorate here at home, we can have a situation where our kids or grandkids are studying, memorizing 37 different pronouns in Mandarin. And we can't have that. So we've got to do better as a country. We need to reverse the decline of this country because it is happening very, very quickly.
So you inherit this mess a year and a half from now, say, and let's just say it's static, it's where it is right now. What do you do about it? Like, how do you act?
One, Europe needs to do more. This is their backyard.
What
we can't. We have NATO countries that don't produce
hold on a second.
support for their own defense.
Bitch,
What
the
the
whole
fuck?
fucking reason why this is
All of-
happening is because of you.
All of NATO is already supporting Ukraine. And Germany, how many? Thank you, Bill. Germany has supplied how many fighter jets and pieces of artillery and military technology to Ukraine? And not just Germany, but Germany is close by, right? Poland has as well, who's even closer. All of these NATO countries have supplied massive amounts of support to Ukraine. So what the fuck are you talking about? What is... Sorry, I'm pouring some orange juice. What the fuck do you want them to do, my dude? Holy crap. Ugh. I got my orange juice.
And we're supposed to do it, and we're taking away weapons and ammo that could go to respond to contingencies overseas. So we would do more in terms of the Pacific. And the goal should be to bring it to a conclusion. You bring it to a conclusion in a way that's a sustainable peace and that doesn't reward aggression. And you have to be able to use different levers that you have. I mean, for example, one of the leverages I would use vis-a-vis Russia is I would do our own energy exploration and send it over to Europe so they don't have to rely.
Like
Trump did?
Yeah, like Trump did? Like Trump did DeSantis? This is so terrible. Like, he's just...
By the way, isn't it curious that this is what Trump did? Because Trump said if the best way that Russia makes money is through oil, the best way to lower the value of their oil is to produce more American oil, which is just like saturate the market. This is like basic econ 101. He wants to
Yeah.
do the same thing. He gets his ass kissed, but when Trump does exactly the same thing, Trump is problematic. It's like, dude, you people are just full of shit.
Yeah, I clocked contingencies as well, by the way.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to
Oh
mention
my
it, 'cause it is just a minor. It's
God.
just a minor slip of the tongue.
On Putin. I would stop giving Iran a free pass like Biden is because they're funding Russia. So we have some ability to use this, but the goal should be we cannot have a quagmire that goes on for years and years. And seeing Biden put those troops there, I can tell you, we cannot have American troops in Ukraine. That is a total non-starter.
Well, you've spent the last 7 minutes largely saying nothing about Ukraine. But then seemingly supporting the U.S. supporting Ukraine, and then saying don't send troops there. Sorry, what? What the hell do you want them to do then, DeSantis?
Oh wait, does Sean and Nuance Bro support DeSantis? Why?
I used to support DeSantis. I don't anymore.
I mean, I'm the one who
So
told
why-
you to read the
I
article
mean,
and
you've got
said
a whole
this is why you should.
Yeah,
I
it's
read
not a good reason why.
I read one article that said if you look at his policies, he's a lot closer to Bush than he is to Trump.
Yeah.
And
yeah, he's very Bush. He's a Bush.
Yes, the article was called something along like is Ron DeSantis Trumpian or is he Bush without the name damage? And they
He's a
went through the
Bushite.
policies, yes, and it's like you are way closer to Bush than you are to Trump, and that was enough for me to sell it because I just saw how he behaved. Look at the powers behind him. He's funded
Look what he
by
votes for.
fucking Paul Ryan, and his campaign manager is fucking what the hell is his name? Give me a second.
I don't know.
Karl Rove.
Oh, really? His
Yes.
campaign manager is Karl Rove?
Yes.
Okay. Well, he is.
You basically have Bush's staff
legitimately a
running your
neocon.
campaign, you
Yeah,
dumbass.
He is the
You have all of the
embodiment
old
of a
money.
neocon.
Exactly. It's like, dude,
Neocon,
you have
rhino
Bush's
piece of
staff
shit.
running your campaign.
Well, vote
And
for
then-
DeSantis if you want George Bush to be president
Yeah.
again. Then I guess
It's insane. Like, dude, why?
Congress, and there are a ton of Republicans there. They claim they run the House. I haven't heard anybody say that. Why?
Well, no, I think some of them tried to say that there should be.
Yeah, they lost badly.
No,
I think they got 33 votes.
They did, but I'm just thinking. I think there are some people that said you need to define the mission before you're able to
Yeah.
send any American tax dollars. But no,
Yeah.
by the way, they haven't even been able to account for all this. So we don't know who's coming across the southern border. We don't know what.
Whoa! Did you see that? Did you clock that? We need it. It's like, yeah, you need to find the mission talking about Ukraine before you start sending troops, and then just immediately back to the border.
Yeah, of course.
Can you
fact
stay
that,
on fucking topic, Ron? For Christ's sake!
Well, of course
stay
he
on
can't
goddamn topic.
because he just
No,
looks
because
weak.
it's a pre-planned speech.
Exactly. Whereas if with Trump just literally just says, I would negotiate and stop people from dying,
Yeah.
which is like, Trump knocked this out of the park when he just said, I want to stop people from dying. Like, oh my
know.
god, based
Yeah.
fucking answer.
Yeah. Neon Suspenders for 5 says, cheers, my friends. Going kayaking this weekend. Oh, kayaking's really fun. Are you going like on a river or are you going out in the sea or something? I used to, most of the kayaking I did was in the bay in Baltimore. It is fun. Get some pics for outside. Kayaking is fun. Dreadnought for 5 says, the final evolution of farce into reality. Dave Chappelle's black white supremacist is reified into existence by the behavior of the supposedly liberated. I know, right? Hosidius for 2 says, cultural realism is a hard pill to swallow.
Oh god,
yeah,
yeah, especially
I
if you
think
work
so.
in media.
Yeah, true.
Especially if you work in media.
Yeah. Dreadnought for 5 says, what's scary about the Fallout universe and unaccountable secret rulers starting wars and experimenting on the population is that it's today's headlines. I know, right?
Oh god. That's
Black
totally
River,
fucking
Missouri.
true.
That should be fun. I don't know much about the Black River. I've seen some pictures of it in the past, but it seems beautiful area. Solo on the Lich, excuse me, for 20 South African, I think. ARS, right?
No.
It's not
ZAR is South
Oh,
African.
ZA is or something. What's
Yeah.
ZAR is South African. Why do I think ARS? I don't know. Letters are hard, okay? ARS, whatever currency that is, I am sorry. Solon. I need to figure that out.
It's
says,
is Argentina, isn't it?
Oh,
It's
Argentinian.
Argentinian peso.
Thank you. Solon and Lich for 20 Argentinian. Says Edward Salas was right about the Mojave. Who's Edward Salas?
Hmm.
I don't know this either. Look how dumb I am tonight. I'm not familiar with that. Mojave. I don't know anything about that. Maybe I'm dumb. I don't know. Sorry, but thank you for the 20 ERS. So long. Kizzer for £5 says, off topic, but would both of you be down for the car stream next Thursday as I'm done with work? Also, fuck the Republic, embrace the monarch. Yeah, probably. Let's look into that. We'll talk after the stream and we'll see what's up. Because, like I said, it's just been a fucking nightmare. So, Tucker, in my opinion, triggered DeSantis on Ukraine in that DeSantis wasn't able to answer the goddamn question. But then Tucker got triggered on Ukraine by Andrew Tate.
Yeah. I, up until this point, never really commented too heavily on politics.
Yes.
But I understand very well, I like to believe what's happening with Ukraine and Russia. And what I will say to the people who are watching this at home is that if you are naive enough to believe that there are good guys and bad guys in wars, and it's as simple as good and bad, and that the bad guys are crazy, and the good guys want freedom, then you need to do a little bit more investigation into what...
Thank you! Oh my god. There's so many things I dislike about the behavior of Andrew Tate. But he says a lot of really based things. And that is demonstrably correct. It's demonstrably true. There's no good guys or bad guys. This is not a Disney movie. Okay? It's real fucking life. It's all shades of gray. Thank you, Andrew Tate. But here's Tucker's response. And I gotta say, Tucker fucking fumbled the ball here on this.
What's really happening. And when you look at the vested interest of any country or any person...
Can I just ask you to pause and just comment? That's the truest thing, what you just said. That is and anyone who doesn't understand that...
Was this not the part where he fumbled it? Where did he called Tate like an idiot or something at one point? This is not the clip then of that. There's a point where Tucker like talks shit about him. It's not this clip then. Because again, Tate's completely correct. That is the most accurate take on war.
Should shut the fuck up. And I mean it. Having seen war, anyone who's telling you that it's Churchill versus Hitler is an idiot.
Well, I'll give you an example. When my father was still alive,
excuse me.
Yeah, no, it's true. When my father was still alive, my father died 6 or 7 years ago.
There was a clip earlier in another part of this podcast where Tucker really did say something stupid, but it wasn't this one. I thought that was interesting and good for Tucker being like, yeah, because that's correct. Because Tate is right. There's no arguing with that. He's completely correct. That is objectively the correct stance.
Yeah, true.
Is that things are not black and white. That is the morality and the understanding of a pedant to think that everything must be good guys versus bad guys. But I really liked Tate's take there on Ukraine. Speaking of Jesse Waters, though, I think he has replaced. I brought this in here. I didn't know where else to put this. Hey, 3, how's it going? I think Jesse Waters, who has replaced Tucker Carlson, so just some Tucker stuff. Jesse Waters has poorly replaced Tucker Carlson spot. As we saw earlier, they're not going to stop attacking Jesse Waters because he's not Tucker Carlson. They're just going to attack him. The View, of course, will call him all kinds of names. But this was real. Did you see this, Spoon?
No.
Oh, God. This was really embarrassing.
A Democrat, my mom. Mom?
Hello
how
there,
have you...
Jesse.
Hello there, Mom. How have you
would
enjoyed
you do
the
this?
show so far?
I have enjoyed the show. I want to say congratulations, Honey Bun. We are so proud of you and
Aw,
your accomplishments.
that is sweet.
And you've worked so hard.
That's going to get really...
Now let's aim to have you keep your job. And
What the
to that
fuck?
end,
What,
I
hold
do
on a
have-
sec.
Why would you say
Why would you say that to your son live on air? What
live on
the
air?
Fuck?
You know you're... all you...
How long has he been
Mom.
working for Fox?
A decade?
Did he keep his job? That's like a threat almost.
I know. Mom, just say, we love you, Honey Bun. I'm so happy that you're there. Don't say anything else. But no, it continues.
have some suggestions.
have some suggestions.
Do not tumble into any conspiracy rabbit holes. We do not want to lose you, and we want no lawsuits.
Okay.
In
Yeah.
keeping, I
Hold
have
on a
list
second.
here.
Is that basically just don't go down the Tucker route? Is basically that?
Yeah. This is so painful.
That
this
was-
is what he posted this himself. Like
Your,
I mean, I know he did
your
it on
mom was
air.
kind of fried, Jesse.
I know I know that it happened already
Don't
on
be
air,
like
but then he
Tucker.
clipped it. He clipped it and posted it on his Twitter. Yeah, don't be like Tucker.
I think it's because he finds it kind of funny. I kind
This
of admire.
hurts me.
No, but okay. Here's the thing. I kind
You
of.
think he just thinks it's funny? It probably
Yes.
it is funny, but it's really cringy.
Yes, but I think almost from his perspective, it's basically humor because it does come off like funny because like he's just
It really-
smiling because his mom just sounds nuts.
Well, yeah, because his mom's, as he says, my mom, a Democrat. Here she has been like, don't.
Oh,
say
she's a
anything
Democrat.
That's what he said at the start. That his mom's a
Oh,
Democrat.
okay.
A lifelong Democrat.
Okay.
So, but it's just like this hurt.
Okay, this is-
Okay. When you put it
Hold on
that
a
way, I get
second.
what he was going for. I get what he was
Okay.
going for. He wants to embarrass his own mother, but don't
yes.
do this on air. What
I know,
the fuck?
but she called him.
I guess so. Holy shit, though. Dude.
Okay, now see, I'm kind of siding with Jesse because he's basically saying
Mhm.
like, look, even my own mother is fucking nuts. that's like really a heavy shot, Jesse.
I
but
guess
still,
so.
Like,
It's
okay,
just it hurts though, man. It hurts.
Oaths do no harm. We need you to be kind and respectful. You yourself mentioned that humble is a stretch, so I get that. Use your voice responsibly to promote conversation that maintains a narrative thread.
What she is literally
God,
repeating Democrat talking points.
I know,
Use
right?
your voice to responsibly promote conversation that maintains a narrative thread. And he's just like, you know, because he has to deal with his personal life, right? Just be like, there's mom and her and her shit straight out of CNN, straight out of MSNBC. Ooh.
There really has been enough Biden bashing, and the laptop.
There's been enough Biden bashing. Don't criticize the president unless he's Donald Trump, of course. Then you can criticize him. You should bash the shit out of him.
God.
This is astonishing, though, right?
Old. Perhaps you could suggest that your people take less interest,
Your people.
for example, in other people's bodies, and talk about that.
What the fuck are you talking about, Mom?
Oh, she's talking about abortion. Take listeners in other people's bodies. You know what, lady? I do take interest in the bodies of unborn children who don't get a say in that, by the way. Who have not even been born and can't say if they would like to be dead or not. Okay? I do take a little bit of an issue with that. And I do take an issue and an interest in other people's bodies. In that sense, yes I do.
Oh, wait. We're trying to keep other people's interests away from children's bodies. That was the point of that
right.
segment. Mom, I
want
love
to
you.
Wait,
I was
wait.
okay.
I
knew this
want
was a
you
bad
to
idea.
seek solutions versus fanning
Go
the
back to what he just said.
Yeah, that was crazy. Is it like? By the way,
Did he just say what I think he just said?
well, apparently the prior segment. So I thought that was about abortion, but I guess the prior segment was about transgender stuff. It was about. It's difficult to tell at this point.
Yeah, just play what he just said again.
I
knew this was a bad
want
idea.
you to seek solution versus fanning the flames. You could
What the
encourage
fuck?
that Bedminster friend of yours to return to his earlier career on television. Everyone in his audience could wear a red hat.
Wait. I think I skipped past it. Let me go way back. Hang on, one more second.
Wait.
Okay.
I
knew this
want
was a
you
bad
to
idea.
What was it? There you go.
Segment. Mom, I
want
love
to
you.
Wait, where did this? Where did he say that thing?
What are you looking for?
The clip about abortion. Sorry, that you asked me to go back to.
No one said anything about abortion.
that your
Or whatever it
people
was.
take less interest, for example,
Interest is
in
it.
other people's bodies.
This is the clip. You take listeners in other people's bodies. That was the part I was looking for. Sorry.
Okay.
And talk about that.
Oh, wait. We're trying to keep other people's interests away from children's bodies. That was the point of that
Yes. So it was a transgender thing. Is keep away from children. Okay.
segment. Mom, I
want
love
to
you.
Wait,
I was-
wait.
I knew this was
God
a bad
damn it.
idea.
Yeah, why'd you do this,
versus
Jesse?
fanning the flames. You could encourage that Bedminster friend of yours to return to his earlier career on television. Everyone in his audience could wear a red hat, and I'm sure the ratings would soar, although never as high, my darling, as yours on Jesse Waters Primetime. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Mom. I love you very much.
I
And,
love you. I'm thinking that a small dinner between 5 and 8
All
would
right,
be
we
the
gotta
way to
go, Mom. This is just...
And then just like, oh, between 5 and 8, I want to have dinner. I hate that tone. She is so demeaning towards him. But it's because she's his mom. But that's a typical Democrat kind of tone. Like, I'm just smarter than you. You don't understand. Oh my god, it's so demeaning. It's so disgusting. Speaking of disgusting, let's talk a little bit woke Hollywood here for a minute. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you for loading. Post-millennial. Hollywood actors join writers on strike. Nothing of value will be lost. I mean,
I know, it's
obviously,
great.
you know, the post-millennial has their spin. But of course, as many of you may know, there's been a writer's strike going on in Hollywood because they're demanding more money for their terrible writing. And now actors are joining in on it. Who gives a damn? Bye. Your shit sucks. It all sucks. It sucks, by the way, on purpose. Whoops. According to somebody within the industry, a visual effects technology continues to evolve. One would expect today's biggest movies to look absolutely the best they can. However, oftentimes that presumption is far from reality. Despite the innate innovation and creativity that has characterized the film industry for more than 100 years, Hollywood has a VFX problem it can no longer ignore due to the explosion of streaming services and VFX-heavy blockbusters that both raise production budgets and now require an exorbitant number of hours on the computer. The special effects crisis and consequently the working conditions of VFX artists have only worsened in recent years, according to a in-depth report published by GQ in January.
Interesting.
One such artist named Yves McCrae, who has designed computer-generated imagery on multiple big budget products, including Godzilla, Black Panther, and Stranger Things, told the Men's Magazine of his work on Cats, the 2019 musical. I mean,
I
have you
read that
seen
as
what
spanking
Cats?
memes. That...
Bruh, have you seen what Cats looks like? Holy shit.
I have not.
The 2019 musical was notorious for its bad CGI upon release, sparking memes that mocked the film for falling into the uncanny valley. Quote, there just wasn't enough time nor enough experienced artists to give it nearly as much polish as a VFX-heavy movie like this requires, McCrae said. We knew it was going to look horrible, but we were all having a fun time working on it. That's what I wanted to get into. They know their shit sucks, and they're laughing anyway while they demand pay raises.
Well, they're not going to get it, so we don't really care.
It's just funny that they're like, oh yeah, we knew this was shit. We knew it was shit, but we want more money anyway. Great, keep trying. Former studio head Barry Diller says actor and writer strikes would cause Hollywood to, could cause Hollywood to collapse. Here we go.
The gears of America's entertainment industry ground to a near complete halt last week when the union that represents actors, SAG-AFTRA, joined writers on the picket line. A disclosure, some CBS News staff are SAG-AFTRA members but work under a different contract
I love watching them
than the
implode.
actors and are not affected by this strike. But to understand who is impacted here, we are joined by Barry Diller, a former movie studio head who's currently the chairman of IAC and Expedia. Welcome back to Face the Nation.
Thank you.
You know, we were trying to gauge the economic impact of this, and according to the Milken Institute, it could cause $4 billion in economic damage. What do you think the impact will be, and how long will these strikes last?
Well, the problem with this, all strikes get settled.
Sorry, he talks faster than I expected him to. I only read this, I didn't listen to it.
The issue for this one is when, because you have almost a perfect storm here, which is you had COVID, which sent people home to watch streaming and television.
Yeah, but they made huge amount of money off that.
You've had the results of huge investments in streaming, which have produced all these losses for all these companies who are now kind of retrenching. So at this moment, this kind of perfect
Oh, I get that
storm,
daily dose time.
it's okay if it gets settled in the next month.
You're welcome, chat.
But
if you know what
I'll
daily dose
posit
is.
what happens if it doesn't. And there doesn't seem to be enough trust and energy to get it settled soon. What will happen is, if in fact it doesn't get settled until Christmas or so, then next year, there's not going to be many programs for anybody to watch. So you're going to see subscriptions get pulled, which is going to reduce the revenue of all these movie companies,
By the way,
television companies,
if
the
you
result
live
of
in
which
Asia,
is
you should welcome us because everyone will start watching your shit instead.
Right. Yeah, fine.
We're okay with
Hollywood shit sucks.
that. Yeah.
that there will be no programs. And at just the time
Good.
strike is settled, that
You know
wanna-
what? In terms of the movie, the TV shows that I watch, I rewatch the same couple of TV shows over and over and over again. I just rotate them so they seem fresh to me. I watch Star Trek. I watch Stargate. I watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I watch the X-Files. I'll watch most of Supernatural. At some point, I have to stop. You know, these are the shows I watch over and over. Farscape. Red Dwarf. These are the shows I watch over and over again. I don't need new shit. I've got my shit already.
gear back up, there won't be enough money. So this actually will have devastating effects if it is not settled soon. And the problem with settlement in this case is there's no trust between the parties. There are existential issues, obviously AI, which I think is just...
They're just gonna blame AI. This is what they're gonna do. Whatever, we got it. We got the idea. They're gonna blame AI for the fact that Hollywood sucks. AI is not responsible for your
AI hasn't
suckage.
made anything for like the past 8 fucking years. What the hell are you talking
AI,
about?
yes, which is what... Have you seen the
stupidest shit I've ever heard.
suckage? Look at this. Look. Oh my god. This is the new Disney remake of Snow White.
Snow
Now,
White isn't
two
even
things
white.
to point out. Snow White is literally not white. She's brown.
She looks more like Little Red Riding Hood.
She does. Snow White, white as in the paleness of her skin.
Why the hell did they have a fucking border hopper to be? Anyway.
But here's the 7 dwarves.
You
Do you notice
all
that
look
only
cringe
one
as
of
fuck.
them is a dwarf?
Yeah.
And Peter Dinklage got all mad about this movie because he was asked to be on it, and he like protested it. He's like, "No, I will not play a dwarf." You played a dwarf in Game of Thrones all happily. That was weird. But we can see it's now Snow White and the one dwarf and 6 diversity hires. Look at these people. They're just like a bunch of San Francisco vagrants. One guy's wearing a blazer, for fuck's sake. Do these people like look like fantasy creatures to you? Because now I think that they're not going to call it Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. It's going to be. I've heard that's supposed to be called something like Snow White and the 7 Magical People, or something like that.
Why don't you just make your own stories, you dumb moron?
Because they're
Trying to destroy shit,
they're
I know.
creatively bankrupt. That's why, because they're creatively bankrupt. They don't have their own stories.
AI
They
could make
have
better
no
stories
idea.
than you. Like, seriously.
No, but so of course Disney's been dunked on for doing this, for these pictures. And here's what happened: is that Disney astonished critics. Meanwhile, launched into a different aspect of the Snow White remake, namely, Princess is based on the 1812 German parable, appeared to have lost any trace of her German heritage. Indeed, actress Rachel Zegler.
Speak a bit
Is it
slower.
Ziegler? Has been tapped for the iconic role, is of Colombian and Polish descent. Poland's pretty close to German, but you know, still.
Yeah, tell the town
But
to
wait.
lead off.
This all universal outrage was hitting while this outrage was hitting a fever pitch, Disney told the Daily Beast that those triggering images, the ones I just showed you guys, this image, this horrible looking image, which looks like it's from a stage play.
Yeah.
Not from a multi-million-dollar film. Disney told the Daily Beast that they were fake.
Wait, what?
Yep, Disney told the Daily Beast these are fake AI generated photos. They're not real. Well, guess what?
They are real.
Daily Beast ran with that story, and it appeared for a brief moment that this brouhaha was much ado about fake news. And there was quite a bit of fake news, just so happened to be from Disney. This is the palpably annoyed editor's note that now prefaces the Daily Beast story. Editor's note. This story has been updated to reflect that after Disney US spokesperson initially declared that the photos published by the Daily Mail were fake, the studio later said the photos were from the production but were not official photos. There's a clear, distinct, and flagrant difference between not official and fake. And in its zeal to head off any negative press it can, Disney appeared to flat out lie about that difference, making the entire debacle 1,000 times worse.
Yes, the people
process.
are real, but part of the story isn't.
Well, no, the photos are real.
But it's
the
not part of
photos
the
are
story.
100% real. They're just not official photos that we wanted to release.
Oh god, this is fucking retarded. It's so ugly.
It's
They look like
hideous.
homeless vagrants.
They really look like homeless vagrants, yes. It's disgusting. Oh man, but that's, that's modern Disney. Couple of things. Let's do this. I don't want to go to this article, but why racial remedy still matters. You watch this. Why focusing on class is a good policy. The long legacy of state-supported racism means we must find ways to keep taking race into account. The Democrats leftists telling you who they really are, that all they care about is race. They're very mad about ending affirmative action. I'm not going to read this whole article because it's getting late, but we started late. But speaking of equality, I'm mostly going to do videos tonight. Let's move this.
Well,
Here's
joining me in the
Pierce Morton
studios-
on sports. You and I are probably going to disagree. I'll see how much we can get through this, Spoon.
Oh, is this the
I know
clip with Poe?
Pearl. I know
Oh,
you're.
right,
Do you want to do
same,
this one
fine.
first, or should I? Can I throw in a little bit of Biden to bring some levity into this for a moment?
Okay, I don't know why we're
Before we get
going to
into
disagree on
Pearl.
this, but okay.
Because I don't like Pearl's take on most things.
Israelis and
Okay.
He's reading off a
Here's
notebook,
Biden.
by the way.
Palestinians together
You can see it on your
at a
laptop.
political level, and and Aqua and Paul Schramm. Yes. And as I affirmed,
Grandpa.
we brought it.
He's falling asleep.
No, he's reading something off his lap.
Is he?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he can't read it, right? I mean,
That's
he is
that's why
reading
he's
off a
looking down,
clipboard.
yes.
But
That's
he
why he's
sounds
mumbling.
like he's about to fall asleep.
Well, that's because he's 900 years old, Aiden.
True. However, you know what really wakes Biden up?
Coke?
Children.
Oh.
Children. He likes that.
His trip
yeah.
overseas, just leaving Finland a short time ago on his way back from the United States.
All of a
More
sudden, he's
analysis
very awake. Weird.
on his performance on the world.
Oh my god, that poor child. Wants to get his far away from him as possible. Jesus.
He's
Christ.
literally nibbling at a child.
A child. A random kid. So, okay.
Why the hell do you behave that way? How the hell, as a mother, you don't fucking knock him in the face?
President Zelensky, how soon after the war would you like to be in NATO? How soon after the war would you like to join NATO?
An hour and 20 minutes.
Here we go.
You guys ask really insightful questions.
What?
Oh god, an hour and 20 minutes.
An hour and 20. What? Just answered for him. By the way, Zelensky would like to be in NATO now, so that they'll just straight up go to war for him.
By the
Like,
way,
put that out.
there is no one in the West that wants
Uh-huh.
them to be part of NATO because they would have to instantly escalate a war.
Of
Everyone's
course.
like,
It's 'cause there's a
fuck
whole bunch of us
that.
go to
We
war with
don't actually
Russia.
want to go to war with Russia, you fucking lunatic maniac.
By the way, he fell on the stairs again. Excuse me, up the stairs. Ow.
Every time.
No, he didn't fall, but he did stumble a bit of a problem.
There's only one place to go and you still ask by, is it this one?
Yeah, where am I going? Fucking A.
How does he wave like a
I want to
fucking
do a couple of
dog?
things about Hunter Biden. Is that a FBI whistleblower has confirmed parts of the story about this, which is that today our committee staff conducted a transcribed interview with a former FBI supervisory special agent assigned to the FBI's Wilmington office in the Biden criminal investigation. The agent confirmed key portions of the IRS whistleblower's testimony, including that both Secret Service headquarters and Biden transition team were tipped off about the planned Hunter Biden interview. In fact, on the day of the Hunter Biden interview, federal agents were told to stand by and not approach Hunter Biden. They had to wait for his call. As a result, if you remember the interview where he was like, "Oh, I'm all clean now" and stuff. As a result of the change of plans,
you had to wait for him to call you.
Yes.
So that,
yes.
Yeah, that's not shady and sketchy. At all.
You're not. Jesus Christ. IRS and the IRS. Why is the IRS involved in this?
I wonder why. It's not,
IRS.
They're not protecting Biden at all.
They clearly are. They're not just correcting him. They're at his command. IRS and FBI criminal investigators never got to interview Hunter Biden, as part of the investigation. The former FBI supervisory special agent told committee investigators he had never been told to wait outside to be contacted by the subject of an investigation.
But at this point in time, if you in any way simp for this regime, I think you're legitimately mentally debilitated and you should not be allowed to vote.
They're breaking every fucking law.
And
their own laws.
Like
they just break
openly and like no
Flout
one
them
says shit.
Publicly.
It's
FBI.
insane.
Yeah, FBI told Hunter Biden investigator to duck committee questions.
Oh god.
Don't
this
answer.
Is absurd.
The department expects you will decline to respond to the questions seeking non-public information likely covered by one or more components of executive privilege or other significant confidentiality interests, in particular information about deliberations or ongoing investigative activity in law enforcement matters, Jones wrote. You should instead refer such questions to the FBI Office of Congressional Affairs, the FBI lawyer went on. Consistent with longstanding practice, this will afford the department the full opportunity to consider particular questions and possible accommodations that may fulfill the committee's legitimate need for information while protecting executive branch confidentiality interests. Did you have any such confidentiality interests?
You know there's coke in that bag.
Confidentiality interests during Trump's presidency? You didn't have a single goddamn fuck to give. Now,
why are you
did
wearing
you?
your father's fucking aviators? You sad.
Wearing his dad's Aves and a children's backpack.
Bag.
And wearing his dad's Aves and a children's backpack totally sums up Hunter Biden, doesn't it? God damn it. You'll never be honest, Abe Lincoln. I love how, like, anytime this shit comes up, he should be cooked. How is this guy not cooked? Oh, because his dad. Yeah, he's cooked. Because his dad
Fuck you, that's
runs
a dad joke.
the show.
I don't care. It's funny. Well,
and his dad has always run the show.
He claims to.
I know. Hunter Biden's attorney demands Donald Trump cease and desist from statements both defamatory and likely to incite violence against the U.S. president's son. Invoking the Paul Pelosi attack, he says, "We are just one such social media message away from another incident." So now you can't talk about a public figure. Good fuck. Now here's the thing. This will go through. They'll win in court because the courts are all stacked. But you're allowed to talk about public figures. It's, oh my god.
Don't appear high in public then, you fucking moron.
Yeah, try not doing coke for 5 seconds.
I know
Idiot.
it's very hard.
Well, clearly for him. Clearly. This is so insane. Oh my god. This fucking stupid document. The most urgent issue is Mr. Trump's thinly veiled calls to action to his easy-to-trigger followers. Most recently, Mr. Trump wrote on Truth Social, "Vice is a coward, a smaller version of Bill Barr, who has never had the courage to do what everyone knows should have been done. He gave out a traffic ticket instead of a death sentence," emphasis added. You may respond that this was a mere figure of speech, because it was, obviously. Traffic ticket instead of death sentence is obviously a figure of speech.
That's hyperbolic.
However, we have seen that what might pass as such a phrase when uttered by rational people is heard by too many in this country as some terrible injustice for which they must take physical and violent action. Incidents of, by the way, who's your lawyer? This sucks.
A Jew?
I can already tell you're fucking Abe David Lowell. I'm gonna say it's Abe. Your legal writing sucks, my dude. Your legal writing blows. Your legal writing
Aiden's getting serious
reads
when
like
she
an
whispers.
undergraduate. Okay, this reads like this is You know, I remember one time. I remember when I was in high school, I had my geometry and algebra teacher. When we fucked up, she'd be like, "This is middle school work. This is undergraduate work. Put your fucking law to read the test." God damn, you write like a fucking undergraduate. Now, let's talk about Mike Pence burying his career. Because Hunter's cooked, obviously.
Oh yeah, this was great.
Mike Pence, speaking of cooked, Mike Pence cooked, over, roasted, done.
You are
Thank you.
distressed that the Ukrainians don't have enough American tanks. Every city in the United States has become
He's sweating already.
Much worse over the past 3 years. Drive around. There's not one city that's gotten better in the United States. And it's visible. Our economy has degraded.
This
The
answer was
suicide
really
rate.
stupid.
Oh, wait to his fucking answer.
but this is the thing. Play the whole clip because people gave one or two comments just said.
You would just play the whole clip with no commentary?
No. Just play it till he says the thing afterwards.
Right.
I'll tell you when to stop.
Also, Rat King says my undergrad wasn't that bad. Yeah, I know, but like I'm shocked when I see legal writing that it's so low in proficiency.
It has jumped. Public filth and disorder and crime have exponentially increased. And yet your concern is that the Ukrainians, a country most people can't find on a map, who've received tens of billions of U.S. tax dollars, don't have enough tanks. I think it's a fair question to ask. Like,
Sure is.
Where's the concern for the United States in that?
Well, it's not my concern.
Keep going.
Now, no. I'm just saying. I'm pausing there for a reason. Donald Trump and every single person running against Mike Pence is going to pause where I just paused.
And just say that over and over again.
Well, because
he's going to play that in a
it's
clip.
not my concern. Now, I know he goes on to explicate himself better. But you can't, he explicates a little bit, right? Okay, you're right. But he explicates a little bit. However, when you say something like that, you're done.
Yeah.
Not my concern. I don't care. That's all people are going to hear. They won't hear whatever you said after. We are going to listen to it, but the vast majority of people are never going to hear what you said after that. It's not my concern.
Tucker, I've heard that routine from you before, but that's not my concern. I'm running for president of the United States because I think this country's in a lot of trouble. I think Joe Biden has weakened America at home and abroad.
Just like DeSantis not answering the question yet, though.
And as President of the United States, we're going to restore law and order in our cities. We're going to secure our border. We're going to get this economy moving again.
Talking about the border,
and we're going to make
not talking about the
sure
question.
that we have men and women on our courts at every level that will stand for the right to life and defend all the God-given liberties enshrined in our Constitution.
Pause there. Okay.
What? He's not answered the question, just like DeSantis.
No, but Tucker just gave you, here's a bunch of things that are wrong with the country. And then you just say that after you said, hold on a second, I'm not fucking done.
Okay, sorry.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry, Spoon.
He said, these are all the things wrong with the country. He mentioned like the crime, the homelessness, and the drugs and all that dumb shit. The fact that the border has a problem. He says, I don't care about any of those things. But here's what I care about. We're going to get the economy moving again. We're going to secure our borders. We're going to restore law and order. Like, bitch, that's literally the thing you just said you don't care about. So let me get this straight. You don't care about these things, but then you also say this is what you're going to do. What? That tells me you didn't listen to the fucking question.
Yeah, this is a pre-planned, just like with DeSantis, this is a pre-planned answer that he practiced beforehand.
Why didn't you just say this part?
Because he had to put in this answer somewhere. Because he had it pre-planned in his head. It has nothing to do with what Tucker fucking asked him, honestly.
He would have been better off if he didn't say anything about Ukraine and just said that.
Probably.
It would have completely avoided the question, but his answer would have made more sense.
Yeah, I think so.
Anybody that says that we can't be the leader of the free world,
yes, actually it does,
and solve our problems at home has a pretty small view of the greatest nation on earth.
Well, you're not doing either, by the way.
We can't. I don't want to be the leader of the free fucking world. I'm tired of America being the fucking global hegemon.
Yeah, they kind of suck at it.
Sick.
We can do both.
No, you can't.
No.
And as President of the United States,
I don't want us to. Fuck off. neocon piece of shit.
You're basically just a warmongering.
Yes,
That's
you
it.
are.
We will secure our border. We will support our military. We will revive our economy and stand by our values. And we will also lead the world for freedom under my administration.
Look at Tucker's face.
Okay, what the fuck does that even mean?
Nothing.
We
it's
will
just
lead the
they're-
world under my administration. Lead it into what?
Who knows? They're
This is
vacant and
like
vapid. They are
sloganeering
vacant.
shit.
Yes.
Like, who the fuck
Yes.
buys the... Okay, no offense to
Nobody.
Americans, because I know you guys love your like liberty, freedom, and all that dumb shit. But you must understand, to the rest of the world, when you say this dumb shit, they get panicky because it's sloganeering bullshit, and the fucking deep state military apparatus owns all of your fucking country. I mean, for God's sakes, when Trump was in charge, you literally had people in the military defy the fucking chain of command of the chief executive of the executive branch, who is the commander of the fucking military.
Yep.
So I don't really give a flying crap what any of your presidents say, because clearly your military apparatus in your country is rogue.
Yeah, these are vacant and vapid platitudes. And look
Yes.
at Tucker. Tucker's just like, what the fuck? Like, you didn't answer my question, and you're just sloganeering.
Administration. I promise you.
Amen. Vice President Mike Pence,
Sure
thank
thing.
you very
Amen. Sure thing. Sure thing,
That
Pence.
was like
This
so
is
sarcastic,
not.
but Chucker.
By the way, this is not Mike Pence. It sure looks like him, though. Oh no! What? Oh, the Twitter got deleted where someone threw water balloons at him. Aw. Hang on, let me see if I can find it then. There's been Pence water balloon.
I think it's on my one. Hold on.
I know, but apparently it's been deleted. Here it is.
Look at that.
It's not him, by the way. It's not him.
Are you sure?
But yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's not him. But still, I want everyone in the chat to examine
Throwing arm of that lady.
this future pro women's baseball player right here. This little girl. I love everything about this clip. It makes me so happy. It truly does. Boom! Look at that overhanded throw right on the top of the head. Right on the top of the head. And now look at her face. She knows she got him. That's the American spirit, baby. And I
thought her face was like, I wasn't
love it.
supposed to do that.
Yeah, I think she's a little surprised that she got away with it. That she did it. Following around
It's a
Jack
great
Smith
throw.
like fangirls after news of possible third Trump indictment. So have you heard of the new Trump indictment?
Another one?
There's another one. There is another one. I know.
Turns out even Jack Smith can't resist a $5 footlong. That's according to what we see right there. New and
I'm sorry, let's cover it first. I thought that might have been related. Well, I was with my family just having arrived from the Turning Point event in Florida, where I won the straw poll against Republican candidates with 85.7% on all polls, showing me leading in the Republican primary, very substantial numbers. Yes, I get it, Trump. Yeah, okay. Deranged Jack Smith, the prosecutor with Joe Biden's DOJ, sent a letter again. It was on Sunday night, stating that I am a target of the January 6th grand jury investigation, giving me 4 days to report to the grand jury, which almost always means an arrest and indictment. So now Joe Biden's attorney general, Merrick Garland, who I turned down for the U.S. Supreme Court, in retrospect,
Thank
based on his
God.
corrupt and unethical actions, was a very wise decision. I love Trump's writing. Together with Joe Biden's Department of Injustice, have effectively issued a third indictment and arrest of Joe Biden's #1 political opponent. How can anyone abide this in what's supposed to be a fucking democracy? This is not the will of the people, is it? I mean, maybe it is, but this is not how things are supposed to work. This is extra governmental
and
prosecution and persecution of a political opponent. For what? Things you've already tried him over. His supposed involvement with January 6th. This is disgusting. Here's Special Counsel Jack Smith, guy who issued this.
exclusive CNN video of the special counsel at Subway, declining, though, to respond to reporters' questions about today's big news. A target letter sent to the former president of the United States. CNN's Evan Perez was there trying to track down the special counsel. I won't ask you all of
God, I'm
the
so pissed.
less important things about what he got and how he paid and all that. But what is important is the imagery here. They clearly wanted us to see him and that image to be very different from what we saw in the former president's post, which is that he's a deranged individual.
Yeah, I mean, look, you can.
Spoon, do you understand what they just said?
Say that again?
The fact that he refused to respond to questions while leaving a Subway, getting a sandwich, is proof he's not a deranged individual. To counter Donald Trump's statement that he's deranged. What? Yeah.
I don't understand how that even makes sense.
He gets a Subway sandwich just like you and me. That means he's not deranged. No, it really doesn't.
I can count probably 5 or 6 sandwich shops between his office and that location that he was at earlier today. He stood in line just like everybody else, and I couldn't tell whether it was a foot long or was it a 6-inch sub.
CNN,
but look,
the most trusted
we
name
now
in
are
news,
on watch for when they
are talking about the fucking sandwich in the sandwich shop he got it from, rather than the fact that he is trying to indict Trump on January 6th incitement claims, which he's already been indicted for, by the way, making this double jeopardy, you fucking lunatic. Whether or not it's true or not, because it's not true, but whatever. This is all that CNN has to say about it, is that he went to Subway.
Of course, on the special counsel's side, that's the Justice Department and its appointee, Jack Smith. Jack Smith is tight-lipped. He was spotted today by CNN.
Yeah, I wonder why. Why do you think he's tight-lipped, fat bitch at CNN? Because he has no case. So trying to humanize him by and by the way, you know this, that he tipped off CNN and they tipped off the other people to go film him at the Subway to be like, oh, look, he's just like me. He goes to the Subway, which is why are they focusing on him going to Subway? Because it, in their mind, humanizes him. That's the only reason why they're focusing on this in their coverage. Spoon, do you understand the levels of fucking insanity of this? Of being like, well, this guy is trying to do like an insane thing by trying to indict the former president a third time on totally trumped up, pun intended, bogus claims on things that he's already not been found guilty of. I'm like, whoa, but he's a cool guy. Look, he goes to Subway just like
News
me and
just
you.
in, Aiden. CNN is corrupt.
I know.
Going to Subway for lunch, picking up a sandwich, leaving, and not saying a word.
What kind of Subway sandwich do you get, you fat bitch? I'm
All
sure
of
it's
them.
the meatball marinara. Yeah, all of them. Thank you.
Again, what would you like to eat? Yes.
Yeah. I was gonna say the meatball marinara, I think, is their
Foot
highest
long to
calorie
you
sandwich.
is a fucking opener.
Yeah, it's the
It's a
opener. That's it's just like, that's a nice appetizer. Where's the rest?
So no comment from the special counsel's office on whether they plan to indict Donald Trump and when that is
On
potentially
what?
going to
On
happen
double jeopardy
for
charges?
the second time for a federal case.
They don't care. They don't fucking care.
And just one last point. Jack Smith, remember when the classified documents target letter, when Trump announced that, there was a lot of commentary. It was Jack Smith making a mistake here. Is he leaving this all to Donald Trump? And then they released the indictment and we all said, wow. Wow. We read it. We saw the documentation. We saw the level of detail. Jack Smith going to Subway today is a message to Donald Trump.
It's been like, sometimes, do you ever feel like,
The government's playing a trick on you.
well, I was gonna say more like, do you ever feel like you're the only sane person in an absolute world of idiots?
Every day, but I have a best friend that I can
Jack-
share this dumb shit with and I can go
Jack
like,
Smith, who has made this not just baseless, but double jeopardy claim against Donald Trump, is so brave, and his bravery is made manifest in a video of him going to Subway. I don't I don't know what to say.
Donald Trump tries to intimidate people. He tries to bully people. He tries to scare you.
That's literally what you're doing, by the way. That's what you've been doing with all of these indictments, but okay. Go to
You wanna see
Subway, I
something-
guess.
You want to see something funny?
Yeah, I mean, this is hilarious, but what's funnier than this?
Well, look at what Marjorie Taylor Greene pulled out.
Uh-huh. Oh, shit. Okay.
That's hilarious.
I think we can show this.
Pulled
It was
out.
shown in Congress. Hunter recorded multiple sex tapes with a prostitute he had paid for out of his law firm's bank account. Goddamn, is this real? She held this up?
Seems real.
I don't know, it doesn't seem real to me. But, I mean, those are real pictures. I've seen them, unfortunately.
Well, it's
Oh,
the
boy.
Post-Millennial reported this.
Oh, okay. Alright.
Someone just said, how can we tie this to Donald J. Trump?
All of it's Trump's fault. My sandwich.
Away.
Yes, even though
no
this shit was
word.
done before Trump was even in office.
I know.
To the simple $5 sub in his hand saying, I'm here, I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, the imagery was intentional and spoke volumes.
It really
It spoke volumes. Him being at Subway spoke volumes. Spoon, these are not serious people.
Oh,
what
God.
the hell are
we're-
we dealing with?
We're going to hit a recession.
Clowns.
Jim Cramer said we're not going to have a recession, which means we're going to have a recession.
Yeah.
Because everything Jim Cramer says is wrong.
Right. Michigan, by the way, is really horrifying. Speaking of violating of your rights, these are just gonna make shit up. Michigan is going after the electors. The electors. The people who count the votes, and they don't count them personally. They're the ones who cast their final votes because they look at the votes and they're supposed to be like, okay, here's how we choose to vote. Michigan is
believed
now.
to be membership.
I may be overreading, but I think they're gonna try
Yes,
them
that
with
was not-
sedition, or based on what this woman says, with treason. And Spin, what is treason? What can happen to you if you're found guilty of treason?
Off with your head.
Yeah, you're killed. They're trying to now claim that the Michigan electors who said that Michigan went with Trump are guilty of sedition or treason. Well, not guilty, but they want to try them for it, right?
The orchestrated plan. We allege that 16 Michigan residents met covertly in the basement of Michigan's
That's
GOP
conspiracy,
headquarters and knowingly
intent for conspiracy,
signed their names to multiple certificates
sedition
stating
and treason.
that they were the duly elected and qualified electors for President and Vice President of the United States of America for the state of Michigan. That was a lie. They weren't the duly elected and qualified electors.
Yes,
They were.
they were. That part's not in question. What you're claiming is you don't like how they chose to. By the way, what's so bizarre about this is that Trump lost, didn't he? So why does it
Apparently.
matter? Why are you? Oh, I know why you're coming after these people. They did something you didn't want. Now they're coming after individual citizens, people, saying, we will destroy you. We will put you in prison, maybe put you to death if you don't follow along with the leftist paradigm. That's what they're saying. You were not duly elected because you went against what we decided post facto, post hoc. It's not how this is supposed to work. It's how it works. This is how democracy always ends up working.
And each of the defendants knew it. They carried out these actions with the hope and belief that the electoral
Good night,
votes
Bill.
of Michigan's 2020 election would be awarded to the candidate of their choosing instead of the candidate that Michigan voters actually chose.
Democracy.
All they have to go off of is the vote.
Oh, wow. Okay.
The fact that they're going this far, Spoon, to me, reeks of fear.
Yeah, it's funny.
They're terrified.
And also Trump, in case you can't tell, if they're going to go like this hard at you now, they're going to do this after you leave office. So your job is to do something very drastic to make sure they can't. And I'm just saying, by the way, it is in the U.S. Constitution to overthrow the government and install
Yes,
something
it
if this one
is.
doesn't work. You can actually legally do that.
It's in the Constitution, by the
You
way.
can- you can
if your government
legally-
has become so fucked up, you can
Yeah.
constitutionally leave.
Yes, you can legally make a monarchy in the United States. There's nothing in the Constitution that says you can't make one.
I have allergy meds. I have new allergy pills because my allergy.
Yeah, the sun doesn't scare shit. Trump is the only one that causes this erratic reaction.
But this is insane, right? It's just that we're going to come after elected officials who are just there to check the votes. And what are you going to do? What are you going to try them for, bitch? She's the Attorney General of Michigan. You're going to have to try them for sedition or treason. One of these is a capital crime, meaning punishable by death. Oh, I guarantee they would love to kill people. That's all they think about all the fucking time, man. Speaking of Michigan City investigates salon owner's online comments about gender identity. North Michigan City is investigating after local hair salon owner posted on social media that anyone identifying other than a man and woman is not welcome at her business. Based. You're allowed to do that. You say, nope. I don't want you here. Demonstrators chanted and carried signs Wednesday outside the business Studio 8 Hair Lab. In an Associated Press interview, Geiger stood by her posts and said small business owners should feel free to serve whomever they wish. Quote, I just don't want the woke dollar. I'd rather not be as busy than I have to do services that I don't agree with. A post last weekend on the salon's Facebook page, which is no longer available, read, if a human identifies as anything other than a man or woman, please seek services at a local pet groomer. You're not You're not welcome at the salon, period. Should you request to have a particular pronoun used, please note we may simply refer to you as hey you. That's not even bad. Just like, hey you. They're not going to use your fucking fake ass pronoun though, right? Hang on.
I would call them the F word.
She should be allowed to. She's going to lose business over this. She's going to gain business over this. But, you know, they're protesting her. This is a city of 15,000 people. This random woman can't just say, like, nah. You think people who showed up, you think they're from there? Oh, I doubt it. They received 1,600 complaints in a city of 15,000 people? Really? You think there's 16,000 transes in a town of 1,500?
No.
Nope. Absolutely fucking not.
Oh, holy shit, I didn't realize this happened. There was a Pfizer warehouse stocked with COVID-19 vaccines, and it was destroyed by a tornado.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Let's watch the... Speaking of equal pay in sports, we're talking about the trans stuff now. So.
The socialist and author Grace Blakely and YouTube commentator Paul Davis, both I would imagine identifying as
those.
Provocateurs.
You did though.
Of course.
Let's talk about this first of all. Paul.
You don't want to watch those, Spoon?
No, I'm just going to ask you to pause a lot.
Okay.
I just find
you want to put this in the watch together?
Personal pronoun thing.
Yeah, let me pop it in the watch together real quick.
Do you have one?
No, I'll make one real quick. It takes like 2 seconds. All right, and there we go. Sorry, it always plays that noise. Do
I have a watch together?
I got it. Just sent it to you.
Thank you.
All right, I will stop sharing my screen.
Oh no, you could just keep that one up.
Oh.
If you just say, I can just pause it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you see what I mean.
Yeah, why'd I do that? Hang on.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Okay. I'll share my screen again. There we go. I hate that shit.
You make it bigger if you want.
Yeah, hang on. What? Why? What? Oh. That would be why I didn't have the right address because I'm a big dumb dingus. There we go.
Well, joining me in the studio, socialist and author.
Too loud?
No, let me just mute it.
Oh.
Oh, no shit. Okay, no. We're gonna have to... Let me make it. Let me make this thing. Hold on. Yeah.
Huh? Are you all good?
No, hold on. Just give me a second. There we go. Here we have it now.
Oh, okay. Cool.
To Grace Blakely, YouTube commentator Paul Davis. Both I would imagine identifying as provocateurs.
Of course. Hopefully it shouldn't be echoing now.
Let's talk about this first of all, Paul.
Is it echoing?
No, it's because I'm fucking sharing the screen.
That's why I said like I should stop sharing.
No,
mine.
yes. Hold on.
Read.
There we go.
Okay,
Sorry, man.
okay.
It's late.
Sorry,
Fuck
guys.
off.
Yeah.
I just find the whole personal pronoun thing honestly absurd. My personal pronouns on my Twitter biography are now hot, hotter, hottest. And frankly, if people don't call me those, then they have to be jailed. I go along with that. But I did that to highlight that when I do that and say that, people then accuse me of being ridiculous. I think the whole thing is ridiculous. Why do we need personal pronouns?
We don't need personal pronouns.
I just want to say, whoever dressed Pearl, well done. That color scheme looks a lot better on it.
She. By the way, I hope that the echoing has stopped.
Yeah, it's gone.
Pearl went to see like somebody to help her with her fashion stuff. Yeah, and this is that very light cream color looks good on her.
Yes.
Pronouns.
I don't think it's kind to allow people to live in delusion.
Wait, are you
at the end of the day,
I kind of come to hate that term at the end of the day. I use it sometimes, but still.
We all know what a man and a woman is, okay? Just because you dress like a woman, talk like a woman, act like a woman, it does not make you a woman. And I am so tired of us allowing these people to let us live in delusion. It is delusional to think you are the opposite gender, and it is not kind.
I can't even go on. I love flying British Airways, right? My preferred airline, a wonderful airline. And there used to be a lovely posh voice saying, "Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Britain." And I used to feel soothing, particularly if I came from another country back to Britain. I felt immediately at ease. My captain was there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking.
I gotta be honest, like, bro, I feel that way 100%. I like that. I like that posh shit. I mean,
yeah,
I do.
It reminds me of me.
It's soothing. It is soothing, and like it's not always posh. Like I remember when I went to Birmingham, from Guernsey, we had a great pilot flying us to London, which he was just like, "Oh, the fuck, you look over here," and he was like really casual because it's from Guernsey, right? It's very local. This is very, local town. It's a local shop for local people. We'll have no trouble here. It's very much the mindset of Guernsey people, I suppose. And I do like it. I have to be honest. I've always liked British people, right? Or British related people. I've always liked even though there's so much degeneracy in British culture as well, I've always liked that.
Yeah, I know, but we can't get rid of Parliament.
Right. I know. I've always liked it. I know I live here, so whatever.
Sounding like he was, from some wonderful.
By the way, if people want me to make a video on this, feel free to tell me, and I will.
Cathay News Bulletin, and he referred to us as ladies and gentlemen. That's now been banned. They're not allowed to say ladies and gentlemen because there might be one person on the plane who says, whoa, hang on. I don't identify as a lady or a gentleman. Well, okay, fine. I don't care. But
nobody
I do.
cares. Thank you,
where's
Piers.
my right to be called a gentleman?
Piers,
Grace?
you know how I feel about this. I'm so bored of it all.
Are
I'm
you?
so bored of the fact that this is the one item that's constantly coming up.
Well, then stop it. How about that, bitch?
That's a
Then
great
stop
freeze frame
pushing
right
for
there.
it. If you're tired of it, then stop. Because guess what? Everyone else is tired of it too.
Over and over and over again. And you can
Grace.
completely see why, right? Conservative governments have destroyed our economy. We're in the middle of
I think if you look over the
Who
world,
destroyed the economy?
the entire world
COVID.
destroyed the economy over the last
COVID
couple of years.
policies.
Yes, it has nothing to do with left or
implemented-
right.
And who implemented all the COVID policies?
Every government in the
Global
entire
world
fucking
order
world.
pieces of shit, which are largely left wing.
Yeah.
Oh, whoopsie doopsie poopsie.
a massive climate crisis just after the hottest week ever. I
Oh
just
my
come over
god. Hottest week ever. She's repeating the same shit. Hottest week ever. Hottest week in the 120,000 years. You read Ilhan Omar's tweet?
God,
Is that
these
how you
freeze
got-
frames
where
are
you-
great.
Yeah, where you got your information from? You dozy bint. I love that phrase, by the way.
Thank
I'm gonna
you,
steal
yeah.
it from you.
from Europe. It's extremely hot. And instead of talking
Yeah, it's called summer, you
not.
blonde git.
Is it that hot in Ireland?
No,
Because I gotta be honest, it's not that hot here.
it's about like low 20s.
I mean, how much? I don't even know how hot it is here, but I have to be honest. It's not been hot here the
Let me
last.
see how hot it is right now.
Last summer was way hotter than this one. I know because I've lived here.
Currently on my PC it says 10 degrees.
It's fucking.
That's kind of
nothing.
cold for this time of year, actually.
Yeah, actually, that's what I felt. Is that I have felt that it's quite cool. Now I don't know where she lives. I'm assuming London, but
Up
here in
her
the
own
channel.
ass.
Well, yeah, of course. But here in the channel, it's been quite cool. Okay, very cool.
Talking about that, we spend hours and hours and hours talking about pronouns, talking about going into bathrooms, talking
Then
about
shut up about it.
all of this stuff that just doesn't matter.
Yeah, but you see, it
You're
doesn't
right.
matter.
Wow, you're right. It doesn't matter. It's all fake. You're right.
Much like the climate crisis.
It doesn't matter to you.
I'm so bored.
It doesn't
of
matter to you,
Piers.
but it does matter to women in sport. It does matter to women
Sure.
whose young daughters might be using these dressing
course,
rooms. It
and
does
let's-
matter to the victims of male rapists who see their attackers identify as women
And
to
let's
get into
have
women's prisons.
those
Sorry, so when you say they don't matter, they really do
Let's
matter.
have those issues aired in the appropriate, spaces.
Yeah, when I say they don't matter, it's because I don't think any of it's real. It should all be just dumped. Which she's just saying, oh, it doesn't matter because she doesn't want the attention being paid to the issues that Piers just brought up, like rapists saying after their or during their trials for being rapists, saying, well, I identify as a woman, so it is a lesbian rape, and can I please go to a woman's prison so I can rape other women? Oh, great, thank you.
We are
in sport.
Benazir said, do a video on accents. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Yeah, explain. How do I do a video on accents? Do I do them?
Yeah, I guess do them or something.
Yeah, that's confusing.
Try to emulate them.
Have that discussion amongst sports people, but literally, it's about priorities, isn't it? There is a certain number of times.
Every time I see a woman on television talking, I go, why do I hate you? Why? I just
Thing is,
whenever you talk, I just nothing can get me to dislike women more than just hearing them speak. I'm just gonna be honest.
And yet you and I talk every day.
Yeah, but that's different.
I know.
You're not
I do
stupid.
like her blouse though. I like that blouse. I'd like that blouse.
We have on these shows to discuss the issues that matter.
You don't think women's... Hang on, before we come to our
I
next...
don't think women's sport matters as much as climate change.
Does women's-
I think
Cultist, typical.
So yeah, she pivots. Well, I don't give
Every
a fuck.
freeze frame has been great.
I'm not gonna talk about this issue because climate change, and
No one
why,
gives a
and
fuck about
you know
climate
why, and
change.
you know why they're talking about climate change. I didn't realize this until I moved here, and I gotta be completely honest with you about something. Well, actually, you would probably understand this, right?
Okay.
Well, South Africa is actually quite temperate because it's at the tip of Africa, right? But I imagine it's hotter than Ireland. Yes.
South Africa is really warm, Aiden.
I know. I know but it is close to the bottom of near Antarctica comparatively to Ireland, which is closer to the Arctic, right? So which one is hotter or colder? I'm asking you. South Africa is hotter than Ireland, yeah?
Significantly.
Okay.
It's closer to
I
the equator.
assumed. Well, no, it's
It's closer to
Actually,
the equator. Significantly closer to the equator, which is why it's warmer, Aiden.
okay. It's hotter in South Africa, right?
Yes, like this is like typical Americans don't know geography.
I do know geography. I just said that South Africa is closer to Antarctica than and Ireland is closer to the Arctic. Okay? But what I was saying is that I grew up in West Virginia and in Maryland where it gets extremely hot in the summers. And when I say extremely hot, I need to do this calculation for me. It's going to be like F2C because I grew up in America. So I would say on average, the temperature in Baltimore in the summer was 35 to 36 C. So that's 95 to 98 degrees, right?
Yeah,
that's
about
the
South Africa's
normal
temperature.
temperature.
Yeah.
That's the normal temperature in the summer in Baltimore growing up.
Right.
Brits, I think, because she's a Brit, they have no fucking clue, like what other people deal with in terms of heat. So when they have a minor heat wave, I talked about this earlier, but like, look, it took 20 minutes for my Magnum to melt. Yeah, it's 90 outside, or what's that in Celsius? I'm sorry, I
like
just don't know the conversions. 32.
32, yeah. I could say 33.
Oh, it's
roughly about there.
32 degrees outside. Oh no, I can't survive. And meanwhile, like, yeah, there are people, like, go talk to someone who lives in Arizona, where it gets 110, 115 in the summers. Holy Christ.
Having a planet in which we can play sport matters more than the rules
women's
of sport.
equality
My point
matter?
is, that's why she's talking about it, because she's
Does
hot.
women's equality matter to you?
Bitch, you don't have any fucking clue what the hell you are talking about. You are a mindless cultist weasel.
Yeah.
This is just complete bollocks.
Well, I mean, yeah, of course, but actually, I mean, the whole point like that I was going to make on this segment actually is that, like,
You are literally just there to fill noise. And that's all. No one gives a fuck what you have to say about anything. You've literally never said anything important in your entire life.
you cannot separate feminism from class issues.
Aiden, how do you feel about it?
You cannot separate feminism from class issues.
Spoken like a Marxist.
Well, it is Marxism.
Yes.
That is the Marxist paradigm, is that we have to engage in a dialectic here. It's all our dialectic. It's all about what they'll say is a class issue, because they'll say that feminism, that men versus women is a class issue.
Well, so someone asked me, why do I have a posh accent? Well, you see, when I lived in Ireland for a number of years, some friends of mine, when we were out during like a school trip, because we had to do like a thing for a week, and I heard myself over recording, and I went, dear God, I actually sound terribly Irish and like a city scumbag, and I must change that immediately. And when I left school, I binge watched a ungodly amount of QI. And obviously, QI at the time was hosted by Stephen Fry, and you would have people on like, Bill Bailey and Phil Jupitus and these kind of people. And I thought, if I can get Stephen Fry's accent and mix it with Bill Bailey and like sprinkle in some of Eddie Izzard's mannerisms, what would the accent sound like if I did that? And this is the accent that came out. And then I just started speaking in this way and reading in this manner. And now I have this terribly pretentious, weird accent that just sounds slightly European in some sense, but no one can really tell.
You.
Yes.
That's funny.
Yes. So I just have this vaguely... It's kind of weird because the accent, the location varies on who is guessing.
Oh, well, I'll tell you, when you've gotten drunk, you fall more into Irish, I have noticed, when we've talked.
That's because I'm probably taking the piss.
Yeah, well, maybe. But,
yes. Like Americans think it's just English.
Right. I would say, my experience
the Irish.
is very similar to yours in that I was made, well, not entirely similar, but as usual, for whatever reason, weird mirrors of each other in terms of many life experiences. In that, I was made fun of for having... I was made fun of for having a Southern accent, a West Virginia accent, and so I trained myself out of it, and now I speak with total non-regional diction. It's clearly American, but no one can
really say where.
No one can place where I'm from unless I tell you that I'm from. And if I tell you I'm from West, I'm from West by God, Virginia, they would be surprised to hear it. Yeah. So it is interesting in that. Passage.
For me, if I speak to Americans, they instantly go, well, you're English, because the diction is good and therefore it can only be English, because no one outside of England speaks good English, which is just fucking absurd and such a typical American attitude. When I asked my chat in the comments section, most people seem the main thing bizarrely was Indian.
Yeah,
and they said that, you told me that. And they said that I clearly went to a boarding school. That I went to like a high grammar school because the way I speak English means
that's incorrect though, because you do not speak in RP.
Like
you don't have like, you sound posh, but you don't speak in RP.
Yes, I don't sound like a caricature.
And you know the difference obviously between like posh, like just a more upper class British accent versus received pronunciation.
Yes.
How
it's more like the caricature. I don't sound like Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Well, I like Rees-Mogg, but yeah. Well, you could if you were trying to, Mogg it. Get it? Yeah. But no, you don't speak in RP. Yes. RP is to speak in extremely high-fluting manner, and just to it's very different.
The British
kind of
public would
speech
not
from what you-
accept this kind of behavior.
It's
That kind
but
of
received
way.
it's received pronunciation.
Yes.
You must enunciate every word.
It's
And
basically
a very,
the William
you know,
Bottomtooth character from Family Guy, but just speaking normally.
Right.
Like,
But yeah,
yeah, someone
our
talks in
piece,
this
it's a-
kind of way.
Oh, you might.
It actually just sounds like Hitchens
When
with a
people
broken
you
jaw.
will speak up, you fucking.
Don't ever do that
I got
again.
into Australian, by the way, but oh well.
That's like
when you get
North
into
FC,
lower,
what you're trying
lower
to
class
do.
British, it does become very close to
Yes.
Australian. However, yeah, it's just people not
Just
knowing
more
the difference
drunk.
between RP and correct the Queen's English.
I've
or
had
King's English
some-
now. Let's go.
It's if Americans think it's English, the Irish think it sounds English because it's people seem to think it's Irish. If I tell that to an Irish person here, they would instantly tell me just by the way you speak, you're not Irish. You can just tell. The English can tell it's not English, but they think it's Irish, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, it's. I mean, and I can hear when the Afrikaans parts comes through, man. Like I can definitely.
That tends to be the giveaway that I'm South African. Is I say certain words that is very obviously South African. I don't know which ones actually. I've gotten German before.
We've talked every day for 2 years, for over a year. So that's like now
Yeah.
I can pick it up when I hear like that's the South African word. You know,
I've had German. I've had Lithuanian. How the fuck they got that? I have no idea. I've gotten Welsh before. Again, how the fuck you got that? I have no idea.
oh no, you have to speak a little flute if you're from Wales.
I've had
You know?
I've had Australian and New Zealander before. Obviously, those people don't exist anymore. They're 6 feet under.
Australia isn't real.
Yes, I've had like 3 or 4 people say South Africa from the get-go. Bizarrely, one kid who got that was 18 years old. How the hell an 18-year-old just went like, you're South African? Like, how the fuck can you tell? You're an 18-year-old kid. How do you know my accent?
It's actually funny because you didn't even say South Africa because you lived there, because of the way you speak. You don't even say South Africa the way that South Africans say it, because there is
because we say South Africa.
Yeah, exactly. I always say it's Africa. I've heard that one too. I'm doing it wrong, but you know what I mean. I've heard.
Oh god, yes. Those are people that basically played Far Cry 2 and think that's how all South Africans talk.
Okay. Well, I haven't played for. I have played.
People who say
Far
South
Cry 2,
Africa,
actually,
I'm like,
now
oh,
lying.
fuck
Say
off.
Africa. Yeah.
What?
I don't know how it works. I'm not from there. However, I do find accents interesting. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Like if you're just going around saying like, I don't know, I think the female CEO of a weapons manufacturer should be paid the same as a male CEO, and that's the hill I'm going to die on. I'm not fighting that fight with you, because ultimately, like what I care about are the struggles that ordinary women face every day.
Well, let's come to the main point of the.
And climate change is the thing that ordinary women face.
Yeah, do you find it
nosy
weird
bitch.
do you find it weird she pulled out a fucking weapons manufacturer?
I have no fucking
is
idea.
Lockheed Martin in your brain, bitch?
Does Welsh sound like Tiny
This
Skull?
issue.
Does Welsh sound like kind of so? Oh, I don't know you. I can't
does
do
Welsh
it with
sound
this accent.
Tiny of Skull?
I can't do it quite right. I can't. I
Don't-
can't do a Welsh
don't-
accent.
don't do
no,
that.
You like sound like a. The only thing I know about doing a Welsh accent is if you sound like you're speaking like a little flute, or just always go up, and that's the way you speak. The Welsh accent is always go up, like you're speaking like a little flute. I'm not going to do a Welsh accent. That was just my approximation of how you would do one. It's very floaty.
Aiden, don't try and do a
fluty.
Welsh accent. It's not in your capacity. Isn't mine though.
I'm now next week. I'm going to show it back up, and I'm going to practice it for a whole week.
You
I'm
can't
going
do
to
one.
practice my
Don't
cum
try.
rag. All right.
Don't try.
I'm going to practice my cum rag, dude. Fuck you. You know that actually is the word for whales. Cum rag.
Terrible. Don't fucking do
Cum
it.
rag. It is unironically the name for
Don't
whales.
fucking do it.
In Welsh, cum rag.
You're going to have half the
You
chat
all-
kill themselves.
No, that's not good.
Women's
Or most of
rights
them.
to be paid the same as men
Go-
in
oh,
sport.
so-
Now, the Australian women's football team have criticised the pay gap in the upcoming World Cup prize money. Let's take a look at what they said as a team.
736 footballers have the honour of representing their country on the world's biggest stage, this tournament.
Yet many are still denied the basic right to organise and collectively bargain.
Collective bargaining has allowed us to ensure we now get the same conditions as the Socceroos, with one exception. FIFA will still only offer women 1/4 as much prize money as men for the same achievement.
Because you don't draw as many eyeballs.
No
you
one gives
stupid
a
bitch.
shit.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly, and that's exactly precisely. Yeah, that's it. Like nobody's interested
let me.
Who
okay,
wants
Spoon,
to watch
why-
you? Fucking
Spoon,
no one.
I'll tell you who watches women's sports.
No one.
There's one portion of the population that absolutely watches women's sports. Know who it is? Coomers.
They don't watch any sports.
Real desperate people who just want to see like women titty bouncing around on the field, you know? Because women's sports are very uninteresting compared to male sports. Just look at the amount of goals they score and shit.
Well, okay, this is interesting, Pearl, because if you look at the revenue, for example, in 2019, FIFA generated £586 million in total revenue. The men's, for the 2019-22 cycle, 5.8 billion. Record revenue through the Men's World Cup. So the women's game has come on in leaps and bounds. The English Lionesses, fantastic win, sell-out crowds, they're making a lot more money. They're definitely way, way further now towards where the men are commercially than they were, but they're still a way off. And when you saw at Wimbledon, for example, the men's final was watched by 3 times as many people, and yet they were both free to air on the BBC. You could watch both if you wanted to. So there was 3 times as much interest in the men's game. They played 2 sets more per match than the women do, and yet the women get equal pay. I'm not quite sure why. I don't think it's a matter of equality.
Well,
it's just a matter of fairness.
It's not equal pay for equal service, is it then?
I think all of the women should thank the men for funding our leagues, because most of our leagues would not exist without the men, number one. Number two, when we have the same numbers, then we should get the same pay. I'm sorry, I play volleyball at the highest level, and it's like, when we make what the men make and get the crowds that the men draw, then we should get paid the same.
Well, see, why is it actually a fight for equality, Grace? I mean, why, if women in a particular sport, for example, turned out to generate more revenue, right, because they were more watchable, and in America, the women's football team is better than the men, and they do generate, even at school level, far more interest from girls than boys, for example.
What? Peers?
Oh, he's a hypothetical.
Oh, he's a hypothetical.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't see why equality should be the aim. Why shouldn't they get paid more than the men?
Well, look, I mean, there are all sorts of problems with the way that this market for labour, and it is basically a market for labour, works. Like,
She's actually going to try a distorted version of the labour theory of value here, which is
I know. She's using labor theory of value. Here we go.
Yeah.
When we put in the effort, therefore we deserve equal pay because we put in effort even though we suck.
Yeah.
I personally don't think that the top...
I don't think you've personally thought an independent thought in your entire life. Whenever a woman says don't think, I instantly just want to meme it.
football players in the world should be paid as much as they do. I think it's ridiculous, the amount.
But that's market force.
Exactly. It's market forces.
Well, why shouldn't they
should
get
that
that?
be the way that we decide, you know,
Who
who
gets to decide,
generates
you?
what, who generates what?
Yes, because it's called the audience, you fucking stupid
yeah.
deluded bitch. Like,
They don't want to watch
hell.
your sport is comparatively boring. That's why you make less. Labor theory of labor market theory of value. Come on, just because you've put in effort, I could put in. I mean, this is so stupid. Like, I don't know. Okay,
I don't know how the labor theory of
trying to
value
think
is
of
still a
something
thing.
I don't know
It's been
anything about.
debunked like over 100
I
years
know.
ago.
But I'm trying to think of. Let's try to use a hypothetical, since Pierce used a hypothetical. Speaking of this, I'm trying to think of something that I've never done and it would be terrible. Oh, I can't play a whole bunch of instruments. Obviously. So if I were to spend like 100 hours standing outside playing, what's an instrument I don't know anything about?
Guitar, flute, violin, bass, drums.
No, I can kind of play guitar. I can kind of play. Okay, the flute. I don't know. I can play bass clarinet, but I don't know how to play the flute.
Violin.
I have no idea how to play the flute. No clue.
The electric triangle, it's very difficult.
I could probably figure out the flute after a little bit, but so if I stand outside on the street playing the flute, then by labor theory of value, I should get paid money for me standing on the street and playing the fucking flute. You don't know what the fuck the didgeridoo. There we go. Thank you, Zero Fucks. I should get paid money because I did it? No, that's not how reality works.
The concept of quality does not exist in the labor theory of value.
Exactly.
Which is fucking retarded.
Personally, I'm very much in favour of the fact that they came out there and said collective bargaining. Ultimately, like...
That doesn't fucking mean anything. People think this phrase has like because there's multiple people involved, therefore somehow the bargaining strength is any better. Like, bitch, the quality of the product is still shit.
It's all the fallacy of democracy. It's all the fallacy of democracy. Democracy is existing, therefore good, therefore...
We can bargain for better pay. Is the product superior? No. Well, then I don't give a flying fuck about your stupid bargaining power.
Yeah,
Fuck off.
Don't care. Exactly.
The average worker in this country hasn't had a pay rise in over a decade.
I'm
How
so
is that going to
tired.
change?
I am
That's
so
going to
tired
change
of
when they
women
organise
whining.
with one another.
I am so
in
tired of women whining.
Mate,
it's
the only
like
person whining at the moment is you.
The men.
You were literally complaining about collective bargaining, you stupid bitch. What the fuck
You are
talking about?
whining. You are whining. There's no other way to describe it. You're whining.
Literally, the men fund our leagues, and we will still whine that we don't get paid enough. And honestly, when athletes do shit like this, it makes all of us look bad. Because instead of being thankful for the league that we have, we go out and whine and complain about the pay.
I mean, as I said, I'm not whining. You sound like you're maybe doing a bit of whining.
Literally are.
But like personally,
You literally are whining and complaining. Well, women deserve as same pays as men, even though they don't
Produce
get
the
the same
same quality of
audiences.
product.
And the reason why they don't get the same audiences is because of sexism. No, it's because
It's because you
they're
suck.
boring.
I don't think we should be whining. I think people should be organising.
Do you
If
think
you want
the way-
if you
do you
want a
think
pay
that-
increase,
Yes, organize into being a better product.
Completely change female physiognomy and biology to be so that they can compete in sports to make them less
Yeah.
fucking boring. Oh, you know how they're doing that, Spoon? Because they are doing that. You know how
Steroids?
they're doing that? Transgender.
Yeah, that's basically steroids.
That's how they make women's
It's called natural
sports.
steroids. It's called
That is
puberty.
legitimately how the fuck they make women's sports interesting. And I'm sincere about this. The way that they have tried to make women's sports interesting is by putting men in them.
Can you explain to me how doping in sports is banned, but transgenders are not? Someone fucking explain that one to me.
And they'll say, "Oh, but they're on estrogen, so that makes them the same as a woman."
Okay, so just by the way, if they need to be on estrogen, it tells me that there is a difference between men and women because that's why you need to take the estrogen to bring down the testosterone.
Very good observation. Exactly, because their body naturally produces estrogen.
It's almost
Or, excuse me,
like
testosterone.
this is entirely fucking retarded, and anyone who
Yeah,
sims
it's
for this is
stupid.
just a clear fucking
The
retarded jackass.
And again, the most interesting things that have happened in women's sports, and I'll bring this up real quick. You have my tab still open, right? I'll bring this up real quick because it's just a short little thing. I'm not going to go over anything more than the picture itself. Is that you remember Leah Thomas?
And the man.
The transgender
The man.
swimmer man. Look at his new shirt. Antifa super soldier.
The phrase cringe and gay does not begin to describe this thing.
Yep. This is Leah Thomas, the transgender swimmer who broke every woman's record, destroyed women's swimming, is now an Antifa super soldier. Okay. This is the problem we're talking about, you dozy bend.
Do you think
join a union, get out there and fight for it.
should the women football get the same as the men?
Yeah, I think it probably makes sense.
Even if they're not
But
making anything
ultimately-
like the revenue.
Ultimately, like it's not going to
female
change.
footballers lost
It's not
to
going
a
to change unless they
15-year-old
organise. That's actually true across every
Oh.
sector
Let me-
everywhere in
okay,
the
let me-
economy.
how much-
If you
all right,
want a
let me-
pay rise,
okay.
join a union
Let
and
me-
fight for
let
one.
me ask you.
And for what?
How
are they gonna-
okay,
how?
explain to me how
They
the
don't
fuck
make the money.
how
Where's
how
the
the
money come
fuck
from?
how the fuck does joining a union produce a better product?
It doesn't. And
What
the
the
thing is, that,
fuck
like,
are
what are
you
you going to do?
talking
There is no money in it. So where's the money going to come from? Nowhere. Oh, because these people don't understand how money works. They think it will just come from the ether. That money, these people, they don't understand money at all. They think it just exists in the ether, and if they ask for it, God, their socialist God, will deliver them the finances they want. Guess what, sweetie? No, not how shit works. Women's sports suck. The only people who watch it are coomers, and nobody else. Not interested.
Get this though, they have got unions. But
Coomers and
me
other
ask you this.
women.
On talent alone, for example, as a yardstick, the US women's football team were beaten by a group of under 15 boys from Texas, right?
I remember
Who were
that
very
was
good,
hilarious.
under 15 boys, but their under 15 boys team beat them, I think, about
Yeah,
8,
what do you have to say
9-0
about
or
that,
something.
bitch?
So why should women footballers, who are clearly nowhere near as good as their male counterparts, just technically, why should they get paid anything like as much money?
Well, I mean, you know, it sucks, doesn't it? That like as a woman, yeah, okay.
Just the way that she answered that question
It sucks.
makes me want to punch her.
I know.
Hmm.
Oh,
it sucks
Okay.
like
Reality sucks, huh? Yeah, it sure does. Reality does suck for you.
You play volleyball. I'm a surfer. I absolutely love surfing. It's very hard for women to build up a body strength. This is something that I've learned.
I can guarantee you, if you trained with me, you would have the strongest back you'd ever have in your entire life.
But no, hang on. She's not wrong though. It is more difficult for women to build.
Yeah,
particularly upper body strength.
Again, I would guarantee I can build a stronger back, and at least then she can hate me for a valid fucking reason, not for my opinion.
But she's not wrong though in that it is more difficult for women to build upper body strength. You agree? It's an uncontestable fact.
But yeah, no shit.
Okay.
But it's harder for women to build muscle in general.
In general, yes.
muscle
Women build
is built
fat.
with testosterone.
And yes, and
of
women
which you
build
don't have
fat
as much.
And women build fat more easily because we're storing shit so that we live, right?
Biceps, ass, and gastrocnemius.
Like I'm a very weak woman in terms of my physical body strength. I can barely fucking walk. You know, I had to relearn how to walk after I got really sick, which stunk. But I can walk now, and
as in, I would literally tell her to wield a barbell up until she can't fucking walk anymore.
I know.
Before someone thinks I would fuck her, like,
you've seen
no
recent,
offense.
relatively
Okay, no,
recent
actually, no.
pictures of me. And you've seen what my legs look like, right? They're literal twigs.
Yes,
like
and also, there's no way in hell I would ever fuck this woman because I'm way out of her league.
Yeah, true. But my legs are twig-like.
This is what she looks like with makeup, and she's barely a 6.
Yeah.
I'm an 8 on a bad day.
Why do you think she's so mad? Why do you think she's so mad?
Very much the hard way. And so,
surfers, by the way, there is equal pay.
Yeah, there is. And actually, it's
yeah,
one
so
of those
you admit there's
sports
equal
where,
pay.
Can a woman be as good as a man or not?
Well, it's different. It's a different sport, really.
Wait a minute. Equal pay, but it's different.
I knew you were going to
Which one
pick
is
up
it?
on this part.
Which one, bitch? Is it equal or is it different? Idiot.
It is the same sport, but it's very different watching a woman surf than it is watching a man surf because, the average male body is different from the average woman, woman's body for all these.
But is there any actual technical reason why a woman can't do with a surfboard what a man can do?
Yeah, there's loads of reasons. Like, it is about the upper body strength. It's about, like, the way that the body is built.
So should women surfers at the elite level get the same as men?
But, again, I think it's just different. Like, it's a different kind of game.
But you just said
it's
there was no difference.
Inferior.
She literally said
this different
right before
crap
this,
is just
there's no
rubbish.
difference. She said right before this, there is no difference. And now she's saying, oh, but we're very different. And that's why I agree with Pearl's face here of being like, yeah, there's no difference, but we're different. Which one is it, bish?
Watch it.
You're shaking your head.
No, I just think when we start making the same amount of money as the men, then we should get paid the same as the men. I don't hear the men whining about OnlyFans models getting paid more than them. I don't hear the men whining about models getting paid more than them. Kendall Jenner is the highest paid supermodel. Where are the male supermodels? But whenever men dominate in an industry, women will just complain.
100% correct.
That is true.
Yep. I mean, I don't know if that's true about OnlyFans because there are a lot of men on OnlyFans as well.
Are you joking?
The
lady, pause, please.
The pay ratio is the top earners is 70%, and the male are 30%.
Yes, the people who make money on OnlyFans.
Yes,
women.
The top 70% are female.
And who's looking at the men?
I dread to think. So I'm not even going to comment.
I'm just being honest. Who's looking at the guys on OnlyFans?
I don't. Gay guys, probably.
It's gay guys.
Yes.
And a couple of women. But I guarantee that 30% of top earners on OnlyFans who are men, I'm going to just be honest. I'm going to say that probably 80% of those are, 60 to 80% are men, are gay men. And then the other between 40 to 10% are women. But it's going to be the majority gay males looking at the men who are high earners on OnlyFans. It is not straight females who are looking. Like, I enjoy a good-looking dude.
Thanks.
Obviously.
Sorry.
But I personally, and this is very common in women. I think actually the norm for women is that most women don't get attracted to a guy unless they can be like, oh, he's hot. But the things that make you attracted to him are the things outside of his physical attractiveness. The physical attractiveness is like a plus.
It's like, oh, I like his personality. He's got money. That's a very common thing.
Okay,
on dating apps.
I disagree with
dating
this.
apps. You don't think so? I think
No.
women look at non-physical aspects a whole lot more than they
if they want to date a guy,
physicality.
but if they want to fuck a guy, they will just look at him.
Maybe you might be right on that. But still,
Women
we're
look for
looking
two
at
things: can he make me laugh, and is he fuckable with my eyes? That's it.
Well, but again,
Especially nowadays, because women are cheap fucking sluts.
But there's a reason for that. That it's still a 70-30 split on OnlyFans in terms of what people are looking at, which is 70% women. Right? It's not a 50-50 equal split. It's 70% women. And I don't know the statistics. I'm citing you, and I'm assuming you're correct on that.
Well, she said that in the previous episode.
Oh, did she say that? Okay. I'm assuming that's correct then. But Pearl has a really bad track record on statistics. But if we're assuming that's correct, then then it's 70% of the people using OnlyFans are using it to look at women, and the 30% that are looking at men, I would imagine the majority are gay. But anywho,
of course they are.
Point
You
here.
think they make the same?
I have no idea, but like maybe
Well,
if
then
you
why were
averaged out the number of men and women that are on that website. Anyway, look, the main point here, the point that I came on here that I wanted to make was that the problem that we have in our economy at the moment is not that like the average football player isn't paid the same as the average man. It is probably an injustice, and I'm glad that they're organising and working together to fight for that.
How is it an injustice?
I don't know.
You literally just want shit to bitch about.
I honestly don't. Yeah. Yes, woman, welcome to it.
But ultimately, the problem we have in our economy is that nobody's getting paid enough money because
This is why.
Where is this imaginary money supposed to come from? You know what? No one's getting paid enough money. Do you know what would help you? You know what would help so that what you earn right now to be worth more, the value of your pound to be worth more? A conservative government that would stop paying so much into social systems that are wasted.
Here's an idea. How about deport mass amounts of fucking people back to the third world where those savages
stronger.
fucking belong?
Yes.
And no, I'm not going to apologize for calling them that. Fuck you.
I don't apologize. Improving the power of the pound is going to have to come from conservative political action, not from leftists.
Deflation.
And giving you more money doesn't mean anything because it will only inflate, which devalues the currency. How the fuck do people not understand? Please, for the love of God, read Basic Economics, Thomas Sowell. Please, for the love of God, read Basic Economics.
Or Henry Hazlitt.
It should be taught in high schools. It really should. Read Basic Economics because these people like it. Appropriately titled book, by the way. It is basic. You should understand this shit.
Because inflation's eroded people's wages. Even before that, no one had a pay rise in a really long time. And the lesson from this is...
Printing more money ain't going to help you, sweetie.
I've said, I'm going to say it again because it's an important lesson and no one knows about them anymore because they see them as a hangover from the 1970s. Join a union because otherwise your bosses are going to walk all over you.
So let me get this straight. You went from inflation is a problem to join a union. How the fucking hell is a union that anything to do with inflation?
But actually, you know what unions do have something to do with inflation. One thing I've always
control the printing press.
I was talking to Welsh Republic earlier, and he asked me if we had a chance to talk to Anna Kasparian, what would I want to debate her or discuss? What topic would I want to debate her on? And I thought about it for a minute. And I was like, I'd want to debate her on something that I think that she holds
minimum wage
as a serious issue that is counter-attitudinal to mine. And I thought the best one would be unions, and it's because here's the thing. And here's
just
my
Democratic Party middlemen. Let's be real.
Well, here's my fucking. I don't have to argue past this. Here is the death blow to unions, is that in West Virginia, right? There were a bunch of the only industry in the state because
coal and steel.
Not the only. Coal was going out. Why was coal going out, Spoon?
I don't know.
1800s. Coal was still a thing that was happening, but in the mid to late 1800s into the 1900s, as we go into the 1900s, the United States government, even into the 1900s, started to put reservations on coal as the source of fuel. They moved to oil, right?
Okay.
And so the coal industry started to die. West Virginia becomes desperate. Well, you know what else we have? Steel. We had a whole bunch of steel in these hills. So we'll build a whole bunch of steel mills. We're now in the mid 1900s, right? Yeah, gas and oil, yeah. Become more profitable, better sources of energy than coal does, so coal starts to die. Well, West Virginia, they have to do something, so they move towards steel. You get these huge steel towns that grow up around the Ohio River Valley. Steubenville, which is in Ohio, Follansbee, Weirton, Wellsburg. Wellsburg's more older than that, but still, these steel towns. And they built up all of their industry around steel. American steel is still completely and utterly valuable, but what we do now is we import steel, shitty steel from China. Why? Because they put a bunch of environmental regulations on it. And how did that end up the case? Because it starts out with, at those steel mills, the unions got together and said, we want more money. We want more money. And who are the people who are demanding more money and who actually got paid more? Let me tell you who. Who do you think it was? Who got paid more money after all of the strikes and demands for wage increases at the steel mills in West Virginia? Who got legitimately paid more money? Yeah, they got the people, on the street who protested, members of the union who joined that to fight for better wages. Their wage increased by about a penny. You know whose wages really increased? The people who ran the unions, and they got massive wage increases because the money went to them. The organizers of the unions are the ones who profited from all of that. And they kept doing it, and they kept doing it, and they kept doing it until the 1960s and 70s, at which point the U.S. steel industry collapsed. Why did the U.S. steel industry collapse, Spoon? Oh, because it was cheaper
Nixon
to buy
opened up
shitty...
relations with China.
It was cheaper to buy shitty Chinese steel than pay the exorbitant prices that were being demanded by the U.S. and workers. And why were they exorbitant? Because they had been demanded by the unions that were paying themselves. That's why I'm against unionization, because it always ends up this way. It destroyed the coal industry as well, by the way. It destroyed the steel industry. And if you ever want to see something real sad, just take a little walk. Just through Google Maps. Go to, type in Follansbee, 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 West Virginia. Used to be one of the biggest producers of steel, and where my father grew up in the entirety of the United States. Now, it is a ghost town. And it's because of unions. Even directly, it's because of unions. Thanks, unions. Love it.
Unions for all these. It's the unions that are fighting for them.
Exactly.
But just as a general point, though, the principle you think that women should get paid the same, even if they're not as technically as good and not producing as much revenue.
It's a subjective judgment, isn't it, on whether or not they're technically as good?
Well, not really.
No, it's not.
Because people watch men and women's sports for different reasons.
Well, let me give an example. An example would be the Olympics. If you made it non-gender specific, how many women would win medals?
Well, I mean...
None.
Okay.
Maybe in equestrian, maybe in shooting, I think, are the two.
But again, I think...
Where there's no sense that the men might win.
You can say, this group is better than this group. But again, I think it's different.
Men are better than women at sports. Yes, let's not...
Just answer the question, bitch. Is that if women went up against men in a completely non-gendered Olympic system, a woman would never win a single goal. Again, maybe Piers is right. Maybe in shooting, maybe in equestrianism, or whatever it's called, horseback riding, but nothing else.
Live in this delusion.
And in
most
cases, Grace, more people, men and women, want to watch men play sport.
Correct.
That's just a demonstrable fact. That may change. And my point is, if it changes, I don't see why equality should be the only ambition for the women. If it turns out that in some sport, women get more viewers watching and therefore draw more revenue, I'm all for them getting more.
The only way that you will ever get any more is if you lead with sex appeal. Because if it was,
like I said,
because if it was anything to do with actual performance in sport, you would watch the men because they're better than you in every single way.
The only thing women will get more viewership on is
speed
beach
and
volleyball.
strength is the reason why people watch sports, and that will always be male dominated.
Precisely. If they're playing in bikinis, that's how you get viewership. Other than that, and they do that shit. Have you seen that? Like the women's football stuff where they play in like skimpy outfits.
Yes.
And they just struggle in the mud essentially. Yeah, that's how you get people to watch women's sports.
Ladies, let's be real for a moment here. You are valid for your appearance and not much else. That's
Just
really,
deal with
really
it, man.
offensive. Except for you, Aiden, like you're valid for your brains. And because you have a
But I
fun
mean,
sex voice.
yeah, but you're right. You're right. But on average, women are not valued for their intellectualism.
Yes, because
because
the smartest people are men, so...
Well, we have to look at the IQ differential, right? In terms of the standard deviation.
Mhm.
Women's standard deviation is very tight. All women are smarter
Than men on average.
on average. Yeah.
Yeah.
All women, because their standard deviation of intelligence is very, very tight. My fucking weird autism shit puts me out in the boonies. As I'm an aberration, I'm a freak in that way. I don't mind. I mean, I'm a freak in a lot of ways, like just all kinds of weird.
You should really not admit that on stream. You're gonna get a whole
No, I'm
bunch of
saying I'm
memes.
freaking. I'm a monarchist. That's very freaky. Like that's what I mean. Like that's
That's
like,
sexy.
I'm aberrant. I'm clearly aberrant, and that's fine by me. But yeah, I'm clearly not within the standard deviation. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
But the standard deviation for men is very broad in terms of IQ. So you guys are some real ding dongs and some real geniuses. The smartest people are men, and the smartest and stupidest people on earth are men.
Yeah, we have a greater
Women
variety of
all
disparities.
kind of tend around an average of like the middle. So yeah.
More money than the men.
Can you name 5 WNBA players? 5 female soccer players?
I mean, I can't name any soccer players
That's
already.
crazy. I
What
wish we
is
had the support
WNBA?
from the
basketball?
feminists.
I don't
we
know.
would get equal pay if we would just get the support from the feminists.
Well, let me tell you.
To be fair, I can't name us.
5.
Let me tell you.
I can't name men.
We need our support.
You're asking the wrong person.
Yeah,
I
you
think.
really are.
But I do want to mention one thing.
I mean, like if you ask me, that's not really a fair question, Pearl. I don't think that's a fair question because like if
Okay,
you
name
ask me
5 female sport personalities.
ask me to Venus Williams. I don't know. Like that's if you ask me to name male sports figures, though, I'd be like LeBron James. I don't know.
Yeah, I can name a shitload of
I'm
men.
not. I'm not into sports, and so I don't know. I honestly don't. I mean, because
Yes,
it would be
and I watch
would be a
sports,
question I couldn't
so
answer
I can't
either.
name any women ones because I watch sport for performance, not for some
I
skinny
don't,
bitch.
and I don't watch sport at all. So that's why I think it wasn't really a fair question from Pearl, which would be my major criticism of this part. Is that I don't think that's a fair question because I couldn't name.
Yeah, but the basic question is why the fucking hell are you then here? It's about
Well,
equality in
ask- well, then
sports.
she
So why
should-
the
she
hell
should have
can't you
said-
name a single sports person? You dumb bitch.
I think she should have answered back. Can you name 10 male sports figures?
Yes, easily.
I mean, you can. I was saying that with that bitch.
Anyone
This
can.
woman.
If you
Well, I
watch
can't.
sports, like if you actually watch fucking sports,
Modern,
you can
current.
easily.
I when I think, okay, Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Charles Barkley, and then I start to run out, and then I'm done. Roethlisberger, Ken Roethlisberger, isn't that name Ken? It's Michael. I don't know. Roethlisberger. It's only because I like the Steelers. Fuck. And then I'm out. I can't even think of the Orioles pitchers I used to know. I'm not good at. I don't know sports figures, so that wouldn't help. So if you don't know sports figures, it would be a very difficult question to answer. And I would be surprised
Jesus
if
fucking
Pearl
Christ, no one
herself
here bloody
could
watches
name.
sports.
I would be surprised. What I'm saying is, I would be surprised if Pearl herself could name 10 male sports icons. Just saying. So it's not a good question to ask.
Which is, I had Dale Vince.
This is a gotcha. Andre Pollard,
He's this. He's
Damien
funding
Linde, Jesse
Just Stop
Creel.
Oil, and also
But yeah, you can. Oh,
Yes.
Colin Kaepernick. There you go. I might know him not from sports.
Brian
because of
Habana, JP
politics.
Peterson, Cheslin Colby, Philly LaRue.
I don't know any of these people. Never
Of course
heard
you
any
won't.
of these
Dwayne
names.
Vermeulen.
But that's my point. Is that I don't think that Pearl could have answered that question if she was asked the reverse, right? Like name 10 male sports figures. 10. 10 is a big number. For like name off the top of your head. That's a big number.
So he was very, very keen to show his feminist credentials because he owns a football team, and he had just hired the first female manager of a football team. But there was a slight problem, which he only made her the caretaker, and I saw a potential flaw here. So let's see what went down when I interviewed him. You didn't think by appointing the first female caretaker manager of a professional men's team you would get any attention?
She's the best candidate for the job at the club. This is what happens. You look at within the club, you find your best coach, and you say, take the team in an interim period while we do a proper recruitment process. That's all that's happening here. Why do you keep coming back to that?
Because she's
If you
only
look
a
at our
caretaker.
record of appointments.
She's only a caretaker.
Look at our record of appointments.
So if you believed in her that much, you'd have
Look at
made her
our record
manager. You've got all
of
the
appointments.
publicity, but actually
No,
she's
no,
not
no.
got the full
That's
job.
not how it works.
And I suspect what's
It's
going to
not-
happen is you're going
I
to go
thought
and
you
find...
understood football.
You're going to probably go and find a bloke to replace her, and then you're going to have to deal with that.
I thought you understood football, Piss.
I do. I'm an
thought
Arsenal
you
fan.
did.
Well, you might be massively unsurprised to learn that 12 days later, Hannah Dinkley has been removed from her job as caretaker manager and replaced by a man.
Oh.
Yeah, Dale talked a good game on feminism and women's rights and boasted about it and got all the publicity. And in the end, he got rid of her after 12 days and put a bloke in charge. And
Well,
you can make your
good
own
for
view about
women's
Mr. Vince
rights.
for doing that. Lovely to see you both. Thank you both very much indeed.
All right, so I'm gonna read the super chats and we're gonna head out.
Do you know what? I hate this argument.
Sure.
It just makes me think, my God, our world must have so few problems. Like, life must be fantastic if we can waste fucking energy arguing on this stupid shit. Like, I'm sorry, but in this point in time, if you're arguing over the shit of men and women in sports, it's like, what kind of fucking asinine retardation of a society do we live in, where we have to argue about men and women competing in sports? Like, dude, men are superior to women in every fucking aspect. Like, shut the fuck up.
And by the way, like, that's the thing, is that
Just
doesn't bother
stop.
me. It doesn't bother... No, hang on. I don't think it should bother women.
It
because
bothers me that
men
the
and women
conversation
exist
exists.
men and women exist in a symbiotic relationship. Obviously. Okay? What are women good at inherently? Producing and taking care of children.
Not
and it should be
shutting up.
fine. But it should be absolutely fine for women to just be like, okay, a domestic role is fine.
This is what we
And
get
there
for giving
are-
women the right to vote and the right to speak. Like,
But-
oh
but there-
God,
but there
just
are women
miserable
like me.
bitches who just moan
Well-
and fucking everything.
Well, guess a lot of the suffragettes also recognized that at some point.
Needed to get
you know?
dick and get married and shut the fuck up.
I would say though is that
Whining
there
bunch
will
of
always
faggots.
there will be women like myself who are
Based insane.
Yeah,
Teach
but
your
also,
happy
well,
women
thank
to
you.
shut their
But I
holes.
think it's thank you. That's a great compliment. But
You're
more
welcome.
that who are drawn towards intellectual pursuits, and I don't think that anything about what we're proposing, in any capacity, would remove women or prevent them from intellectual pursuits. It's fine for women to go to college, I think, and become educated, because women are homemakers or should be homemakers and teach children. So if an educated woman is a good thing because they help to educate children, right? I have no problem with that. And as a highly educated woman, people often criticize me for that. I'm like, well, you're highly educated. Why are you want to repeal 19? Like, well, I don't think anybody should vote. That's the main reason. Second reason, so you hate women, you want women to.
I think
to
if
just
I were you, I'd be more arrogant about it.
be barefoot and pregnant. It's like, well, I think women should be allowed to have an education. Obviously.
See, but again, this is where you need to pull the arrogant card.
Oh, my fucking allergies are kicking up, man.
Because you should be able to say, because you can. It's just like, well, here's the thing. I'm not like the rest of you fucking harpies. I'm better than you, and I can handle this kind of power, and the rest of you, frankly, fucking don't.
Maybe.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
I
That's
don't have
just
that arrogance.
truthful. Yes, I know. But that's because you're humble, which is, in your case, kind of cringe and gay, because you have the capacity to flex certain things, and you should. You should be able to just say, no, because I'm better than you.
No, I don't like to, though. I don't find
Yes,
it.
I
don't
know,
find it
but
appropriate.
but here's the thing. It's true. I don't care if it's appropriate or not. You should be able to say, I can do certain things that most women can't, and therefore this effort is wasted on you.
Mm-hmm.
It's like saying, hey, look, we can send every nitwit to college. No, actually, we can't. Because there's some of you that the education will just not gel with, and therefore you shouldn't be afforded the opportunity because you're too stupid to learn the shit. That is just the reality of life, and we're too
tons of men are too stupid to learn anything, man.
Yes, but we're too fucking pussy to just say, some of you are stupid. Some of you have the capacity to be great, and some of you will some of you will just never amount to anything because you just don't have the genes or the work ethic to ever amount to anything as good as the other people. That is just a fact of life that most of you don't want to fucking learn because our entire fucking society is hell-bent on this participation trophy bullshit.
No,
we don't revere supremacy.
I understand what you're saying. I don't see myself as better than anybody else.
Yeah, but you are.
Well, thank you, but I appreciate the compliment. I just don't think that's true.
Yeah, but
from my perspective,
it's factually true.
I
can measure it and quantify it, and so can you, which is why you do what you do.
I'm going to read the super chats. Rednet Ram for 5 says, "Sing, there ain't no good guys, there ain't no bad guys. There's only you and me, and we just disagree." Country song, I don't remember the name of. I don't know it either, man, but thank you for the super chat. Kiss It for 5 pounds says, "The only bad guys in war are Marxists, pedos, and those who insult my niece, in which I go full dim guy on and hit the numbers you'll find on Warhammer 40k. Yeah, based. I agree that there's no good guys and bad guys in war besides pedos. Lucifer the Doberman, who's been a member for 6 months, thank you, man, says his mom is going to freak out when Trump becomes president again. I forget who we're talking about at that point, but thank you, Lucifer. Galactic Emperor Schlerm for 5 says, "It's messed up that when he mentions other people's interest in children's body, we can't be sure if he's referring to surgeries, abortions, or peds." It is weird, right? Oh, yeah, that clip, right, that Lucifer's talking about as well. Yeah, it was impossible to tell, like, what are you referring to? Which was about the Jesse Waters thing. Hasselhoff for 10, thank you, says, "To steal from Clifton Duncan, the worst part about the shutdown is the only entertainment we have now is podcasts, YouTube, video games, books, music, friends, family, and 100 years of superior television and film." Oh, shudder the thought, right?
That's a fucking base reply as well.
Lance for 10 says, "To hell with Hollywood. There's plenty of higher quality entertainment from the Western world that you can be enjoying, like Band de Scene. Just look up the BD catalog. Are you? I don't even know that one, Lance. Even I look, you BD. It's got okay. Lance is gonna be fucking with us. Even I don't know this one though. But this is, I guarantee this is a similar thing to remember when I told you to look up Donald Trump Rule 34. I'm not looking up BD catalog, Lance. I'm not looking it up. I know what you're doing here, Lance. I don't know what that is, but I'm not looking that up. I don't know. I don't think Band Scene is a person, and I'm not looking that up, my dude, because I think I know what you're up to, homie. Neon Suspenders for 5 says, "How can anyone watch anything from Hollywood when Steins Gate exists?" I think I prompted the Steins Gate talk when I went do-do-do. By the way, do-do-do. Galactic. I can't help myself.
It actually just means I looked that up. It just says it's Franco-Belgian comics, so it's not nearly as nefarious as you think it is.
Damn, you're no fun. So, Lance, you know what you were up to. I knew what you were up to. I'm not looking that shit up.
Wow, she has a nice bum for a cartoon. Well done.
Who? From
the one in the cartoon.
Yeah, did you type in Steins Gate?
No, I typed in the Bande Dessinée cartoon, and I just clicked the first one.
You know, I should watch Steins Gate sometime. It's great.
It was a well-drawn cartoon.
You and I should watch an anime sometime, Spoon.
There's a better chance of me and you watching rugby, and I try to explain to you why the hell we're watching 30 minutes of
No. We can both understand. Oh, Bad Dragon. That's what BD was. Okay, BD catalog. Bad Dragon. All right. No, we should watch an anime, a good one. I'll show you a real good one. It's called what's one I would force you to watch? What anime should I force Spoon to watch if I was going to force him to watch?
The fact that you're saying force me to watch and saying it's good makes me think that you're going to post some shady shit on me.
Mirai Nikki. I would like you to watch. We should watch Mirai Nikki. I love Mirai Nikki. It's my favorite anime. Like that for real. I love Mirai Nikki. I do love Steins Gate. It's Mirai Nikki. It's extremely violent. Shinsekai Yori. Mirai Nikki or Shinsekai Yori. Two favorites.
I will not bow to weebery.
Kono onomae wa nan desu ka?
Again, I will not bow to the weebery.
Kono onomae wa fucking
Whatever, doesn't matter. I'm not gonna watch any of them.
What is with if I watch stuff from the Far East, it's going to be their dramas because their stories are good. It's not going to be anime, and you can fuck off.
Oh, you might like Cowboy Bebop though. You've seen Cowboy Bebop.
Why? Why are you doing this to me?
なんでもない。なんでもないだよ. I don't know. Anywho,
Chat,
okay.
I blame you for this.
So yeah, everyone's like, Mirai Nikki, really? Yeah, I love Mirai Nikki. I like my yandere. I again, Shinsekai Yori, I love Shinsekai Yori. And then when's how do you say in English?
How do you say it's 2 o'clock in the fucking morning?
Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep. Oh, Higurashi no Kokoro ni. Yeah, those are like my favorite. There's 3 favorite series: Higurashi no Kokoro ni, Shinsekai Yori, and what was the one that I said? that I've now already forgotten. Uminai Nikki. Those are my 3 faves. They're all horror. Who's surprised? Anywho,
Ziggy, you can have stuff from the Far East. It doesn't need to be anime.
I've seen horror.
There's a crap load of stories from the Far East that is not anime. That is good.
Trigun's great.
I'm not gonna fucking watch the Rebri shit. It's never gonna happen. It's like the 3-letter word that you all want me to say. It's just never gonna happen because I don't bow to the whims of fucking crowds.
Zero fucks. I told Spoon about how heavy are the dumbbells you lift, and he didn't seem interested in this. Have you seen? Hang on. You still got the thing up? You still sharing your screen? Have you seen this?
Why are you doing this?
You know what? We're gonna clean no matter what. But I don't give a fuck. Hang on. Spoon. Watch this. Tell me you don't want to watch this anime. Reteo tekai. Tekai muscle. Chao tekai day. Tekai muscle. What out of the song? Are you interested in this anime now, Spoon? Is this what you want to watch?
I can't even see what the hell you're looking at.
What? Do you still have to watch the other?
Yes. What are we? What you're not even in the watch together.
You want to watch this anime? Are you interested in this?
You don't even, dude. The watch together is on fucking screen.
What? Yeah.
Yeah. So there's nothing fucking on. There's nothing showing.
Oh, it's not showing?
No, you daft idiot.
What are you talking about? Oh, I'll try. Okay, I guess we have to watch it again then. Can you see what I'm showing you then?
No.
Oh, you're fucking no fun. I thought I showed you on the watch together.
The watch together screen is on right now. There's nothing fucking there.
Okay, hang on. All right, I fucked up. Excuse me. Unfortunately, we'll have to watch the fun song one more time then.
I swear to God, I will mute it within the next 5 seconds.
Here you go.
There's nothing on the fucking screen.
And you see it now, at least?
No.
What are you doing? You're not in the watch together then.
You fucking left it then, you dozy bitch.
What are you talking about?
It's been almost. I've been staring at the screen for like the past 10 fucking minutes. I literally don't
understand what the fuck you're talking about. Because I put it into the watch together link, and it's.
It's on the screen right now. There's fuck all on it.
Okay. All right. I finally fucking figured it out. All right. Here you go. This is my last time doing this. I'm done with this after this. Fucking hated. Too tired.
Apparently, V has entered the chat, and fuck off.
V has entered the chat.
No. Okay.
Yeah,
let me explain this.
Here you go.
Let me explain this. I do not find anime women attractive, and I don't fucking understand why so many of you. It's not about the anime
women. It's not about the anime women.
Then why is the first thing I fucking see anime chicks?
Watch. Aren't you interested in Spoon? Aren't you interested? It's about telling women to get in shape and lift weights. Spoon, hello? Did you die? Did he die? I think he died. Sven, hello? Hello? Is it memes you're looking for? Are you alright? Is this too good for you? Did he died? The fuck? He died. What? Oh my god. I think Spoon legitimately died. Well, friends, he appears to have left the chat. So, I'm gonna end it here. He didn't like that. So, see you guys next week. Bye-bye. I guess. Later, guys.